You're watching the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon. This is our home. This is our race.
A warm welcome to the mother city. There is absolutely no doubt why this is considered one of the most beautiful cities in South Africa. Just behind me is the Greenpoint Lighthouse, first lit in 1824 and has been operational since. It was painted in these bold colors of red and white to distinguish itself from the surrounding cottages. And in that same breath, the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon is vying to distinguish itself by going for that gold label status in the IAAF, and we will be crossing fingers that it comes to fruition. It is in the first kilometer that we will see close to 18,000 runners go through this point. I guess with that said, I'm passing on this baton to you, Gwena.
Thank you very much, Toli, for setting the scene there at the lighthouse. I am just outside the city hall, and for a lot of South Africans, they will remember this is the place where Nelson Mandela gave his first speech as a free man on the 11th of February 1990. But as far as the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon is concerned, this is just around the 37-kilometer mark, which means just under 5 kilometers left for the top runners to complete the race, meaning that they will be passing here just before the 2-hour mark. That will be the time when we're expecting them to come through and complete the race. But for the rest of us novice runners, well, we're just going to take our good time. Right now, though, I'm going to hand you over to Vuso Ngobo, who is right now the queen of the castle.
Thank you so much, Gwena. It certainly is true that every castle does need its queen. I'm here at the Castle of Good Hope, originally built in the 17th century, and it was also originally located on the coastline of Table Bay. However, after the land reclamation, the fort is now located inland. Now, when the runners come past this part of the race, they are 37 kilometers into what is 42 kilometers of nothing but a beautiful scene in a beautiful city. Now, Africa is our home. This is our race. It's Cape Town. Must run it. Also behind me is the beautiful Table Mountain. So noma ngathiwani nje uma sigijima yona le marathon lena sibona izinto eziningi esithokozisa ngempela. Kodwa Ningizimu Africa, from the queen of the castle to the king of the hill, we cross over now to Katlego at Signal Hill.
Ke leboga wena Khosigadi busiwe le wena kwena le Xolisa mogaetso ke nna Katlego wa Gamogoeme ke go amogela ka mofuthu wa motse Kapa, Kaapstad, or the mother city as it's more affectionately known, coming to you from the iconic Signal Hill, of course, one of the beautiful vantage points from which you can see views of Sea Point, Greenpoint and Robben Island. Now, of course, in 2010 this city played host to the Soccer World Cup, but bring it back to present day, and Africa's most beautiful city is now the host of the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon. Africa is our home. This is our race. Cape Town must run it.
Backdrop of with the backdrop of Table Mountain, the message is clear. Africa is my home. This is my race. Welcome to it. It is the 2016 Sanlam Cape Town Marathon. We are coming to you live today for this 10th edition. Absolutely excited. Welcome. We really cannot wait to get the show started. In studio, not alone, I am in SABC Sports finest when it comes to road running commentary. It is Q and Walk Walker, welcome. And of course from Palapala FM, Mr. and Big T. How are you doing this morning? We are trying to move from the IAAF silver status now into the gold. It is mission possible.
Yes, definitely mission possible. It's great to be here today in the Cape Town Sanlam Cape Town Marathon. We've got a very stacked international field up against a host full of South African athletes, and we couldn't have asked for better weather today. The pace has been set to run a 2:08 in the men and a 2:30 for the ladies, and I think it's definitely possible today.
Yeah, Big T, and we talk about the world descending onto Cape Town soil. It really is about bringing the world together, making sure that this is Africa's iconic marathon.
Well, thank you very much, Toli. And no wonder why they say Africa is my home, and this is our race. This is Cape Town. That's where we at. And I think it's evident enough because we do have got a couple of athletes all over Africa converging down to South Africa. That means that they really feel that this is our race, this is our home.
Absolutely, we are in the quest to making sure that this is Africa's iconic marathon. And just to give you an indication of how popular it was, the entries closed 10 days prior, and of course now we've got 10,000 people that will be at the start of the 10K. Kwena Mwabelo, Marara, Gwenaldinho, the yellow bone from Polokwane. How are you doing this morning? What's happening at the start?
Well, thank you very much, Chloe. I can tell you that the yellow in me is freezing here in Cape Town because the weather here, it's a bit chilly, but it's expected. But we're expecting a beautiful day for running here for the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon. I am at the start of the 10-kilometer run, and of course this is the peace run. We're expecting people like Francois Pina, who hopefully I will be talking to before the race starts, to talk to us about the race and his participation here. But for a lot of runners, really, they will be coming out here to enjoy the day, to enjoy what is a beautiful city that is Cape Town, and enjoy the run. And of course, right now, back to you, colleague.
Thank you so much, Kwena Umapoloba Nokatejo at the start. And I know, Gutsi, we are expecting about 10,000 people roughly. What's happening? How's the atmosphere? I know it's always electric as usual.
Please do not throw. And together we'll be bringing you the action from the starting line of the 42.2 kilometer Sanlam Cape Town Marathon, the 2016 edition, which promises to be very exciting. We're talking about an international field that brings together people from about 67 countries. There's lots of excitement here, definitely. But yes, when I was right, it is chilly.
It is very, very chilling. And you've taken the time out this morning to join us as we bring you all the action from the Sanlam 2016 Cape Town Marathon. 8,000 athletes, 42.2 kilometers, and of course they have 7 hours to complete it in. We are also very active on Twitter this morning, so all you need to do is tweet us, that is sport at SABC. The hashtag all across the country this morning is hashtag CPT Marathon 2016. Stay tuned, later on we'll also be catching up with Ilana Meyer. That's going to be an interesting one to look forward to.
Absolutely, and also bringing you some interviews from our runners who are currently warming up and getting ready for the start, which is only in a couple of minutes to come. So make sure that you stay tuned. The live stream is also live on the website. But right now, back to you in studio, Tony.
Thank you so much. We will be definitely coming back to you to hear all of those interviews. That should be very interesting. And one thing that is interesting is that the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon is the only climate neutral marathon. It does not have an impact on the environment. That is how serious they are about making sure that the city of Cape Town is always shining. We are going to be taking a quick ad break, but when we do come back, because we want to give you some time to be tweeting and hashtagging Cape Town Marathon 2016, when we do come back, we look at the professional athletes field, what it's going to be look like in terms of us vying for that gold label status. Do not move.
Today is a new day, so tell me, what are you gonna do? Gonna get up nice and early. Louder, louder. Gonna catch a spread down bite. Try until I get it right. Oh, what are you gonna do? Make my dreams come true. Start something new. Gonna grip, drip, grill. strawberry slice. Give me something cool to make me feel alive. We don't need no mess on me. Can't waste no time. Dance in the moonlight. Live for tonight. Feel good. Hit me with the beat and then you stop me with the bass. Feel good. Get funky. Groove it. Feel good.
Welcome back. There are about 25 minutes roughly left until we see the start of the 2016 Sanlam Cape Town Marathon. Thank you so much for joining us. Gentlemen, let's talk about the field. It is quite interesting. I know that this year we are looking at different times. The route has been changed. It's flatter, but it's faster.
Definitely, they've taken out around 23 corners, which really slows down the tempo of the race. We've got the defending champion, Shadrack Kemboi from Kenya. He's back to defend his title. He won here last year in 2:11, but what was more interesting was he went through 67 minutes in the first half, and over the much tougher second half ran a 64. So the pace is being set today by South Africa's Elroy Galant, and as well as Henry Kiplagat. And they've been instructed to go through 64 minutes at halfway, which is a pace of just over 3:03 a kilometer, and we've got a already great field, as you can see there.
Yep.
The Ethiopians, Gurma, he's a 2:09 marathon runner himself. I definitely think we're going to see a sub 2:10 today.
Big T, and we look at Elroy as the pacemaker coming from the Rio Olympics, but he only needs to go 30 kilometers in.
Well, I think quite fantastic to have a guy like Elroy Gallant. I think he's been really doing that in other marathons, and I think a good choice for him to be part of the pace status. Looking at him and looking at other athletes who are coming through right here, you could be able to say, look, guys like Tabitha Moeng, these are the guys that we can be able to look at them so that they can be able to really put that South African flag into the mark. And we are quite glad that even guys like Lungi Lengonga, they can be able to come through the party. But as a pace setter, Elroy Gallant, I can tell you, best and good choice.
Absolutely, and when we look at the women, not both of the Palula twins will be featuring, just one of them, because again, coming from the Rio Olympics.
Yeah, Lebo made her debut here last year, and it's the turn for her sister Lebogang making her debut in the marathon today. Her sister actually qualified for the Rio Olympics in the marathon, which she took part last month, so she'll be doing the 10K. But we've got a host of international athletes there. The ones to watch out for, definitely the Ethiopians, Galetu Tilahun, she's got a 2:29 marathon. But watch for Palula. The pace is being set at 75 minutes for the halfway, which is a finish time of 2:30, and I think Palula is definitely capable of that.
Yeah, and Big T, the Cape Town Marathon is always synonymous with the Ethiopians and Kenyans doing well, coming through and being quite powerful. Is this the same that we can expect for the 2016 edition?
Well, I always say that, when it comes to, Cape Town Marathon, it's going to be a competition between South Africans as well as Kenyans, not forgetting the Ethiopians. And even this year, we're looking at Ethiopians. They're dominating this race, and I can tell you, it's all good for them, because if you look at the messaging of Cape Town Marathon, they're saying Africa is our home, and they are making it their home here.
Absolutely, and I want us to touch on the prize money in just a few minutes, but I know that at the start, we've got Ukwena and Upete Ufrantopina, who is one of the brand ambassadors of the 2016 Sanlam Cape Town Marathon.
Well, indeed, I'm standing here with a legend himself. That is Francois Pina. Francois, very nippy today, but you look quite ready and excited for this 10K.
Yeah, listen, my legs, I think, can only last 10Ks. They say that if it's nippy, you can run your fastest time. I'm not going to go for that. But I'm pleased for the marathon runners that we've got fantastic weather here in Cape Town. We've blessed today with beautiful weather, so hopefully we'll see very fast times in the marathon.
This is a silver-rated marathon, and of course, as part of the people behind the scenes, we're chasing that gold, a good field that has been assembled for the 42.2, and everything looks like we are ready to go for that gold.
Yeah, you see, we want to be one of the top marathons in the world, and that's our aspiration. And to get there, we need to get IAAF gold. And to do that, we have a couple of categories that we need to tick the boxes on. And one of those boxes is the elite athletes in the world need to come and run here. So we've got fantastic field today. So you're in for a very exciting race. And then to combine that all, we've got the Peace 10-kilometer run to get all of the Cape Townians out on the streets to come and run, celebrate life, but also have an appreciation for these guys that have run 42.2 kilometers in under 2:10, hopefully today.
And let's talk about you and your target for today's 10K.
Finishing would be a good target for me. No, it's about enjoying it. It's about a lot of friends that are running here with us. It's a spirit. It's running is something that most people do to keep fit, and I do that. Fortunately, my knees are not too bad, so I'm just going to have an enjoyable 10K run with my mates.
Francois, I'm going to put you on the spot. We say must run it, so I'm doing the 42.2 next year. Are you joining me?
Shall we shake on it? I'll join you next year.
Well, there you have it. Francois and I will be running the 42.2 Cape Town Marathon 2017, and I'm going to finish before him.
I'm sure you're going to finish before me. But, being chairman of the marathon, I have to run it at some stage. And I've run 2 marathons, one in London and one ultra here, the 2 Oceans. So I'm going to get my legs ready to run next year with you.
Well, Francois, go do your warm-up. Thank you very much for joining us here this morning.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
All right, that's Francois Pina, of course, the chairman of the marathon and also a legend in rugby. He's going to do the 10-kilometer pace run. Back to you, Chloe.
All right, Gwena and Francois will be holding you to that to see if you'll be able to take part in that. As you can see, bringing you the perspective even from the sky. We will be having all those pictures coming through. It is the beauty of city of Cape Town that will be coming through in each and every perspective. It really is quite beautiful views there.
Definitely beautiful here in Cape Town. The weather, I've never actually seen the weather like this in Cape Town.
Yeah.
We've done many broadcasts here for both the Cape Town Marathon and 2 Oceans, and it's always windy, but there's no wind at all today.
Kion, what I'm going to tell you. Yesterday I was speaking to Francois and was actually saying in order for us to get this weather good, we need to make sure that we're on our apps and also that we're doing rituals. So I guess he was doing something on the side, because today Mother City is truly smiling on us.
It's really welcoming us. I think, quite a wonderful thing, because even the scenario, in the Scenic, wherever you can be able to look at, the landmarks, I think that really gives and bring all the quality things. Look at the stadium right here. The viewing is quite magnificent.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It truly is breathtaking to know that close to 18,000 runners, they'll be actually going past all of these iconic monuments, iconic places, just bringing out the picturesque beauty of Cape Town. Don't you even just wish that you were actually on the ground to drink in and kind of soak in all of this? Look at the backdrop of Table Mountain.
Definitely, it's not called the world's most beautiful marathon for nothing, and it's sometimes I do get a little bit sad being in the commentary box, because I would love to be out there as well, running with the athletes.
Yeah.
But I think when you look at it, for today, we're able to have the glance, the beauty of Table Mountain, just running to us, and it's like you can be able to go and really get to be there, experiencing whatever is happening there at Table Mountain.
All right, and what is actually big about this marathon is that the prize money, it is incentivized, and now a lot is at stake.
Well, look at 265. If you can be able to get that one, I mean, nobody can be able to ask more of that one. Second prize, 130. The third one, 70,000. And this cuts across men and women.
Yep. And let's talk about the fact that South Africans are even going to get extra money, get bonuses, if they're also to finish in that top 3.
Definitely, the first South African across the line, an extra 100,000 rand. So a lot of money up for grabs there, but also not to forget that if they run the gold label time, that's under 2:10 in the men and under 2:28 in the women, it's an extra 10,000 rand per finisher, and every South African finisher under 2:17 and I think 2:38 in the women's side, and another 10,000 rand in their pockets regardless of their finishing position.
That is absolutely amazing, because the one thing that we have been always talking about is the development of our South African athletes, to make sure that they're also competing on an international, continental level, and this is one way in which to do it.
True that. I think when you look at the money, the prize money that has been given out there, it's quite a lot of incentives. You know, you can miss this one, but you can be able to get the other one. And I think given the status of this marathon, you know, at silver right now, we are really gunning for gold. And with all the developments coming through, it really shows that in a year or two, maybe, who knows, we can be in the gold status.
But we remember there was a time, 2009, 2010, when we had 2 South Africans winning in both men and women. So this may be the year to actually see the revival of that.
Definitely. We had in the men's race last year Lungile Gonka and Papi Mazubuko coming second and third. They're both in the race today. Questions about Gonka. He represented South Africa in the Olympics. He failed to finish the marathon, so questions about his fitness. But great work that Sanlam Cape Town Marathon is doing for the South Africans. They've flown all the South Africans in here. They put them up in the hotels with the international athletes, giving them that international feel. And it's great development for South African athletes today.
No, absolutely. Africa is my home. This is my race. Cape Town must run it. After the break, we continue to build up to the much anticipated 2016 Sanlam Cape Town Marathon.
Good morning! It's going to be a beautiful day.
The sun is shining. What a delicious feeling. Talking about delicious, what are you guys having for breakfast?
Discover new Baker's Good Morning Breakfast Biscuits, packed with all the goodness of 4 cereals, berries and milk. The best of breakfast in a biscuit, on the go. It's a Baker's Good Morning. Enjoy 6 packs in every box. Best baked by Baker's. Now available in convenient individual sachets.
Welcome back. We are still continuing with that countdown, and we will be moving through to the 42.2 start, where Umapoloba Uvutsuengoba has got one of our greatest when it comes to the Sanlam Marathon, brand ambassador, and of course a former silver Olympic medalist, Ilana Meya. Vusiwe kwenzakalani lapho with the 42.2k start?
I mean, Oli, certainly a lady that needs no introduction. 23 South African records as well as 6 world records. Alana, thank you so much for chatting to us this morning. How are you feeling about the race today?
You know, I'm so excited. You know, it really is a special moment, you know, to see 8,000 runners on the starting line of the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon. It is a beautiful morning and really looking forward to a special event.
Now, just looking at the runners out on the field this morning, I mean, the competition in the women's race really tight. We've got Janet Kipto of Kenya, who's actually the fastest in the field today, having won the Geneva Marathon in 2015 and 2016. We've got Tanith Maxwell from South Africa, one of our fastest. Who are you leaning towards this morning?
You know, I think it's a strong women's field, strong contenders from Kenya, Ethiopia. You know, with beautiful weather, I think we can expect a fast time. You know, Jane Kipto is in a great shape, Baruch is in a great shape, so really looking forward to something special.
And for the men, of course, we're looking at Shadrack Kembo, looking to run a sub 2:10. How are you feeling about his run this morning? Do you think he will successfully defend that title?
You know, it's always exciting to have a defending champion back. You know, last year it was a tactical race, one in, you know, it was breakdown in a 67, 64. So, you know, holding thumbs that this year it will be a fast race and win for, you know, for a South African guy.
Yes, certainly, and I mean, our South African fastest runner, really exciting, and a lot to look forward to from him.
Yes, for sure. You know, there's a great incentives for South Africans. Benedict is looking good. He prepared well for the race, so looking for something special.
Thank you so much for chatting to us, Alana, and we'll see you at the finish line.
Thank you so much.
And here, let's just chat to some of our runners this morning. Siswami unjani?
Ngiyaphila njani sis?
Ngiphilile ngizothuba negama?
Ulelwa kwaSmaye.
Uyaqala ugijima kwesibili kulo nyaka?
Angiqala ugijima bekhe ngayigijima na last day bengigijimile.
Oyenze kanjani?
Last year ngigijima kahle kakhulu ngigijima ngo 3 hours but kulo nyaka ngifuna ukuthi ngigijime noma ngo 2 something.
Okay, well there we go. Ningizim Africa, a lot to look forward to at this year's edition of the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon. We're crossing over to Katleho.
Thank you very much, Busi. Listen, speaking of a man who has a very big responsibility this morning, Alroy Galant, he'll be one of the pace setters or pacemakers at the top of the race, trying to run a time of 2:08, I believe, in 30 kilometers. How's it being, that responsibility? It's a big one.
Yes, it's a big one, but the weather is great, you know. Everything is playing well today, so I'm looking forward to a great race. We need to go 3:03 per kilometer, but I've got my teammate of Kenya here, so I think we can really do a great job today and look for the 2:08 today.
Yeah. And Henry, how's your expectation of the race today? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling okay. I hope we shall make good time.
Fantastic. Listen, I want you guys to have a good race out there and really enjoy yourselves, and good luck making this one of the top races on the African continent. Thank you very much for being part of it.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Excellent. Well, Tony, back to you in studio. We're about to start.
Thank you very much, Katleho. Really are looking forward to it. Those are going to be the men that are going to be responsible for making sure that we are getting those records. But what's interesting about the field is that over 30% of them are novices. People are debuting. People have been, training and getting ready for this for months on end, and it will be for the first time that they see themselves at the start.
Definitely a big growth here in the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon. There were around about 4,700 finishers last year. They had to cap their entries this year actually at 8,000. So, yeah, a 40% increase there. And I'm pretty sure that a lot of people running the marathon today for the first time would have been here last year for the 10 kilometer.
Oh, no, absolutely. And as we can see, we are about to start. We are here at the finish, obviously bringing you the live edition of the 2016 Sanlam Marathon. If you were there at the start, able to give all of those runners a message, what would that one message be to them?
The one message will be, go for it.
Yeah.
I mean, this is yours. I mean, it's in your shop. What more would you want to get other than to have that platform where you can be able to really get along with the rest of the runners? And I think more so when you have got people who have been put as pace setters, this can be your platform. This can be your chance. And like we said earlier, in terms of prize money, there's a lot of incentives that you can be able to do. But I can say, go for it.
No, absolutely. And we always see with marathons such as the London Marathon, spectators come in their numbers, close to millions that just come through to watch. And of course, we are encouraging South Africans to come through and see all of these runners put their feet on the ground, their lives literally, just to make sure that they come through to the Green Point track.
Definitely, I think the city of Cape Town definitely out on the streets today in support of this marathon. There's different fan zones, through the route, and spectator interest is at its peak for today.
All right, and for the first time in quite a long time, the national anthem being sung by a choir.
I love that.
There we have it, close to 10,000 runners gearing up to make sure that they come through. And one of the twins, there she is, Palula, ready to take on the track.
I mean, she's just debuting today, and that's quite wonderful for her. I think we always see her in the 10Ks, but this time around, just doing that which a lot of people were not even expecting to do.
And when I was speaking to her yesterday, she was actually quite confident of a podium finish, saying she really is going to go out and make sure that she's up there.
Definitely, with her sister already qualifying for next year's World Champs, which takes place in London in the marathon. That's one of Palula's aims today. She said she wants to run a sub 2:33. The pace is going to be set at 2:30, and I really think she's going to go for it. And this could be her day. It's my race. It's going to be her race as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love the confidence on your face. You're actually feeling it. So just continue to tweet us and hashtag Cape Town Marathon. It is about challenging yourself, challenging your friends, making sure that we punt the message. We reiterate that Africa is our home. This is our race, and Cape Town must run it. I hand you over now to our very expert team when it comes to commentary to take you through the race.
Well, welcome to the 2016 Cape Town Marathon, and it's a beautiful day in the city of Cape Town. The sun is just coming over the horizon now. It's a little bit cold for us sitting in the commentary box, but it is perfect conditions for the athletes out there. We're just waiting for the start, the marathon start, due to get underway in about 1 minute from now, and the 10 kilometers start 10 minutes later. With me in the commentary box is Decisive and Ernie. Ernie, tell us a bit about the day and the marathon and what you're looking forward to.
Well, I think, Arno, we have a very strong field this year. You know, the course has changed slightly. The aim being to make the course somewhat faster than last year. They've cut out around 24 corners as we see the starters pistol up in the air, just about to set the race off. And we really believe that the change to the course should make a difference. I think a second important aspect that needs to be taken into account that this is the first year that the race will have pacemakers, and they really are high quality pacemakers. I think that'll make a difference. And then obviously we need to take into account that the weather is perfect this morning for marathon running. It's quite cool as the race gets off, I know.
Well, there they go. Now on the left of your picture there, you can see in the dark glasses and the red bottom of his vest there, that is Alroy Galant. He is one of our pacemakers, and of course Galant running that 5,000 in the Rio Olympics, and he's going out here at a pace of running about 3 minutes and 3 seconds per kilometer as they try and chase that South African record and course record as well. And as Ernie said, Decisive cutting out a few corners, a lot of tight twisty turns through this route still, but perfect conditions for marathon running.
Indeed, no, ka tsatsing la ka jalo history tla etsahala mohi mo teng re shebileng jwalo hore ebe na jwalo ka ha maemo a lehodimo a re dumella hakana na ebe ho ka etsahala record jwalo ka ha o shejilwe jwalo hore ho tlobele mohlolo etsahalang tsatsing la ka jalo hopola hore mohlolo o tlo etsahale re shebile jwalo hore ya tla hapa lebelo lena bahlankaneng a tla kgona jwalo ho matha ka tlasa 2 hours 9 minutes ka ha re tseba hore Mampudi selemong se fetileng o ile a matha jwalo ka 2 hours 11 minutes, and I still believe that it's possible for a 2:09 to be raced.
Well, we'll see today, and it is absolutely perfect conditions. And Ernie, you were talking about the twists and the turns in this route as well and how much have been cut out, but this marathon, the only one on the African continent with IAAF silver label status, and that carries certain requirements as well, and part of it is it has to go past a few historic landmarks, and it makes it a bit difficult for course designers to incorporate that as well as make it a fast course.
Absolutely. I mean, I think in Cape Town you have to take into account that the topography is slightly undulating as you move closer to the mountain, so the tail end of the course has slight climbs in it, but if you look at the early part of the course, it's really flat, and that creates the probability for a good first half. I think also that's important is that the depth of the field this year is really good, and perhaps the most important aspect is that the pacemakers are going to go out on a very competitive pace, which is basically aimed at breaking David Sebe's South African record. I think an important point also is that the field has grown a lot, which obviously allows for a faster race when you've got so many competitive athletes pushing each other.
Well, there we have the Cape Town Greenpoint Stadium, and beautiful pictures we're seeing here of the city of Cape Town, and of course for this marathon today, and it's a perfect weather, as we've said. We couldn't have hoped for better. Yesterday was windy and stormy, and even before that rainy, and it's all cleared up, and great weather for these athletes to try and chase a fast time, and there's been a lot of talk about that. And interesting, only as you've mentioned, you know, the first part of the court's flatter than the second part, but yet last year when Shadrack Kemboy won this, he ran negative splits in this race.
Absolutely, the race was really interesting last year because the front group of athletes sort of decided to go on their own pace and not really follow a record pace, and that left them fairly rested after 21.1 kilometers. Shadrack then ran a very strong negative split to bring him to his 2:11 winning time. I have a sneaky suspicion this year with Alroy, who's a very experienced athlete and he's using this race as a stepping stone for running his own marathon. They will definitely go out on sub 2:09 pace. Alroy said that he's hoping to run sort of 2:08:30, 2:09 pace, which means I need to go through the first 5Ks in around 15:20.
ke yona kgatello ka re mohlomong e tla hle e thewe mahetleng a maatlete mo teng selemong sena le kgetlo la pele ho nang jwalo le di pace setters tse leng hore di lebelletswe jwalo hore bonyane kilometera ka nngwe ba tla ba mathe jwalo nako e ka bang metsotso e meraro, mme bona ke Elroy Kelanta mo le Henry Kiplagat wa Kenya ba o lebelletsweng hore ba tla hle ba etse di maka ba tla ba di pace setters di kilometera tse ka bang tse 30 kaofela, empa he re lebelletse jwalo hore amatleta ka Shadrack Kemboy ya ileng a hapa jwalo ka 2:11 41 le monse fitileng ka Gauteng ha potlo tshireletsa a tla etse mohlolo tabagolo mmuhi ke yona ya hore tseba Cape Town bona botle ba Cape Town Africa borwa ka botle ba yona.
Well, there is your leading group at the moment, and perhaps unusual for these marathons. We've always said it you see some of the, what we call them, TV runners sometimes out front, but because we have those two pacemakers there, Pacer 1 and Pacer 2, Pacer 1 being Henry Kiplagat, Pacer 2, of course, Aroy Galant, who we've mentioned. It is the elite athletes out there in front running the pace that they want to. And let's have a look here at the course, the route they're going to be running, and maybe, Ernie, you want to take us through that?
Absolutely. So we started in Mooley Point near the lighthouse, and then we moved through the coastal foreshore areas along Beach Road. We basically go past the Cape Town Harbour, do a pretty large loop there which doesn't have many turns. Then we go through the typical Woodstock area, go along Albert Road, and then off all the way out to Mowbray, which represents the halfway part of the course, and around the Rondebosch Common. They're taking us through the 4-kilometre mark now as we move through around the foreshore area. We'll slow it down through 6 kilometres. Sorry, I was a little bit ahead of myself there, giving you a full overview of what the course is like. Basically now we're moving along close to where the Pardon Island area is. As you can see, there are a couple of twists and turns, but the most important aspect of the course through Pardon Island, and indeed in the first 2/3 of the race, is that it's very, very flat. And typically in Cape Town at this time of the year, you could get a little bit of the southeaster, but we're not getting it as we go through 12 Ks. Now we're moving along through Albert Road, under the N1, and out along towards the Salt River area. And as I was saying, typically this time of the year we can get wind, but we have no wind set for this morning, so that's a clear positive.
Ja, absoluut perfekte omstandighede hier in Kaapstad. Ons sien aan die linkerkant van die beeld ook Elroy Galant wat gereeld na sy horlosie kyk. Omtrent elke 10 sekondes kyk hy af na wat die pas is wat hy hier handhaaf. Natuurlik belangrik om van die begin af 'n goeie pas te handhaaf, nie te vinnig nie. Die roete nog steeds daar aan die regterkant. Ons kan ook sien uit ons helikopterskote hoe pragtig die stad van Kaapstad vanoggend lyk. En soos volg daar die roete na die 22 halfpad merk daar 22 kilometer, en hier is ons hele paar draaie, en soos hulle teruggaan en dan begin terugkom na die Groenpunt Stadion daar, Rondebosch, by 25 kilometer, soos die atlete deur hierdie route gaan.
So they'll be moving along through to Claremont after they've moved past the Rondebosch Common, and then thereafter they're going to go through the suburb of Observatory, which is around about the 28-30 kilometer mark, and then they move through Newlands, and then on to Salt River, back through Woodstock, and then back into the centre of the city. The interesting aspect of the centre of the city is that it gives you the historical landmarks, but it does give one a slightly elevated climb towards the close. I don't think it's going to affect the pace too much. It should be fine. And then from the top of the gardens, one descends back into the waterfront area and to the finish at the Greenpoint Stadium. An interesting aspect of seeing Elroy look at his watch is that with the modern watches, they can actually see a real-time live pace of what they're doing. And we're just about ready to switch to the start of the 10-kilometer road race.
Well, the 10K road's still 3 minutes away as we just finalise this route, going back through the city centre there, heading back towards Greenpoint, past the parliamentary buildings, of course. At 38 kilometres, and this part of the race is where it's really going to start counting, where the athletes will know whether that record is on and whether they have the legs to actually push this to the finish, Dikeledi.
Ke nnete haholo ka mora dikilometara tse 30 mo teng re tsebang hore le di-pace setter tsa rona di tla be di hlile di tseba hore mosebetsi wa bona di o entse, mme ke hona mo tla be go sontse o hlaka hore na ebe ba tla kgona na maatlete a rona hore ba tla ba fitlelle jwale dikilometara tse ba tluwang e leng tsona tse 42 fielwana pedi ka nako e leng hore e lebelletswe. Empa he tabagolo ke yona hore maemo a lehodimo a dumetse, mme le ona maatlete o ile a bonahala hore pele ho lebelo ba ile ba thabela hore ha hona moya, ha hona letho le ka sitisang. Re lebelletse hore 10 km race ka qala neng kapa neng o tloha ha jwale metsotsong e 10 ka mora hora ena ya bosupa.
Well, the pacemakers there giving this race a whole new flavor this year, and they're going along a great pace. But we're back at the start now, this time the start of the 10-kilometer race, and this is right outside our commentary position as the athletes getting ready for that. And we saw Lebogang Palula in that marathon making her debut, and of course her sister Lebo, who's run a couple of marathons already and made her debut in this marathon last year, this year deciding to run the 10 kilometers after competing in that Olympic marathon in Rio. As we see the start there of 10K, these athletes raring to go, to the record holder, in fact, William Kaptein there, also at the start, and a few of the KPMG athletes there, Jenna Challenor, getting ready for this 10K race.
Yeah, William Kaptein is not in the same shape as what he was when he ran the record. He had a rather disappointing SA cross-country champs, and he hasn't really been doing a great deal of road racing over 10 kilometers, but I think he probably will be relatively competitive today. The women's race is probably a lockout for Lebo Palula. I think that she's in really good shape at the moment, and perhaps even could run close to a 33 low or a 33.30. I noticed that there's Lebo on the left-hand side of our screen, and there's Pierre Malherbe, the young student from Stellenbosch. He's got a 14:09, 10,000 meters. He doesn't race on the road a lot, and this is actually, he has run a 10K previously, but this is his debut, and I know he's aiming for around a 29:40, which would be a personal best for him, so that'll be interesting to see how he goes.
Well, the 10K course very, very flat declared, and we're also looking for fast times here.
Lebogang a tla nka jwalo kgatelo e matla kapa kgato e matla ya hore a tla nke lebelo lena le 42.2 le kgetlo la hae la pele ha mo ausi a nka ena ya 10K. Dintho di tla qala ha jwale monate ke hona o tla qala.
Well, beautiful pictures there at the start of this 10-kilometer peace run, and 10,000 runners competing in this race as they're getting ready for their start, just getting ready to get underway right now with the final preparations, as a very freezing Kewan Walker joins us in the studio as well now. But the athletes for this 10-kilometer, as you said, Ernie, Lebo Palula probably going to take this. Yvette van Zyl, of course, still recovering from that injury, and but she'll be chased by, I guess, some of Jenna Challenor, more of a longer distance runner maybe than over 10Ks. But yeah, should be a fast run from Lebo Palula here.
Absolutely. I know Jenna's recovering from a knee surgery, and this is probably just her second 10-kilometer race, and she's targeting around just below 36 minutes. It's going to be a really, really good test for her. But it's interesting if you combine the two fields, Arno, you know, you're looking at 10,000 and 8,000, and it's incredible how the event has grown over the last 2 years. It's actually astounding that so many people are coming out to enjoy this peace run, and under perfect conditions, which should see some pretty sharpish times, and they're off.
Yep, there they go, and you can see them going out very fast here past our cameras, and the elite athletes there really going out fast, being chased by this massive field of 10,000 runners. You can see there the start chutes, and of course these athletes all been seeded according to their times. I mean, you go from A all the way, I think, through F or G. Particularly, it's great to see so many people out here in the early morning in Cape Town enjoying our beautiful city.
Sanlam Cape Town Marathon, 10,000 runners karolo lena fela le lekgutshwanyane la dikilometara tse 10 re lebeletse jwalo hona ho barwetsana re tle re bone jwalo ba bang ba matlete haholo ba o teng morwetsana ya tswang Namibia ileng Alina Amos ha mole Helelia Johannes le bona ke ba bang ba dithathohatsi hara ena Lebo Palula ba ileng hore ba lebelletse hore batho ba sebetse hantle ha Sibusiso Nzima ya tswang di-Olympic le yana ka Rio a le teng bakeng sa bahlankana million mongwe wa batho ba shejilweng hore na ebe the peace run ena yona ba tla tle ba e phethele jwang e thakhuile ena le motsotso mme o tla hopola hore le marathon o moholo o ntse o tswella pele le ona mme re shebile jwalo hore ho tla fella kae 10 kilometers e qadile le yona mentwa ke e holo Sanlam Cape Town Marathon 2016.
And you just talk about the 10-kilometer course quickly. We've gone through the marathon, but the 10 kilometers basically exactly out along Beach Road and back. Very, very flat course.
Absolutely. If you look at the record time, the record is at 28:35, I believe, run by William Kaptein, and I think that that's pretty much on target for this year. The field's relatively deep, and given the very good weather conditions, relatively cool, low temperatures, and absolutely no evidence of wind, I think we've got a really good chance of the men running pretty close to that time, with a low 33 minutes possible for the women's race if Lebo decides to go out really hard. It's interesting to note that the race hasn't been run that often under 29 minutes, but my feeling is that this year we could well get a time of under 29 minutes because the depth of the race has improved quite substantially. As we look at the mass fields going through now, just showing how the field has grown over the last few years, those athletes we were viewing just currently have not yet crossed the starting line, which is a remarkable growth in the field.
Tjhelete le yona e teng ha o sheba jwalo bakeng sa mabelo ana a mabedi a maholo a etsahalang, mme yona Sanlam Cape Town Marathon 10 kilometers e se thakgoile ke hona mo e leng hore ena he yona e bitswa jwalo peace run, ke yona ba e hlalositseng haholo bahlophisi ba lebelo hore tabakgolo ke yona ya hore ba tsebise jwalo hore lebelo lena le tlameha le tsejwe jwalo ka kgotso, hore le tlisa kgotso e seng fela ka hare ho toropo ya Cape Town, empa he Afrika ka kakaretso le lefatshe ka kakaretso, hobane tabakgolo e shejilweng ke yona ya hore ho tlo tsejwe hore ba ema maemong a hodimo di-marathoning lefatshe ka bophara.
They've switched to the marathon on the right-hand side of the screen. It's showing us the front ladies. Very difficult, very small on the picture to actually see, but the pace looks pretty steady. It looks as if they're moving along at a fair clip. It would be interesting to actually see how the men's leaders are doing at the moment, with Alroy running a really, really well-structured pace. As we noted earlier, with the modern watches, it's actually possible for the athlete to immediately see what the average pace is per kilometer, which has brought a much higher level of science to the art of pacing. Typically, you know, the pacemaker always had to use his own instinct because he would only get a indication every kilometer as to how fast he was running, whereas with modern watches it's possible to in real time have a strong appreciation and make an immediate assessment of how fast you're running and how well you're handling the current pace.
Exactly. Of course, these watches tell you your current pace, your heart rate, as most runners out there will know, and you can pace yourself quite nicely with that. That looks like Galetu, the Ethiopian, out front there in the women's race on the right of your picture, where on the left we can still see the main participants just on the 10k start, just streaming across that line. But it is Galetu, the Ethiopian lady, looking very strong this early in the race. And of course, as we said, quite a fast course, and especially the first part being very, very flat. So she looks like she's going very well at this stage. And sure, the men's race also underway just as well. And we're still looking at the start of the 10k on the left there. But I just can't get over the weather. It is so beautiful today in Cape Town.
And now the sun has come out, and hopefully ho bonahala le ona matlete a hlile a shebile jwalo pele hore mohlomong maemo ana a lehodimo a tla ba fa monyetla wa hore ba tle ba eketse kapa ba ntjhafatse nako tsa bona, hobane o tla dumela jwale ka re ile ra hlalosa pejana hore maemo a lehodimo a hlile a thusa jwalo matlete kapa ona ho ba sitisa ba tle ba tswelle pele. Jwale ana maemo a lehodimo a sena moya ka hare ho Cape Town, jwale ka re tseba hore ho ye ho thwe Cape Town ina le 4 seasons in a day. Jwale tsatsing la kajeno e monyetleng wa ona matlete hore ba tle ba khone jwalo ho ba le di personal best mo teng ba ntlafatsa nako tsa bona haholo lebelong lena la Sanlam Cape Town Marathon.
So as we look at Galeto there, we know she has a marathon PB of just below 2 hours 30, which was run last year, actually in fact earlier this year, and I think that that's probably the area she would be targeting, just to slip back under 2 hours 30. There are tremendous incentives for really quick times, and if she runs a time like that, it would fatten out her paycheck substantially. It's quite interesting that she's really well surrounded by a solid group of men with a number of Nedbank athletes, and she clearly has decided to run pretty assertively at the start, because there are a number of girls whose PBs are really close to hers, and I think that she's following a very specific strategy which is really time orientated rather than necessarily racing the athletes around her.
Well, that seems to be pretty clear at this stage, because there are no women anywhere close to her now. And I mean, there are some women, as you've mentioned, in this field with similar personal best, but she's really motoring along here. And a good pace for Chilitu Asefa there from Ethiopia, really pushing hard in the start of this race. And the other women, I guess, maybe a bit more traditional marathon running, holding back for a strong finish. And we'll see which strategy plays out the best. But at the moment, Chilitu looking extremely strong as they go through the streets of Cape Town.
From a South African perspective, I think the lady with the most experience is Tanith Maxwell. She's become an experienced ultra-distance runner in recent years, having tackled the Two Oceans Marathon with a third and a second place in respective years. But her pedigree actually stems from the marathon. She has a 2 hours 32 PB, which was run perhaps 8 or 10 years ago in Berlin. And Tanith has always been a really remarkably well-disciplined racer, running according to a well-set pace and running according to a definite plan. So we're hoping to see her during the latter portion of the race. And for the moment, she's not following the very brisk pace which is being set by the Ethiopia.
o tshwerwe ke sehlopha kapa o kene ka ro sehlopha sa bahlankana Chilitu Asefa mo teng a shebileng hore ha ka tshwara ona morethetho nnete fela ha ona letho le ka mohlolang hore a tla fitlelle 228 mo teng shebileng hore ke yona nako e tla fang jwale mosadi wa pele monyetla wa hore a tla iphumane jwalo a tshwere jwalo record e ntjha jwale ka ha ga tseba go bahlankana ke 209 sub 209 ka mantswe mang ha fitla pele ho nako eo mme ho ba rwetsana ke yona 228 mo teng re shebileng hore yena Chilitu jwalo ka ha se a qadile jwalo ka morethetho na le ka noto e hodimo mme ho sa bonahale morwetsana e mong haufinyana le yena na ebe o tla tshwara lebelo lena ka mokgwa o e leng hore e tla hle mo thuse qetellong.
Vrouwenrekord wat daar op die skerm was 2 ure 30 minute en 20 sekondes, natuurlik verlede jaar opgestel deur Isabella Ochichi van Kenia, verlede jaar se wenner. Sy is nie in die wedloop hierdie jaar nie, maar 'n baie sterk vroueveld, onder andere Tanith Maxwell wat Ernie genoem het, Chilitu, Jane Kiptu is hier so van Kenia en natuurlik ook Lebogang Palula in haar eerste marathon. En in die 10 km is al Lebo Palula wat ek dink haar suster se rekord, Lebogang se rekord van 2 jaar gelede gaan probeer breek. En uitstekende weersomstandighede vir beide die marathon en die 10 km natuurlik. En Chilitu daar wat baie goed lyk op hierdie stadium. En daar is die rekordhouer Isabella Ochichi van Kenia verlede jaar gehardloop 2 ure 30 minute en 20 secondes.
So they're moving through the Cape Town Harbour at the moment. On the right-hand side, you can see the Sturrock Dry Dock, which is a well-known feature of the Cape Town Harbour. They're moving out towards the area just past Pardon Island, but in order to reach that, you have to go through the harbour, very close to sea level and absolutely flat as a pancake.
Ernie, and the speed looking quite good at this stage. I mean, she's running a very fast pace for Chilitu, and the men would have been through there a few minutes ago already, so it looks like they're really getting a good speed on the beginning of this marathon. But this, of course, the fast flat part of the course, and you can see there Chilitu looking so comfortable. Even the men next to us look like they're working quite hard at this stage after about 6 kilometers into the race, and she's looking fresh as a daisy, Dickie Lady.
Indeed, she is enjoying her race. Chilitu Asefa, 21 minutes into the race, ki bua jalo ka lebelo le leholo la letsatsi, 42.2 kilometers e leng yona lebelo le shejilweng haholo hore na ebe le ka fa marathon ona maemo a hlokahalang a gauta hobane ba mokgatlo o tshwereng mabelo lefatshe ka bophara e leng IAAF, mme re shebile jwalo hore ho hlotle jwale maemo a gauta e hle ibe lebelo la pele ka ro kontinente ya Afrika le tla be le tshwere jwalo maemo ao a gauta hobane ha jwale Cape Town Marathon e na jwalo le medal ka yona maemo a silvera. Re shebile jwalo hore gold status is what Cape Town Marathon needs at the moment.
I think looking at this pace, probably it could well be slightly too fast for her. My sense is that this is a somewhat assertive pace, which is probably not sustainable. It's a decisive early attempt to place her stamp on the race. I would question whether she can sustain this, though. I don't think she has the quality of some of the other competitors in the field, and in all likelihood probably will find the going rather tough from around the halfway mark.
Well, you can always see that it's a fast pace when she starts dropping men around her this early in the race. But let's get a bit of a unique perspective on this race. Of course, from up in the sky, it's Alec Riddle up in the chopper.
Very good morning, everybody. What a wonderful view we've got here from the helicopter. I must say, Cape Town is at its most beautiful ever. We've got perfect weather. The sun is rising. There's not a breath of air. Pilot Warren said, can you believe no wind? And for a helicopter pilot to say that, you know there is no wind. The backdrops are absolutely amazing. Table Mountain, Lions Head, Signal Hill. We're over Cape Town Harbour right now, heading towards Podium Island. We've got Robben Island across the bay. And what a stunning, stunning venue for a race. So much history in this city, and one has to compliment people like Ilana Meyer, who had the vision to try and build this race into a race of international stature. One of the things they're trying to do to build it up to gold status is to try and get the fast times. Last year we had 2:11. This year we got an even better field, including the defending champion. But we've got two fantastic pace setters. And one of the things about pace setters to understand is that in this modern day, they've got GPS on their watch. They know the pace they're running at any moment in time. Go back 30 years when Sitileli Sinkwi ran 2:08 in Port Elizabeth. You know, he would rely on the kilometer boards and somebody shouting out a time to him. It's a big difference. But then again, the old athletes, they used to have ingrained pace setters in their brains. They knew what the pace was. And just to give you an idea, Elroy Gallant is aiming to run about 3:02, 3:03 a K as a pace setter. He can run 2:46 per kilometer when he runs 10,000 meters, and he can run 2:53 per kilometer when he runs a half marathon. So 3:02, 3:03 is very, very comfortable for Elroy Gallant. In fact, it's very comfortable for most of these international marathoners who will be up front today. And when I say comfortable, comfortable for the first 20 or 30 kilometers. That's when the pace setters will drop out, and that's when the experienced marathoners will come to the fore, because a marathon is all about the final 10 kilometers. That's where the legs get beaten up, that's where the mind has to toughen up, and that's where we will see the race truly develop and somebody may make a bid for the fantastic prizes on offer here. Let's go back to our commentators in the studio.
Thank you very much, Alec Riddle up in the helicopter. We'll go back to him throughout the race, of course, and we've been talking a lot about silver and gold and label status and all these things, so let's just explain a bit about what that is. There's a certain number of marathons in the world that get, I think it's about 88 of them at the moment, that have some sort of IAAF label status, and of course there's three different, which are gold, silver and bronze, and they each have more strict requirements as you move up the scale. And the Cape Town Marathon, the only silver label race in Africa, and there's a few requirements. So you have to have at least 5 nations represented in the marathon with times faster than the IAAF guidelines. You have to have, as far as possible, the course closed to vehicular traffic, and of course if it's a gold marathon it has to be completely closed. It has to be properly measured. We have to make sure that it's an actual 42.195 kilometers. You have to have full electronic timing, and of course with this we have Mobi chip offering that. And a very interesting one, you have to minimize ecological damage. And the Cape Town Marathon keeps saying they're carbon neutral. They try and keep their carbon footprint down. You have to have a specified number of doping tests, and then also important, you have to have equal prize money for men and women. You can't have a split, but you are allowed extra incentives for local athletes, which we have here for the South Africans, as we're back now with the men's race. The two pacemakers there, Elroy Gallant, Henry Kiplagat, still out front. Sergei Lebed there from Russia right behind them. And interesting about Lebed, he's competed in every single international cross-country championships, or IAAF cross-country, since inception, since 1994, and he's the only athlete to have done so.
Well, when you say international cross-country champs, it's actually the European cross-country championship, which commenced in 1994. But you're right, he's close on 40 years old, or just over 40 years old, and he's running all of them. And if my memory serves me correct, I think Lebed has won 9 of those European cross-country championships. So a tremendously well-rounded, sort of classical CV. You know, the classical start into marathon running was always cross-country and track, although that has changed in recent years. It's interesting to note, Kuhn, that the front part of the field is actually breaking up a little bit. It's not as compact as one would have thought it would be.
Definitely, and that's definite to the pace that Ulrich Galant and Henry Kiplagat are setting. That time of tempo just over 3:03 per kilometer to give them a split of 64 minutes at halfway and the 2:08 finish. Interesting to see Lebed, the Ukrainian athlete, there with Galant. It will be interesting to see where the other pacemaker is, Henry Kiplagat. Oh, there he is just in the front there. And on it looks like some of the guys not willing to go with the pace today, but it is still early.
Well, that's interesting, Kieran, because they're never going to have better weather than they have today. I mean, there's such a great chance to actually try and go for that record. And I just wanted to ask your opinion as well. We're talking about Lebed and the cross-country, and a lot of athletes swear by cross-country as a great kind of preparation method for these races.
Yes, Lebed, an 8 times European cross-country champion who's made a fairly good transition through to the marathon. He's got a PB of 2:08. He's actually the fastest guy in the field, bar Gert Thys, actually, who's still the South African record holder, that 2:06:33, coming back from 1999. But yeah, cross-country, a good background into marathon running and strength endurance. So Lebed, most recent performance last year was a 2:10 in the London Marathon. He ran 2:14 again this year, but interesting to see that he's up there with the pace. And like you said, conditions can't be better than it is today.
Yeah, we're also joined here by Mr. Big T in the studio, in the commentary studio from the studio at Koli. You guys were there chatting about the race before, and it's a little bit cold for us, but perfect for these runners today.
I can tell you, very, very cold, but I think in here is quite warm, really, when we came here compared to where we were from. So Rico Batagana Kadora Namosi, then if Big T, the only big boy in town, Musel Tagana Kadora Namosi, the rest of the guys, Ano, Kuen, these are the little boys, of course. Mesiar Compera Pandana, Sanlam Cape Town Marathon Kadora Namosi, mucho of the Kuma, Arashagala Sangalenza of Chimla Gayos Casino, Vorokidima, Minidiscoya from Britai Uscasino, Nihava, and Naban Kwabana Casino Cascun Chabo, Bandaban Kidima, 42.2 kilometers Uscasino, Pesia, but the Super Sorry, Horaga Panda, Baneba Babili, Baneba Customers Ubabon is the pace setters, Ungazema Kumasori, Muswana, and never Error Gallant, the Muaban Baneba Customers Ubaba, the pace setters, Katihi, no never sorry, in the Nemo Kudimangai Uscasino, Dindra Inia Bangalan, Dindra Inia Butina, Pezia, Bako Pace and Dra Inia Butima. So I think what is happening right now, if you can check, like we said earlier on, the course is quite flat, it's quite good for now, and this is one thing that they can be able to really like in terms of the weather conditions.
Definitely a very flat and fast course, much faster than last year. They've taken out around 23 turns, but if you see on the right hand side of your screen, that's your lead bunch of ladies. Interesting group there in the colours of KPMG. Tish Jones, she's a Great Britain international athlete, but who actually bases herself here in Cape Town, and just behind her, Lebogang Palula Arnold, making her debut.
Yeah, it seems they seem to have caught up to Chalituda there. Tish Jones and Lebogang Palula to Chalituda just kind of in the background there as well. So the leading ladies now all together, just like the leading men, and again chasing those fast paces. And we're talking about the turns in this course. So the Berlin Marathon Q has about 30 turns. I've counted this. It looks like it's about 44. And if you look at 3-4 seconds slowing you down on each turn, difficult to get fast times on that.
Definitely, and if you compare to last year, if there's 40 turns this year, there was over 60 last year. So with the guys running 2:11 but off splits of 67 and 64, I definitely think we're going to see a fast time, but provided that once the pacemakers drop out after 30 Ks, if they can make it to 30 Ks at that tempo, that the guys actually keep the pace up and not turn to a tactical affair.
Ek kan sien die mans daar aan die linkerkant wat baie vinnig hardloop, die gunstelinge almal nog daar, Lebed, Shadrack Kemboy, verlede jaar se wenner, Lungile Gonka is daar, en aan die regterkant van die beeld die vroue wedloop en ook baie van die gunstelinge wat by mekaar hardloop daar, en almal gaan natuurlik vir vinnige tye hierdie jaar, uitstekende omstandighede. Alroy Galant, Henry Kiplagat daar aan die linkerkant van die beeld wat baie goeie werk doen as pasrangeers, en dit lyk my Tish Jones ook gemaklik hier voor in die vroue wedloop met Lebogang Palula reg agter haar in haar groep mans, en die top, like met Jane Kipto is ook daar. Al die gunstelinge in die mans en vroue wedloop op die oomblik by mekaar.
Kezo musu collaborate sanga chipinga minute shiko ya fu rarumbili na second second sono kungalangala ho shiko shino abana balesa bado bona fitu habo di honna kesa ukuma Kayla Table Mountain pezi koji mfumakazi Tis kandigari Tis Jones anendiene ne abapanda oshiko shino pezi wasewa hango zori uhone ni muhang palulanga mrao hawe hafa ane hoyi mfumakazi uko gidi mangandala ine abayabuti pezi ya usumeza shino kusumeza ubakati mo shino chabuti basungu ngo zori Henry Cliphart ni bomba wanna bani bakorango panda the pace setters za heimambe katina msora ani aba ere galant ndibone bana babili bane vofu chipinga choro kaba kidime kilometers ko za foraro babone the pace setters bana bani bapanda bane bakugidima haba abakugidima raziwa nganda hori bagidima chimo china baba kacho uskasino and quite wonderful 10 indeed when we look at the pictures right there Ano.
Well, yes, it's a beautiful day in Cape Town, and these athletes really enjoying the weather today, the scenery, the beautiful city, the landmarks they're going past in this race. It really is a great marathon to run, and you can see there the women, maybe unusually, being very, very close together. There's about 4 or 5 of them in that lead bunch. And we obviously see that with the men today, Kieran, with the pacemakers, they're a bit of a new flavor to the race. So the top elite men going out, as you see in the world's marathons, the Berlin marathons, London marathons of this world. But the women also sticking together there. Lebogang Palula in her marathon debut, looking extremely comfortable at this stage. And we will be back with them very shortly, right after this, in fact.
You're watching the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon. This is our home. This is our race.
Well, we're back with the Sanlam Cape Town City Marathon, the 2016 edition, of course. And you saw that bike there, it said second female, and that's just in front of Tish Jones. And you see that group of women running together there, and a very comfortable, beautiful circumstances and conditions, of course, through this marathon in the city of Cape Town today. Still absolutely no wind whatsoever, and that's great news on this course, because the wind can sometimes play havoc with the running here.
Definitely some wide open spots on the route where the wind definitely can play some havoc, but I've actually never seen Cape Town this calm before. There's no wind at all, and you saw that bicycle with the second female just in front, so that means that Chiletu Asefa is still in front of these women at this stage. But as Ernie said earlier, I don't see her keeping this pace. You must remember Asefa herself, roughly 2 weeks back, Arnold, finishing second in that very tough Mandela Marathon, and she's only got a PB of just over 240 compared to some of these Ethiopian ladies which we see in the picture now. 229 PB from Dubai this year, so a bit out of her league, but at this stage setting the pace for them.
Well, of course, that Mandela Marathon, as you said, very tough, up struggle hill, a pretty much an uphill run, and very different compared to this marathon, which they try and keep as flat as possible. But it's also interesting, you don't want a completely flat race, because then you just tax the same muscles. A little bit of uphill, downhill here and there just uses your muscles a little bit differently, gives you a bit of rest, and actually aids you in running faster times.
Not true that. I think when you look at it from the courses that we're coming from, your Nelson Mandela Marathon compared to this one, the Cape Town Marathon, quite big difference in terms of the course. But then I think this is one thing that all the athletes, all the runners, they know actually which of the course they're going to be able to really partake and really get to be in par. But now, when you look at it right now, Cape Town has got quite a different course altogether, Queen. When you look at it from where we are now and from the kilometers that they have gone right now, they still have got a bit of uphills coming through, but not now.
Well, sorry about the brief breakup of picture there. The athlete's just running underneath a bridge, and it played a bit of havoc with our signal for a short while there. But we're back with the leading ladies. In fact, they're not in front. They're second place, third place, fourth place, fifth place, sixth place all together there. Safa still a bit ahead of this group. And but this is probably the group that you want to watch, where our winner is likely to come from, Kieran.
Definitely, you've got Chip Kamoy, the Kenyan athlete there. The two athletes that I'm going to be looking out for definitely are the Ethiopians, with that one running the 2:29.16 in Dubai this year. That only gave her an 11th place finish, just showing you the competitiveness of that Dubai marathon. But two South Africans in this pack, Lebogang Palula in the colours of Boxer there on the right-hand side of the screen, making her debut today in the marathon. And just at the back of the bunch, the local athlete from Cape Town, Zintle Geniwe, who made her debut here in Cape Town last year. So she's got a PB of 2:42, and at this stage running much faster than that. It'll be interesting to see how many women can break 2:35 today.
Tamando skolabesa wanagana Lebogang Palula ngacho chipinga ndiene ane uka gwara chini chama tone manga kavu abuni abahawo vili havraro havuna fesiha bato subro sorindi mbambe ya oyero toma haino ini abaya 42.2 kilometers woni hafara ko gidi misara kamsina record ini abaya 2:30 kasi na mafuma kazi basonga kasi na banda kolabesa kamsi 2.08 ndiene fodra kolabela hone fesiha ushika shino ngamdulinde bako gidi mangaye minute sko ya furaru maro yonangala ho ushika shino Sanlam Cape Town Marathon 2016 ungama ngo hozori ndizona fesiha record yebo zabudi ni Isabel Ochichi 2:30 ngawa wa 2015 zono zema zo ribaka ditio bakidimisana na record haino. What a wonderful record right here, Isabel. She did her part, giving that quite a wonderful record. Arno.
Yeah, Isabella Ochichi, wonderful run by her last year, of course. And the course has changed a little bit, as Ewan mentioned, a little fewer turns, trying to make this fast, trying to get the records on South African soil, which, of course, is a little bit slower than Khatesa's record of 2:06 in the marathon. And they're really trying to do everything to get this race up to that IAAF gold label status. As we go back to the 10-kilometer race now, and the finish of that, our first runner coming in there, Kewan.
Definitely the first athletes are coming through here in the colours of Nedbank. It's going to be a very fast time that he's running today. I think that might be Mkase, if I'm not mistaken, Lesotho International, who represented his country in the Olympic Games over 5,000 meters, and he also ran in the African Champs, getting a bronze medal there in that 10,000 meter back in June down in Durban, and he's going to run a time just over 28 minutes. Fantastic running today, and showing how good the conditions are here.
That is Namakwe Nkasi, indeed, Kewan, as he comes in here in the 10-kilometer race and the first finisher, and it's quite a fast time. Of course, that record we're looking at is 28 minutes and 34 seconds, and don't think he's quite going to get that, or he might. He's actually coming through here really, really fast. That record, of course, of William Kaptein from last year, 28 minutes, 34 seconds. So he is definitely going to take a new record here in the 10-kilometer. He is so fast, the officials almost not ready for him there at the finish. But what a run by Namakwe Nkasi in a new record time. And that just shows how great the conditions are here today for this Cape Town Marathon.
10 kilometers in the Musona Namakwe Nkasi anakosemeza shimo sabu debukoma gidimulu kabo debukoma ara wala barsaro mbaba heno matomoni ya yara komo ngara kamsi zingasi chibula ngandole ne zobanga ipezia okosumeza ubamona ushimo sabu tinga manda ushika shino ka heno mabe ya 10 kilometers okupeza ako ba enemona oshika ho kavu mabuni haba hoto.
Well, the athletes coming through here thick and fast in this 10-kilometer finish, and it's so fast it's difficult to keep track of exactly who is where as they're coming through in their droves and in really fast times. I mean, these are the kind of times we normally in South Africa anyway see on the track, not out on the road.
Definitely. The second place athlete that came through there, also in the colours of Nedbank, was the representative of South Africa in the Rio Olympics in the marathon, Sibusiso Nzima. So that was a very, very good run by him. And in third position there, Gladwin Mzazi in the colours of Boxer, running at just over 29 minutes. And he's coming back actually from an injury. He took part in last year's Cape Town Marathon, but failed to finish due to some hamstring problems there. But he'll be very, very happy with that. And looking like there's going to be way over 10 finishes under 30 minutes. Brilliant running.
Yeah, and Mube just finishing there, number 12332 as well, and he's also under 30 minutes. And more of these athletes coming through thick and fast. And of course, Lebo Palula in the women's race is chasing her sister's record, Lebo Khang, of 33.22. So we might see that as go as well. As Lebo Palula, the clear favorite in this women's race. We see these athletes sprinting through to the finish there. And a great run in this 10 kilometers. But again, testament to the perfect conditions we see here in Cape Town today. And that bodes really well for the marathon. A little bit of a gap there, but more and more runners coming through, and I'm sure lots of personal bests being run here this morning, Big T.
Ndisaf kuma kabanda wilaba sakabanda awako subitsa kwen kadna anosori ara wala bersa kugidimelo ko hawa na usika shine bavona ngandi banna bana ko gidima kamse kamba mehezi tuku mbambe fupi zara zibona kamse siko ite ya nefa kamse ka stadium zashu na ka zi mbambe kulona bukoma zibaho kamse kama shakota bafezia kwa zino kugidimelo ko zino bavona la banna banne ko suka bos ko smeza uri navone banne bangava ko rana uvuna record zabone bane ngadele zokuitie ngayo odoba fo ziyaba sore mucho hoyo wasumeza zore ndi mucho wabodi ndinga zabana basikotola hopora katibana na mosi ano.
Well, junior runner coming through there as well, quite a fast time. And great scenes here at the finish of the 10 kilometers. And I must say, I had a walk around the stadium earlier this morning in a very nice setting set out here. Very intimate and great for these runners. Lots of supporters, also along the marathon, supporters spots. And really trying to get this race right up there with those gold label status races, as we see more of these runners coming through in this 10 kilometers and a great fast finish for most of them.
And with the fast pace that we saw up front in the men's race, that drags through to the rest of the field, and it's going to be interesting to see what Palula does. But here is your first athlete coming through in the colours of Sanlam, and if I'm not mistaken, that is one of the Namibian athletes, I think.
That's Hilalia Johannes there from Namibia coming through.
Yeah, she's going to be running a time of, she'll break 33 minutes, so 32, maybe 32:30, 32:40 odd. It's quite a run through into the finish, but brilliant run by Hilaria Johannes, actually a marathon runner, 2:26 PB. So interesting to see her stepping down in the 10K and not taking part in the marathon today.
Well, this is a surprise. If anything, we expected Lebo Palula to dominate this one, but Hilalia Johannes coming through here in an excellent time. The record behind the name currently of Lebo Khang Palula in 33:22. That's going to go as Hilalia Johannes with one more turn here into the finish at the 10 kilometers is going to win the race and take the record in under 33 minutes. Brilliant run by her, and it would have been interesting if Yvette van Zyl was actually fit and running to see what she would have done in this race, but I think she might have even had trouble keeping up with Hilalia Johannes. There is Lebo Palula now coming in, it looks like through for the second place, and Lebo Palula might also just get under that time of her sisters, although she looks a bit laboured here towards the end, Big T.
You could see she's been struggling. I don't know why.
Yes, I think Palula still will be happy with that time. She's recovered quite well from the Olympic Games marathon, as we see Alina Armis, another Namibian athlete in the colours of Sanlam, coming through. And very good running by the women today, just equally as we saw in the men's race. And it's going to be interesting to see how many women break 40 minutes a day, which is 4 minutes a kilometre. Very good time worldwide.
Keso namsikula bersangandele bako chinangayo koyo wimode ba raro ndi wana yana Alina amansanina ino vavara kashango da Namibia kushumira kwa devuko makamba bahero no mawuza sorry uchila bersamba bahero ini abaya to ngari bamba ini abaya Sanlam Cape Town Marathon mamba ine hodala batu banje bukoma bavoka bashango da babona Namibia wale sutu uyanige ntakamsikashango lenga hola bukinya.
Well, there's Jenna Challenor coming through for, it looks like, 4th place in this 10-kilometer race. And Jenna Challenor also finishing hard after having some knee surgery a couple of months ago. And Jenna Challenor really pushing towards the end of this race here. But we're going to leave the 10 kilometers for a few seconds as we head up to Alec Riddle, our eye in the sky.
Yes, I know. I must say there was a very exciting 10 kilometer, and I think we're in store for a very exciting marathon here. We're 1/3 of the way into the marathon, and I've got the feeling, we are hovering here at the foot of Table Mountain. Absolutely stunning day. It's like a lake, a glass lake. It's so beautiful out at sea. And of course, those are perfect conditions for marathon running. We've got a brilliant course. I heard earlier Ernie Grun mentioning about the reduced corners, which will make it naturally faster. We've got the pace setters. The pace is on, and I think something special could happen. So I just want to take the viewers through something of the stats in South African marathoning, because we hear about South African records, we hear about world records. There's South African land records, meaning the fastest time run on South African soil. There's aided courses and so forth. So the time they're hoping for today is the time of David Sebi, 2:09:50 in Port Elizabeth. I witnessed that great run. They're hoping to go faster than that, because that is the fastest marathon on a standard route in South Africa. Of course, many people say, but what about Sitileli Senkwi, 2:08:04, 30 years ago in 1984? The great duel with Willie Matola. I was there for that race as well. But that race started in Lorraine, and the drop was more than 150 meters, and therefore it's an allowable marathon, but it's considered an aided course, much like Ilana Meyer's 2:25 in Boston. So the fastest course time here is 2:09:50. The same year, Frith van der Merwe ran 2:27:36. It's absolutely amazing that the gold label standard is 2:10, and David Sebi ran 2:09:50, and the women's gold standard is 2:28, and Frith van der Merwe ran 2:27:36. So if we can get those record land unaided course times here at the Cape Town Marathon, we will be improving the challenge for gold label status that both Janet Yellen and Ilana Meyer are hoping for. And, absolutely fantastic. We've seen 8,000 runners line up for this race. We look back at them, and they are just loving this race, I can assure you. Taking in the views, but back to the leaders. They don't have time to take in the views, and let's hear what our commentary team have to say about the pace that is certainly hotting up as they approach the half marathon mark.
Well, our two pacemakers out there doing a great job, and you can see they're 16 kilometers into this race and just over 49 minutes, so they're keeping up with that just more than 3 minutes a kilometer pace. And the two of them, the Henry Kiplagat and Alroy Geland, looking very comfortable. Sergei Lebed just tucked in behind them, and then the rest of the favorites also there in that race. They're really stretching out this field, and but the two pacemakers looking very comfortable. Xolisa Tyali there, just saw him run past, and a very fast pace and hard pace being set by Alroy Geland and Henry Kiplagat, doing exactly, Kuhn, what they were asked to do.
Definitely, and it's nice to see that Lebed is sticking in there, as we've seen him from the very beginning. So he's out here to run a fast time and pulling the other guys along with him. But interesting to see the South Africans in there. Xolisa Tyali in the colours of Nedbank, and then in the colours of Rockies is Benedict Moeng. He's got a 2:10 marathon best from the Xiamen Marathon in China. But the interesting thing at this stage, Arnold, is that defending champion Shadrach Kemboy not in the bunch, and that's quite concerning at this stage, because he is normally a front runner, and this pace should be very comfortable for him.
Bagochimira katalaini aba ya butukuma badozi umorosori banna haba babiri Cliff Hat namsuana ni aba wa ha Galant ndibone banna bane boneke zo chifinga chori kaba banne baranga hopanda bavule gepe lineheli gepe hanginga mraha kilometers ko za foraro badatiyo ba humule mraha kana badatiyo bave ndindira ine bazuitangayo haba ba Cape Town Marathon kakala mwena wa pezi yongala bala samsuana ngaho chile bid nine ubavara kasha na Ukraine ane ugo sumeza udanga mraha pezi ya wana bale saba na haba rihoni hapa ndibanje bane rekola saba batonga habo Xolisa Tyali batonga habo Lungile Mngonga batonga habo Benedict Moeng rekolabela khabo zori bangababone bane makafeza kayimambe arishika wana kamsimu twade ngabawusho sabudi ona msuwana wa Hakimbo ine ene rekolabela khayo uri angafeza ko shimo sabudi keva bana babili nimsuwana Cliff Hat kana msuwana wa ha Galand bane bakosubeza uranga phanda ngandila ine ba yabudukuma ngamra hamsi foro kilima minutes score za 4 ushika shino chimba chaba takuwa hangi matomoni.
Well, you saw there some scenes of Cape Town Harbour, and the water is like a mirror, completely flat, and so too the wind. There is no wind today. It's a beautiful morning here in Cape Town as Aroy Galant there leads out this elite men's marathon field with Henry Kiplagat right next to him, and the two pacemakers doing a great job keeping each other honest, so to speak, and to keep the pace up. As Kiplagat there, number 35, you see there, and they've just got Pacer 1 and Pacer 2 on their bibs, but they're doing a great job, and Sergei Libid, the Russian, sticking with them like glue at the moment. And Shadrach Kemboy last year when he won this race, Q, and you mentioned as well, he ran negative split 67 and a 64, and maybe this isn't his kind of run. He's a front runner, but he likes to do his own thing.
Yeah, but it's quite interesting to see that he's not there. It's actually a bit concerning because he normally does stick behind the pace, and he's got a 61.02 half marathon best, so a pace of 64 for him should be very comfortable. I must remember 2 years back that the guys went through halfway when they set that course record of 2:10. They actually went through halfway in under 64 minutes, so that was quite a fast pace. But interesting to see that there are South African runners in this bunch, and perhaps they're going for a great time today.
Well, you see the two pacemakers, they're actually helping each other, handing each other sachets of water. Great to see that. And of course, we're talking about the silver label status, and it means taking the route through some landmarks, and there is no more iconic landmark in Cape Town, of course, than one of the 7 natural wonders of the world, Table Mountain. And let's learn a bit more about this great feature of the city of Cape Town.
Table Mountain is the most iconic landmark of South Africa. Since the first person laid eyes on Table Mountain, it has exerted its powerful and charismatic pull, enchanting and drawing any and all who fall under its spell. The way to the top has never been easy, and for many centuries, only a handful of bold and enterprising people could say that they had climbed it. By the late 1870s, several of Cape Town's more prominent citizens had suggested the introduction of a railway line to the top, but their plans were thwarted with first the Anglo-Boer War and then World War I. In 1926, Norwegian engineer Stromso presented plans for a cableway to the top of Table Mountain. The plan caught the collective eye of a group of eminent local businessmen, and together they formed the Table Mountain Aerial Cableway Company to finance the construction. Work began soon afterwards, and on the 4th of October 1929, the cableway was opened. Since its opening in 1929, over 16 million people have taken the trip to the top of Table Mountain. The cableway has since become something of a landmark in Cape Town and has carried some of Cape Town's most illustrious visitors, including King George VI, Queen Elizabeth II, as well as Oprah Winfrey, Margaret Thatcher, Michael Schumacher, and even Jackie Chan. In 1997, the cableway and facilities on Table Mountain was advanced. From upgrading the restaurants and machinery, new cars were also purchased. The new cars or rotaires have a revolving floor that allows passengers a 360-degree view of the city and Table Mountain as they travel. There are about 2,200 species of plants found on Table Mountain and 1,470 floral species. Many of these plants and flowers are endemic to this mountain. Besides the cable cars, the mountain itself hides many surprises that wait to be discovered. It is much more than just a scenic backdrop for breathtaking photos of Cape Town.
Well, as you see there, the pace setters still doing a great job in keeping these athletes honest. Aroy Galant looking very comfortable out front. Henry Kiplagat right next to him. Sergei Libid, the first real racer in this race, if you can say that, behind them. And is just sticking to him very closely. Xolisa Tyale in that field as well as some of the other favorites. But no sign of the defending champion, Shadrach Kemboy. And there's quite a big gap between this leading group and the chasing athletes behind them, as you can see there on your screen. And these athletes really pushing hard in the first half of this race. And they're coming up to the halfway mark now. And you can see there the time, 55 minutes and 50 seconds. Great pace being set here, Big T.
Ndi something amanda okola bersanga manda ngandele ba kukidima ngayo zino ara bola bersa zino ara le hichi chipindi jo kukidima ngacho haba bana babiri mo baranga opanda zipesera sama mosona neba Henry Cliphat na msona neba Aroy Galant ndibone bana baba panda ndibone ara bala bersa haba kakana zaba bongwala ofindi zi pace status ndibone bana bana bakotiwa baba panda ngandela ya uri bakono vulira bathu abachipinda pensia taitso ndeba khona zino haba ari kumbona msona ane ndiene wo okoro ho uba owina homba mahina wa fela homsono wa kimboy fezia wa soshino ungana mbal samsona nga holle bid ndiene ane ko wa tsina skora hechino mbuso nga ndiya ori banne ba kosala mrago are kono ba bona upa hapo na ba hone batoka ba mrago sange ino fezia ba se wango so ba ka dipina nga Sanlam Cape Town Marathon 2016 uskasino Queen. I think we were expecting a lot from the elite guys like your Shadow Kemboy. We can't be able to see him right here from where we are now.
Yeah, it's a little bit worrying that we don't see the defending champion, and it's hard to come back at this stage of the race, especially when you're running a tempo of around 303 kilometer, which will give you that 208 finish. But very nice to see Benedict Moeng and Kolisa Tiali in that lead group, the two South African runners there, besides Elroy, who's actually only meant to go up to the 30 kilometer mark. But back to the lead woman, and it's still Sefa, the Ethiopian in the colors of Nedbank, who's leading. And interesting to see that 57 minutes into the race that she is still there, because she ran that very tough Mandela Marathon 2 weeks back, as I mentioned, and that's definitely going to be in her legs, with the top international athletes only racing marathon distance twice a year.
Well, Jalito Sefa there in the lead of the women's race, still looking comfortable. Bit of strain on her face, but that could just be from looking straight into the sun. We're going to leave her for a second as we go to the finish of the 10-kilometer race again. Queno has the 3 women's winners, I believe, with him, and is trying to find out their experience of Cape Town this morning.
I'm here with the 3 winners for the 10-kilometer women's, and Elalia coming first. I'll have a quick chat with her. Elalia, congratulations first and foremost. How was the run for you?
This was fine.
What worked for you today for you to win it?
I just went from the beginning, but I went with my colleagues. Then after I break away until to the finish.
Was it a plan running with Alina to try and separate yourselves?
For me to have them in the competitions like this one, it is something good, because it's not good to run a race alone.
All right, congratulations. Is that why maybe who fitlile second position?
Iputse ore ai ke batla ba separator ba ka se ka batla nkela prize ka mo South Africa, ke batla ba bontsha gore ka mo South Africa re na le di artists strong, a bona ba strong ba matshile bontle ba rekile ka re ai oi wa ba ka se ka batla nka 1 and 2, I must separate them in between.
Now, in terms of your start and target, o happy ka nako ya hao?
Ki very happy ka mo ke matsheng ka teng ka one coming back go Rio isampane rena le Malaysia ngata re shota ka speed, but ka mo ke matsheng ka teng ke thabila moholo ha hole ka ba ke motlotlo ka mo le nako gape ya dumela go bontsha go le gore speed le matla sampana le teng.
All right, Raul Lebuisa once again. Alina, I'm just going to get a quick word also with you. How was the run for you today?
The run for you is fine. Everything is fine, because I was even a bit far, so that I've been covered up when I'll be reaching 5 kilometers.
Yeah. And are you happy with the time that you finished in?
Yeah, I'm happy, because I cannot even go to be number 3. I'm very happy for that.
All right. Well, congratulations. That is the top 3 ladies. Alina third, Lebo second, and of course Helalia winning that. Right now, let's go to Alec.
Yeah, bright sunshine right in my eyes, but fortunately not in the eyes of the athletes as they run past the Hartleyvale AstroTurf, the scene of many exciting hockey matches, and we've got an exciting marathon on the ground. I just want to touch base on a couple of athletes who've run in South Africa in the past. We heard about Lebed, the guy from Ukraine. He, 20 years ago, ran in the World Cross Country Championships at Stellenbosch. But more recently, we had 2 Kenyans dominating the Durban City Marathon in May. And they are in the lead group, the 2 guys in the yellow vests. That's Barnabas Kiptum, the winner of the Durban City Marathon, 2 hours, 14 minutes and 37. And then we have Emmanuel Tirop, another Kenyan who ran 2:16 in Durban. So these are 2 guys who perhaps we haven't mentioned as yet, who could be major protagonists in the outcome of this race. Craig Fry, thank you very much to him. He let me know that these guys are in the race. They are Dr. Rose's athletes, but Craig Fry has facilitated them coming here to South Africa, and it's wonderful that this race is all about so many great international athletes, especially Ethiopians, Kenyans, but a broader array. One of the other factors, we heard about the couple of South Africans who are in that group, and of course they're going to go through the halfway mark in about 64 odd, which is about a 2:09 pace. What's very important here for the South Africans is they have to work hard, even if they don't finish in the top 3, 5 or 10, work hard to try and get that sub 2:16 time, because every South African who runs under 2:16 today will get a 10,000 Rand bonus, and doesn't matter how many of them there are. And this is one of the initiatives of the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon, where they're trying to push and develop South African marathon running, and I think that is a fantastic initiative, and let's hope these South Africans can hang in and run some decent times, not just 2:16s, but hopefully they can knock on the 2:10 door as well, because we need more than just Stephen Makoko, Lusapo, April, and these type of guys at the forefront of marathon running in the world. Back to our commentators in the studio.
All right, well, thank you very much. Alec, that's the eye in the sky. And of course, now we're joined by Dick Lady as well as Annie. And guys, I think we have just gone 1 minute to a second. I think that's quite wonderful. I think the pace has been set right now. Annie.
I think Elroy Galant has done a really good job of setting the pace. And it's quite interesting that this is very different from last year's race, in that the group is broken down to just 9 or 10 athletes. They're running very even splits in exceptionally good weather conditions, and I think that the effort hasn't yet started to tell. So this is perhaps the first realistic opportunity that we've had in many years to actually break the South African record of 2:09.50, particularly as Elroy is likely to continue with this pace, making all the way through to 30 Ks. I think that the winner of the race is actually going to come from this group. They've made a pretty decisive break. If you carefully look at the athletes' form, they're all maintaining very good form. They're running very smoothly, and there are no signs of fatigue yet. So, yes, it looks like we're on for a great time today.
I believe, Big T, this is one of the biggest decisions that Cape Town Marathon had to take, of having two pacers, because I'm still positive with the 2:09 to be made today. Ke ka ho re bonang hore eno a o sheba jwalo yena Mohlankana Galant ha mmoho le Keplagate ba hlile ba tshwere ka moo ho tlebelletsweng ka teng ha jwalo e se le hora le metsotso e meraro lebelo le qadile, mme ho ntse ho mathua kapa ho ntse ho tshwere jwalo lebelo le leng hore le lebelletswe mo teng ho hlebileng hore ha bonyane kilometara ka nngwe ho etsahale fela hore e tlebe mathu e jwalo metsotso e ka bang e meraro kaofela. O sontse o kgathetswe ke batho ba hula jwalo ka sankatana ka morao ka mane ka thoko ka mane mo teng ho bonalang hore ho buimanyana hobane jwale ba ya ba libile jwalo hona teng mo break.
All right, well, we're still really keeping it right now. 1 minute as well as 4 seconds right here coming through right now. You can see the pace setters. So we're talking about Henry Clifford as well as Elroy Galant. These are the guys, and of course behind them you can see the leading pack from the men's side, and of course making sure that they're really getting there closer to all those pace setters. And I think one thing that you have mentioned, particularly to say, if we have got these pace setters, they can really play a very big role coming to this marathon.
Indeed, and it has shown, Big T, that this is going to be a good one race, especially after seeing the 10Ks. Ho bonahetse hantle hore nako ine beilwe mme nako e fihlelletswe le ha ile hore he ha o sheba jwalo ba neng ba lebelletswe ke bona ba hlileng ba entse mosebetsi o moholo hona mane dikilometara tse 10 empa mo mohlolo teng.
Well, we're going to be able to take a quick break right now. Let's go for an ad break.
Life rewards you for living well. So do we. Get life cover from Discovery Life, South Africa's best life insurer, from 350 Rand per month. And get up to 60% of your premiums back for living well. Speak to your financial advisor or visit discovery.co.za. Discovery Life. Life insurance that rewards healthy living.
Things were very different back when I was growing up. If I wanted something, I'd have to buy it online.
Have a nice day.
And it got delivered 3 or 4 days later. Kids today, they gotta have it right now.
Whatever happened to patience?
Meet
the future today with Telkom and Business Connection.
Quite a wonderful, beautiful scene. We're talking about Cape Town Stadium. You can see the beautiful, scenario, scenes from Cape Town right here.
Absolutely, the bay looks beautiful, and the flatness of the water is a clear indication that there's definitely no poor weather conditions. The wind is exceptionally quiet and not looking like it's going to pick up at all. It's enabled the athletes to set a really cracking pace.
Ki ba ba ntse ba hlile ba tshwere jalo morethetho ke bua jalo ka Elroy Granta mmoho le yena Henry Kiplagrat mme re shebile jalo hore na ebe sena ba ka sietsa ho fitela moo ba lebelletswe mme wa kgothatsa ho bona hore bahlankana ba se ba hlile ba tshwere jalo le yona halfway mo teng nako e makatsang haholo dula o dutse jalo o tlo o bone ho tla tshosa tjhelete e teng ke makeno a tlahleng a hape lebelo lena o tla tsamaya jalo ka 265,000 rand bomme le bontate maemong a bobedi ke 130,000 70,000 ke maemo a boraro 35,000 abone a bohlano ke 25,000 big T.
All right, well, quite a wonderful prize money here. We've been talking about this since in the morning that when you're there, you get to be part of this Cape Town Marathon. You just guaranteed 265,000 when both men and women. And I think, apart from that, we still have got other incentives for you to be a South African and be able to come through. You still have got another one, Annie.
Yes, I think, the race has really spread the incentives very widely. And perhaps what's most important is that the time incentives are no matter for your position. So you could get 8 to 10 people earning the time incentive for running below 2 hours 16. Although we haven't been able to confirm it 100%, my suspicion is that they went through the halfway mark in around 1:03:50, which means that's a sub 2 hour pace. Sub 2 hour 8 pace. And the interesting thing about that is, although there's a slight climb towards the end, that would definitely mean that we would see a South African record. Also, what's exceptionally positive is both pacemakers are still looking really comfortable and could perhaps go another 7 to 8 kilometers at this speed.
Well, quite nice indeed. And you can see that these guys are really making sure that they follow the pace setters right there. And of course, looking at the pace and looking at the course itself, I think it's still welcoming, according to what I can see. And you can be able to look at what the temperatures, the weather has been to since the whole morning right here. Quite a beautiful one.
Indeed, and we said it from the beginning that because of the weather, we might see surprises. We might be surprised by this athletics. Mme ho ntse ho bonahala hore ehlile ba thabile ba kgotsofalletse maemo a lehodimo mme pace ke longwe hela di pace setters tsena di a sebetsa mme di etsa se shebilweng se lebelletsweng ke bana ba Sanlam Cape Town Marathon 2016 hore ba tla ba iphumane ba le maemong ane e leng ona melomong ya rona ke bua jalo ka gold status.
All right, don't forget to follow us on Twitter at sports at SABC. That's where you're going to be able to really load all your messages right here and give all what you're experiencing throughout the whole day right here at the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon 2016. That's where we're at. And again, you can tweet us on hashtag CPT, that's Cape Town Marathon 2016. And of course, the pace setters still showing what they have been made up of and coming through right here. You know what? It's quite interesting to see these guys going to be able to keep the pace up until the 30th kilometer mark.
Yep, we're at the far end of the Rondebosch Common, and something quite significant is happening now in that the leading group is breaking up slightly. So we know that there are around 9 athletes who are running really well, but if one looks carefully, the tail end of the group is stretching out slightly and 2 athletes have dropped off. So effectively, if one takes the pacemakers out of the equation, we're probably looking at 4 or 5 athletes who are realistically in this race. We have an Ethiopian, 2 Kenyans, and Muang, the South African, all looking exceptionally comfortable. As of yet, no signs of fatigue. And the fact that they're not showing any fatigue at this pace is pretty impressive, because we are, in fact, on South African record pace.
Kilometer e se le tse 25 tseo ba ntseng ba etelletse lebelo pele ba ileng hore ba se ba le ho tsona ke Rondebosch mo teng ho lebelletsweng hore ke nnete dintho di fitla mona di tla hle di etse. Henry Kiplagrat, Elroy Galanta mole Asefa Negewo ke bona ba hlankana ba ntseng ba etelletse lebelo pele ka mora hora metsotso e 10 metsotso e 50 me ho bonahala jwale ka ha hlalosa mosebetsi mmoho le nna are ho bonahala dikgeu ho bonahala ho ba le dikepe ho banna ba ntseng ba etelletse lebelo pele empa ba ntse ba tshwarane ka morethetho le mong o ileng hore ba o neeletswa jwalo ke di pace setters tsa ona tse pedi le yena Gelanta mo le Kiplagat ke mabitso ileng hore re tla hweletsa tsatsing la kajeno he thaba ya Cape Town ntle big T.
Look at that, quite a wonderful, beautiful scenes right now. And of course, you can be able to see that, earlier on we were looking at Sergeant Lebit, and he's not anywhere to be seen right now. And you can see Asef and Kero just trying to really pace and really trying to really close that gap from the pace setters right here, Annie.
Absolutely. I think around the 21-kilometer mark, Lebit actually stepped off the course. He was running at a really brisk pace, but perhaps just slightly ahead of his current level of fitness. And I definitely think he's probably going to be a did not finish for the race. Pretty compact group that we have moving through the backside of the Rondebosch Common now. 1 or 2 of the athletes have drifted off the back of the pace. But if the distance is accurate, this is a remarkably fast pace. They're looking at 1:11:58, 59. To me, it looks like there might be a slight misadjustment in terms of the kilometers run here. But still, if this is accurate, this is on for an exceptionally fast time.
The other surprise is that there's nowhere to be seen. The 2015 winner, Shadrack Kemboy, is nowhere to be seen at the moment because we cannot say something might come up, but we're saying he's here. He might come up, he might not come up. This is Sanlam Cape Town Marathon, a surprise sitting at our whole Children's Hospital, Karo, Cape Town.
Red Cross one, I think quite a wonderful one, and knowing that these are the other scenes that we're really passing through right here, a beautiful scenery from Cape Town right here. You can see from the aerial, shows you can be able to see the leading pack right there, and like we said, somehow it can be like something that we cannot be able to be looking at the fact that we had all those leading guys. Now a mixture of the combination of those coming through, others falling apart, and we're not sure whether it's because of the conditions, because of the cause, we're not sure.
If you look at the pack now, the pack's definitely disintegrating slightly, and undoubtedly Elroy Gelant and Henry are pushing the pace quite substantially, most likely sticking to the pace schedule which they were given. Unfortunately, it seems that the remaining members of the front pack have not followed as closely, and we can see that there's a slight level of disintegration taking place, with 3 athletes clearly moving right in behind the pacemakers, while the trailing 2 are dropping off the pace. So taking away the pacemakers, we're effectively down to 3 athletes in the race for the moment.
basadi le bona ha o sheba jwalo ba ntse ba tla ba tumela mme le bona ba hlile ba bonahala hore ba ikemiseditse hore ba tle ba fihlelle tsena sohle. Mosadi wa bobedi o santse a hlaelletse le yena, o santse a le haufinyana mo teng le yena a ntseng a tla jwalo a tshwere jwalo ka maname jwalo a sefa e leng hore ke yena a ntseng a etella lebelo pele. Empa he ha jwale tjena ho bonahala ho ntse o hlaka di group tse ntseng di le teng di a qhalana, mme jwale ke ntwa wa bonahala hore ho so o fitile jwalo dikilometara tse 25 mo teng bohle ba batlang ho ipabola ka makgabane, ba batlang ho hlahella hore tsohle di tle di hlile di hlake. Gelant and Kiplagat ba etsa mosebetsi o kgabane haholo.
Great stuff indeed, articulated there, and now you can be able to see from the right side of your screen that's the leading woman from the side there, and on the other side on the top left corner of your screen you can be able to see the leading man, the pace setters there. You're talking about Elroy Gelant as well as the man who is really keeping tight, that's Klipgat, and those are the guys. But now, like you said, Annie, you know what, the pack start very well, but when you go down to around 25 and more, or other 25 plus kilometers, you can see that the pack now is this, they're trying to move away from where they were.
I think the pack is disintegrated because the pace is particularly fast. It shows up the weakness of athletes who are not as well conditioned. And if the roadside markers are absolutely correct, we remain under South African record pace. We will remain below 2 hours 10. And naturally, once you start running below 2 hours 10, those athletes who are lesser conditioned are falling off. And we're left with a pretty elite racing pack of 5 athletes, aided by 2 pacemakers. On the right-hand side of the screen, we have Tish in second place, looking remarkably comfortable, and also the ladies are running a fairly brisk pace at this moment.
And I also think what makes this race to be very interesting is it starts very flat, and the more it goes, you can tell that it's going up. So like you said, it always takes out those that are not physically fit enough for the marathon.
At the current point on the route, it's still exceptionally flat. So if one looks at the men's course in particular, or the men's race, basically what they're trying to do, what Elroy is trying to achieve, Elroy and Henry, is that they're trying to build up a little bit of a buffer, because they know that moving through the centre of the city and up through the gardens, the athletes will lose slightly in terms of an average per kilometre speed. So you need a little bit of buffer if you want to break that 209.50. And certainly the group at the front has been given the absolutely perfect launching pad for a potential South African record.
All right, we're gonna be going to Alec right now, standing by. Alec, here we go.
Right, we are getting to the business end of the Cape Town Marathon. Very exciting stuff here with some serious athletes in contention. Of course, Motloko, the guy in the white vest, you will remember him from Two Oceans. He's right in there as well in the picture. Moses Kurgat, a 2:08 marathoner in the Nedbank vest. He's the short guy, also a Kenyan coming back from a doping ban. He could be in contention as well. So a whole host of role players just hovering behind the pace setters. And talking about the value of pace setters, I just want to touch upon this for the viewers at home who wonder, why do you need a pace setter? Well, a pace setter does a couple of things. He breaks the mental concentration of you having to do all the work and wonder what the pace is, and you just switch off. You run with visualization, attach yourself to that pace setter, and you almost switch off and you wait for the final 10 kilometers. The other thing is they also break the wind. Now, the importance of that, you might say, is, but you keep on telling us there is no wind. Well, true, there isn't any, but the energy to displace air is the same as the energy to displace a 10-kilometer headwind. So if there is no wind, a pace setter is sucking up a lot of that energy by displacing still air, and that is absolutely vital for a fast marathon. That's why you will see all the major international city marathons like New York and London and Berlin and so forth, they'll have the pace setters. For the first time, the Cape Town Marathon has got pace setters. For the first time, a marathon in South Africa is having pace setters, and we'll see what the outcome of this is. I do believe we're getting a time of sub 2:10 today, and hopefully a South African record, or South African land-based record. Remember, Gettys has run 2:06 overseas. We're looking for 2:09.50, David Sebi's fastest time on South African soil. Back to our commentators.
Thank you very much, Alec. That's quite wonderful indeed. I think giving us quite advantage and quite a wonderful thing that has been done and has never been done in South Africa for years. We're talking about the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon 2016, and of course introducing the pace setting, or the pace setters who are now leading the pack. Henry Klipkat, who is really one of those pace setters, as well as Elroy Gallant. These are the guys who are really leading the pack, and quite a wonderful thing indeed for the first time ever in the history of marathons in South Africa.
Absolutely. I think that the race record, which was set at 2 hours 10:45, is definitely going to go. And at the current pace, we're basically just debating whether they can actually run below 2:09.50. It's Willie Kibor-Kittel's record at 2:10:45, which was set in 2014. Taking into account that the course is slightly elevated in the last fifth of the course, I think the pacemakers to date have done an excellent job. Elroy, I noticed, has dropped off the pace a little bit and left it to Henry, but I think Elroy did a lot of the early work, and certainly this serves as a good opportunity for him, as he's going to be moving up distance to the marathon in the next year or two. Currently, a very small pack, all running comfortably and looking very efficient.
ke yona thusano e etsahalang o tla hopola already pace setters tsa rona dipedi, mme ha jwale ha o lekola jwalo screening sa o tla fumana hore Kiplagat ke ena ya seng a etelletse jwalo lebelo pele, mme o tla re ha o bone Galante mo a leng teng empa dumela hore dikilometereng tse 20 tse supileng tse eleng hore di se di mathilwe. Galante ke ena na hlile a hula Kiplagat mo le moifo kaofela ha jwale tjena jwalo ka ha o sheba e se ile hora metsotso e 20 le metsotso ana e 15 eo lebelo e se le mathilwe ka yona.
All right, well, thank you very much. And of course, so we can see the pace setters right there. Now, we can be able to see Galant right now, but now it's one of those things that, you know what, even when the marathon goes, you know, some pressure takes its toll. And that's what we experience right now. Like you said, we can't be able to see where Elroy Gallant is.
I think that Elroy Gallant probably had an agreement to go to a certain point, and Henry Kiplagat is obviously the second pacemaker who's taking them on. We have a really, really tight group now with Moyeng, the South African, on the left-hand side of the group. 5 athletes left with a pacemaker, the 2 Kenyans, and definitely this is being run at around 3:02 to 3:03 per kilometer. Pretty impressive pacing, and definitely on cards for a South African record, particularly if you look at how comfortable they're looking as we move to the lead of the ladies race. Cholita Asefo still up front, which is a remarkable pacing performance by her. She's taken a decisive move to the front. She doesn't have the credentials to run at this pace, and yet she's remained the leading woman all the way through the halfway mark of the race, which was at around 1:17:20.
Chalidu started with a high pace, and the question was, will she sustain it? And here she is after over 20 kilometers. She's still sustaining the pace. Hey, I big T Africa Borama.
Well, you can see this is your Robben Island picture from where we are now, not really far away from where we are now. Robben Island, quite a beautiful scene, and of course you can see the backdrop of the Cape Town Stadium together with where Greenpoint is. This is where we at right now here, Ernie.
Absolutely, the shot is taken from the top of Signal Hill, and that's the sporting precinct. With the World Cup Stadium. On the left you see the small new track, which is where the track and field meets are held in the Western Province. As the picture goes back to the ladies leader, still leading pretty comfortably. Chalitu is holding on to a pace which would be around 2 hours 34, 2 hours 35. Not a blindingly fast pace, and in fact relatively slow if one takes into account the quality of the field.
All right, now we're going to be heading straight to Kwena. Kwena, what do you have for us?
That's the ring. That's a proposal live right here on television. Did you expect that, Angela? Huh? Tony, I was waiting here with you, waiting for Angela, and I could see you holding your stomach. You were a bit nervous waiting.
I was out of my mind. I didn't know what to do. I'm out of breath. It's very nervous, yeah.
Well, she said yes. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well, all right. That's Tony and Angela and Tony there. Really a marriage proposal right here at the finish line of the Cape Town Marathon. And this is what it's all about. Beyond the race, beyond the fun, beyond the scenery, a lot of surprises.
All right, well, Gwenaldino, the pastor there, witnessing what has been the greatest moment indeed right here at the Cape Town Marathon right here. You can be able to see right now, she's still leading the pack, Cholita Asefo, and just topping up, with what is happening as a wonderful announcement right here from the Phoenix side.
As the only female commentator, I feel what that woman is feeling right now. Being proposed in front of how many millions watching, that's the best feeling ever. But Annie, let's just talk about this woman. Asefo is keeping the pace. Asefo is on the same route that she started with, where we were questioning ourselves, or questioning that if will she get the pace until the end.
I think it's remarkable, if one looks at the pedigree that she brings to the race, this is much ahead of her previous performances. Not necessarily so much in terms of overall time, but in terms of the quality of the field. Some of the athletes who are running in her wake at the moment have got decidedly better times than her. I'm looking at the Kenyan lady, Kip 2, and South African's own Tanith Maxwell has a 2 hours 32. They are in the wake of this young lady, and she's definitely running the race of her life at the moment. For the moment, there's no sign of biomechanical weakness or deterioration, so she's pulling a definite surprise.
Well, indeed, you can be able to see her just, running comfortably, so she's not really, feeling any pressure of anyhow, but you can be able to see, she has got the men who I think they are quite helping her in a bigger way. Cholita Asefo, she's really taking the lead from the women's side. And I think, when you look at what has been happening throughout, she has been taking the course and she's not even looking behind her shoulder. She's really keeping the race for herself.
Indeed, Big T. Empa fela he ha o ka lekola jwalo mohlankana ka morao se le yona pelo ya hore nkeke ka siwa ke mosadi mpa ho buima ho thata ho anyolosetsa ha ile ba ho a kgonahala hopola hore record e teng e ntsweng ke morwetsana Isabella Ochichi le monse fitileng ya 2:30:20 ke ka ho re lebelletseng hore na ebe o teng morwetsana ya tla etsang sub 2:28 tsatsing la kajeno hore ya tla etse jwalo record e ntjha ya bontate o tla hopola hore ile etsa jwalo ke Willie Kwatile selemong sane sa 2014 ha ne a hapa lebelo lona lena ka 2:10:45 mo re lebelletseng hore tsatsing la kajeno ebe sub 2:10 e tla ba teng na mme ho ya ka mo merero ntse tsa maka teng mo re titoleng ka teng ka Kgelante ha mole ke plakate ba ntseng ba tshwere dintho ka teng ba di etella pele ka teng mohlolo o tla etsahala
re ka dipela phanda na bana Kedzandi mbambe khulele bukuma Sanlam ine ya fano Cape Town ke Sanlam Cape Town Marathon ine o tshila belisa bukuma nangwa huna zwithu zwinji bukuma zwine zwa khou itea khayo araba tshingala belisa tshanduko dzuba hone huna vhana vhane vha phanda vhonekedzaho phanda vhane vhanga vho Elroy Galante Henry Clifford fhedzi ya wana belisa na kasila vhafumakadzi hei mbambe iba mbambe ine I dominate nga vhathu vha bho kha mashango ḓavha. Now we do have got Cheluti Asefa, she's still leading the pack and quite wonderful. I think from their side you can see people sharing her up. That's wonderful. Now after Rondebosch 25 kilometers she's still really looking very strong.
Absolutely, and it's quite interesting that the gentleman next to her is running from the same running club, and I have a sneaky suspicion that he's actually her paid pacer, well, her assistant, and running with her. If you look at her running style, it's interesting that as of yet there are no signs of weakness. She's got a remarkably good arm carriage. Her foot strike is still good. She's still pretty smooth. Her head is very still. Her shoulders aren't rolling. And this is a woman who's running above herself and still performing well.
All right, now we're going to be looking at what's happening at Rondebosch now after 25 kilometers.
Rondebosch Common has a long history as an open space for public use. This valuable 40-hectare block lies in a built-up area surrounded by established homes, schools and hospitals. It is very popular among local residents who can be seen jogging, walking their dogs, exercising and enjoying the open space every day. These 100 hectares of open land hold over 200 species of flora, all of which are native to the Cape. The place is lush with fynbos which is spread throughout the Rondebosch Common, and there are even some types of fynbos that are only found on the common itself. The common is also home to buttercups, irises, arum lilies and gazanias. These are just a tiny example of the vast range of species here. The Rondebosch Common was declared a national monument in 1961 and it still holds that title. Maps from 1807 showed that it was once used as a military encampment by the Dutch and that in 1855 the land became open for public use, with the rector of St. Paul's Church given permission to graze his cows on this land. Slowly and steadily, parts of the land were used for various purposes, and even the esteemed Red Cross Children's Hospital was once a part of the Rondebosch Common. The remaining unused land is now dedicated to the people of Rondebosch and will never be developed.
Leading women still looking really relaxed and comfortable on the back end of Rondebosch. With her pacemaker next to her, Chelita Sefo, definitely going to run something pretty close to a PB for herself. I think, Ewan, this is the surprise of the race so far.
Most definitely, and the Mandela Marathon will still be in her legs, and interesting to see that she's keeping up with this pace. But I think on the main bunch of ladies just behind her, they went through halfway in around about 76, 77 minutes, so that's way out of schedule than what was predicted for them, and conditions perfect today. But the lead men, we have Henry Kiplagat in the Adidas bib there in the front. He's still the pacemaker and looking still very strong at this stage, but the Nedbank Ethiopian athlete just behind him, Asefa Negoa, he was the winner of the Oor Tambo Marathon earlier this year, where they ran at 2:11, but it must be noted that that day the course was very short. They ran about 38, 39 kilometers, but he was third in the recent SA Half Marathon Championships. He ran a 61:56 there, and he's looking very, very relaxed there. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the latter part of this race.
Well, we're back in the 10-kilometer race. And the boss there of SABC Sport is finishing the 10-kilometer race here as well. So good to see some celebrities and a wave there for the camera. Keleto there finishing this this race. And I'm not sure that she knows she's live on TV here, but she gets her moment in the sun as well. And at the finish of this 10-kilometer race there in just under 80 minutes for her as well. Keleto Totleano there. And Kwena is trying to grab her there for a quick interview. And we go to Kwena.
You've just heard from the commentators, of course, they spotted her waving to the cameras earlier on and she thought she will get away. So how was the run?
It was very good. I really enjoyed it. The view is beautiful. I actually regret to have not done the 42.
Yeah, because I remember I trained with you, I think last year we did a quick 10K run together in Durban. Yeah. Your time today, are you happy with it?
I didn't actually time myself. Yeah, I did very well. Yeah. I really think normally when I train, I finish 1 hour 30. So now I really think I did well, and I'm improving, preparing for the Soweto Marathon.
Well, the good thing is you finished way ahead of Francois Pina.
That's very good, and he was right in front. I was seated E, so I was right at the back.
All right, congratulations, good run.
Very, very proud of myself. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, that's Keleto Totlanya from SABC Sport. She is our boss, so I had to grab her, but let's go back to Alec.
Well, we're probably 30 odd kilometers or close to 30 kilometers into the race, and the pace setter Henry Kiplagat has done a fantastic job after the wonderful job done by Elroy Gallant, and it's coming down now to the business end. You can see the race starting to spread out in single file. Just behind Kiplagat, we've got Asefo Ngewu from Ethiopia. He's run in South Africa very often. We saw him in the SA Half Marathon Championships in Port Elizabeth a month or so ago. Just behind him is Barnabas Kiptum of Kenya. He, of course, won the Durban City Marathon in 2014. So these are guys who are seasoned raiders into South Africa looking for the big bucks. And you'll see that Kiplagat will probably pull over shortly as the pace setter. Then it's going to come down to, obviously, the two main protagonists at the moment, Ngewu and Barnabas Kiptum. Also in the just off the pace is Emmanuel Tirop, the guy who finished second in the Durban City Marathon. The 2 Motlokoa, he pulled his hamstring. It looks like he grabbed his hamstring earlier and pulled over to the side of the road, so I'm not sure if he's still there. And of course Tabiso Moeng, one of the top South Africans in the mix as well. So these guys are really running hard now. We've gone past the Sports Science Institute. Of course, the Sports Science Institute, made famous by Professor Tim Noakes. Most will know him because of the Banting diet, but I, as a sportsman, and many other prominent South African sportsmen, we know Professor Tim Noakes because of the contribution he has made to sports science, and particularly road running in this country. He had a lot to do with the likes of Bruce Fordyce and Bernard Rose in the years gone by, and what a great contribution he's made to sport, to science, and even to the nutrition field in South Africa. So back to our commentators and the final 10 or 12 kilometers of this exciting Sanlam Cape Town Marathon.
Well, the athletes there going through the Mowbray area, heading up to Observatory, and Henry Kiplagat just finishing his pacemaking duties as well. We saw Elroy Gallant drop off after about 25 kilometers. Kiplagat taking them all the way through to just over 30 kilometers. And now it's these men by themselves, the leaders out front, chasing a potential record there. And we will be back with them right after this.
Experience BASF when you create, play, connect, share, protect, nourish, and learn. Because although you might not notice us, our solutions are helping you make the most of your everyday life. That's why at BASF we create chemistry.
Oh, the leading men there, Asefa Kiplagat right out in front. And the pacemaking duties have been done in the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon for 2016. And now it's the final stretch, the final quarter of this race. And the hard work being left to these men. They've had good pacemaking up to now. They've got to keep up this pace. They're, of course, chasing the various records. The course record, the fastest time on South African soil for a non-aided course is 2:09 by David Sebe. And maybe even that aided time of Zitulele Sinkwe of 2 hours 8 minutes.
Definitely, and it's interesting to see that Kiplagat, the pacemaker, he was supposed to go up to 30 kilometers. I think that he's now going to stay in this race and challenge them. He was looking very, very comfortable, and you saw that just after the 30-kilometer mark, he went to the back of the pack. There he is, just behind these guys, and it's going to be interesting to see. We've seen it sometimes before in the big city marathons where the pacemakers have actually gone to win the race, and it's going to be very interesting to see if the Kiplagat can stay in this. But Negawa, the Ethiopian in the colours of Nedbank, looking very strong, but he's got two Kenyans for company. Barnabas Kiptum, one of them a 2:14 winning time earlier this year in Durban, and definitely at this pace still running around that 2:08 mark, and it's going to be a very, very fascinating race after we get past 35 kilometers.
Well, Ernie, we were talking earlier about the heart rate monitors these athletes use, and of course they're going past the Groote Hospital now, where the very first heart transplant was done quite a few years ago by Professor Chris Barnard, and there is a picture of that Groote Hospital as we look at it from the sky, and the athletes running through that area right now.
South Africa has always had a very proud history in the medical sciences.
Groote is one of Cape Town's premier tertiary academic hospitals and was officially opened in 1938. December 3rd, 1967 marked one of the greatest moments in medical history: the world's first heart transplant. A team led by Professor Christian Nyetling Barnard performed the operation in the Charles Saint Theatre of Cape Town's Groote Hospital in Observatory. That historical surgery put the hospital on the world map, making it internationally renowned as the training ground for some of South Africa's best doctors, surgeons and nurses. On December 3rd, 2007, the Heart of Cape Town Museum within the hospital was opened, marking the 40th anniversary of the heart transplant by Christian Barnard. The museum honors those who played a major role in a surgical feat that pushed the boundaries of science into the dawn of a new medical era. A and B theatres are the original general surgery theatres used for the first transplant. They remain laid out to create a fully authentic representation of the pioneering operation. Currently, Groote is an acclaimed research institution and is world-renowned for its trauma unit, anesthesiology and internal medicine departments. The hospital attracts many visiting medical students, residents and specialists each year who come to gain experience in various fields. In 1996, the hospital was declared a Western Cape Provincial Heritage Site.
Well, in the background there, Henry Kiplagat now falling off this pace. He was the pacemaker for 30 kilometers of this race, and now he has fallen back. He's no longer in charge of keeping the pace, but it looks like he's going to try and finish this marathon as Sefa Negewu from Ethiopia leading them out very, very fast at the moment, with Kiptum right there next to him. The two Kenyans sticking there with the Ethiopian, and keeping this pace up very, very nicely, and still no sign of the defending champion Shadrach Kemboi in this race.
None whatsoever, Arno. And I think the most positive aspect of these three athletes together is that it's not an athlete who's isolated on his own. And the fact that the leading athlete, the Ethiopian, is pushing the pace will be encouraging for those two athletes who are with him. The important thing is that when you're running 3 or 4 together, there's still energy left. You know, the pace can be accelerated and again as the athletes try to challenge each other. And at this point in the race, that's exactly what we need to ensure a high probability of a new South African record, is having 3 or 4 really high quality athletes together and pushing along, Kieran.
Definitely, and we saw that Benin Moeng and Kolisa Tiali from South Africa were up there for around about the first 18 to 19 kilometers. So that tempo obviously a bit too fast for them. We saw the lead men go through halfway in under 64 minutes. So very, very fast prediction if they can keep that up for the second half. But you see that prize money, 265,000 Rand for first. And it's a lot of money for just over 2 hours of work. But it must be mentioned it's very, very hard work. And interesting to see that amongst these three athletes now, it's normally the Ethiopians who tend to hold back and let the Kenyans do the work, and then they normally out-sprint them at the end. But it's all about Asefa here doing this hard work.
It's almost become a two-man race now, Kewan. The Ethiopians definitely leading with, I think it's Kip 2 on the right-hand side of the screen. They've made a little bit of a surge, and it could be that it's become a two-horse race. And I think at the pace that they're moving now, if the two of them can accelerate from this pace, we're in for a pretty brisk time.
Wel, hoeveel keer het ons het al gesien in die verlede, Ethiopië en Kenia wat mekaar die stryd aansê, hier ook in die Kaapstad Marathon, en die rekord agter die naam van Willie Kibor Koitile van Kenia, en dit is 2 jaar gelede, daai 2 ure 10 minute en 45 sekondes, en dit is een van die rekords wat hulle jaag hierdie jaar, natuurlik ook die 209 van David Tsebe, en die organiseerders wat probeer het om hierdie route so vinnig as moontlik te maak, en ook uitstekende weersomstandighede, and you can see there how fast these men are running, 22 minutes, or rather 22 kilometers per hour, and that translates to faster than 3 minutes a kilometer as they go down this downhill. And if you want to translate that to lots of people understand the park run terms, we're looking at 15 minutes on a park run over a 5k course. So these men are really moving on this downhill as they go to the Woodstock area, District 6. And in the last stretch of this race, the last 7 kilometers, and this is really where they need to start pushing.
I think this could be the decisive break of the race. Negewa is looking really good. He looks comfortable. His foot strike is good. His arm carriage is good. No shoulder roll. He's looking really relaxed. And the gap is growing 5-10 meters. It could well be the decisive break. I mean, the top three are still remarkably close together, but this is definitely the first decisive push, Kewan.
Well, I thought the same thing about 5 or 10 minutes ago when you were looking at Kiptum and Asefa next to each other. Asefa definitely looking the more comfortable of the two. He's got a lot of spring in his step. He's staying there on his toes and really pushing hard up the slight incline that they're going up now. It's actually pretty flat there as they're running and leaving the Kenyans behind.
Definitely, and we saw Asefa and the second place athlete Kiptum there both miss their bottles at that personal feeding station there, so that's going to be a little bit detrimental to them. We hope not too much, but this is definitely a decisive break now. Asefa running way under 3 minutes a kilometer right now to make this break, but Barnabas himself could come back here. He won the Durban Marathon earlier this year in atrocious conditions. It was so windy and very heavy rain there, but it must be remembered that he ran 2:14 there that day, and these guys now currently still on that 2:08 pace.
Kewan, let's talk about those water bottles for a minute, or rather not water bottles. They might have something completely different than water in them. For your average marathon runner, you pick up the water that's provided by the race organizers, a bit of Coke here and there. For these guys, it's very scientific. I mean, it's worked out exactly what you need when. How detrimental would that be, missing your bottle?
I think for these guys, it may even be more in the mind. They believe that it works for them. They use it in their long runs and their training. They all have different substances in them. Some might have some extra, energy gels around the bottles. So it's more of a mind thing to be affected, but it works for them in training, and it definitely needs to be used in the race. And I think there's around 4 or 5 of those elite feeding stations along the course. And missing one is not too much of a problem, but when you start missing more than one, it becomes a problem. And definitely at this late stage into the race, you don't want to be missing out on your personal bottles.
Well, interact with us on social media. You can tweet using that hashtag Cape Town Marathon or CPT Marathon 2016. Perhaps you've run the 10 kilometers, you're back in a hotel watching us on a TV. Please interact with us. Give us your experiences of this race today. As you can see, it's still beautiful conditions here in Cape Town, and we'll be back with the 2016 Sanlam Cape Town Marathon right after this ad break.
You're watching history in the making as we build Africa's major. This is our home. This is our race. The Sanlam Cape Town Marathon.
Ons wil almal die lewe teen 100% leef. Centrum Active is 'n multivitamiin met ginseng en verhoogde B-vitamiene wat breinkrag en fisiese uithouvermoë help ondersteun. Centrum Active, wat jou help om jou aktiewe lewe teen 100% te leef.
Let me tell you about a girl who know. She is my baby and she lives next door. Every morning before the sun comes up, she brings my coffee in my favorite cup. That's why I know.
Enjoy the delicious aroma in every cup of Jacob's Kroning. Introducing the new Jacob's Kroning Economy Pack. Bigger pack, better value.
When I was young, I used to love playing video games. But back then, we only had buttons. None of this virtual stuff.
We only had 3D.
I didn't like 3D. It used to hurt my eyes.
Looks dangerous.
Meet the future today with Telkom and Business Connection.
There is justice in South Africa. Pick up the phone and call Clientele Legal. We have tough, qualified lawyers standing by to assist you.
From only 140 Rand a month, you can have access to superior legal services 24 hours a day.
All Clientele Legal plans include a bail benefit. Should you be arrested, we will go to the police station on your behalf and pay the bail.
Join Clientele Legal today.
SMS cover to 41446. We'll call you back.
Hello, can I please have some bread? Yes.
Timing goes.
Well, the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon of 2016 still underway here, and we're with the second and third placed runners, the two Kenyans. You're chasing a safer out front as we see a few breakups of our picture, unfortunately. That is the finish. The beautiful Cape Town Stadium, Greenpoint Stadium. You can see the blue there on the left of the athletics track. And we're not finishing in either one of those stadiums, actually, but right close to them across the road in what they call the Greenpoint A Stadium these days, Ernie.
Absolutely. This is position 2 and 3. They've basically dropped off the leading pace, but they've joined each other, and it's obviously easier to run. Once you're losing the pace, two guys can work well together. And it doesn't look like they're closing the gap at all, but they're still looking really comfortable. But perhaps the leader's gone and the decisive tactical move has been made.
Definitely, and I think that's a very fast pace that we saw in the beginning with Galant and them going through. I think it was around about 63.40 odd through halfway. It's really catching up to these athletes now, and you can see that the pace that these two Kenyan athletes are running at now, definitely not 2:08, even 2:09 pace. And it's going to be interesting to see how far Safer is in front of these guys and whether they'll be able to maintain that pace, because a lot can happen, especially over the last 5 kilometers. You can be running 2:08 pace and finish way over 2:10. So we see that Emmanuel now, just on that slight little incline, opening a little bit of a gap there to Barnabas, who as I mentioned earlier, was the winner of the Durban Marathon in May this year. So it's going to be interesting to see what also happens behind them, because the guys who didn't go with that earlier pace could come through for the minor podium spots towards the end.
Well, Barnabas kept him there, put in a bit of a surge, but now he's been caught again by his teammate. But the news is that Asefa out front has really opened up this gap. It's a very, very big gap that he's opened up in a very short space of time. You can see there Asefa just on the right of your picture, a little figure about there to go underneath some trees. And on the left, going through that intersection, it is the two men we've been watching on screen. and that gap is growing very fast, exponentially, as they carry on with this race, which means Safa's probably got this in the bag unless something terrible happens to him from here on out.
My sense is, Arno, we're probably looking at 80 meters to 100 meters, so maybe 18 to 20 seconds at the speed they're running. And I think the big question that needs to be answered now is, have they sufficient cushion in the bag? Because we all know that the last stretch of this course actually contains some inclinations, a few climbs, and also contains a few sharp turns. So we're hoping they've got 45, 50 seconds in the bag. They're at 36.1 kilometers and they're going through 1 hour 50, which places them at still ahead of record pace, according to my chart. They had to go through 35 k's in 1:46.40 to be sub 2 hours 9:30, and it looks like they're pretty much on that if the road markings are correct.
Yeah, well, they're very close to it at least, and but the pace is slowing a bit, especially for these two men, and we want to give you some idea of what this gap looks like. So we're going to perhaps speed up here and go from them to the leader, and you can have a great idea of what the gap looks like, what these two men are seeing in front of them as we get to Safa, who's leading this race. There it is, the gap between the man in front, who's looking extremely strong up this slight incline, and as Ernie said, a lot of twists and turns towards the end here, and he's trying to maintain this pace. He's really pushing it at this stage and trying to get the various records on offer here, and of course that 265,000 rand prize money for the first place.
For 1 hour, just under 1 hour 52 minutes into the race, and your race leader at this stage, Asefa Nego, through 37 kilometers in the just under 1:52. So he's on a good pace there, and it's going to be interesting to see what the finish time will be at the end, but definitely slipping away from that 2:08. But I wouldn't say he's got the race in the bag yet. Emmanuel Tirop and Barnabas Kiptum, your two Kenyans, just behind there. And Asefa, although he is from Ethiopia, bases himself in Johannesburg. He's been here for a few months this year. He came third in the SA Half Marathon Championships, running a 61:56 there, and was the winner of the Orotambo Marathon earlier this year in May. So it's going to be interesting to see once they get along to the Sea Point Promenade whether that gap can decrease, or whether he's got enough to keep it in for the finish.
You're right, Kieran. We basically have two stories developing here. Can the gap be closed? And does the leader have sufficient cushion to actually break the South African record? And the two stories actually materializing at the same time, I know.
Well, there's the leader, Safa. You can still see the chasing athletes. Look like this gap is growing slightly. But of course, with a unique perspective on this, Alec Riddle up in the helicopter.
Yeah, hi Arno. I must say that obviously you guys looking at it from a camera on the ground, the gap looks a lot bigger and very difficult to see the depth. We're seeing a very different race from above here, because Asefa had opened the gap to about 12 or 13 seconds, and Barnabas Kiptum and Emmanuel Tirop seem to be working together. They've got it back down to about 9 seconds. So I estimate about 50 meters. This race is far from over. It's an absolutely fantastic race that's going on here between the Ethiopian running in the colours of Nedbank. Of course, Nick Bester will be shouting at the top of his voice, and then the two Kenyans in the yellow vest. Craig Fry is assisting them for the ground. He's been giving me some great info. It's a fantastic team effort, a race like this, the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon. Fantastic team effort with the production from the cameraman and everybody else. We're bringing great pictures from the helicopter with Warren as pilot, and we're seeing a great race. But I do not think that Ngewa has got this cold, because when you open a gap of 12 seconds and it stabilizes and then starts to come 1 or 2 seconds per kilometer, it means the Kenyans may still have something left over those final 4 or 5 kilometers. So exciting finish on the cards here. Back to you,
Well, it certainly is, Alec. Thank you very much. And you can see there on your screen, the two yellow vests of the two Kenyans have separated by quite a bit. They were working together, but one of them has decided to actually take the pace out and try and catch up to Asefa there in front. But it is still safer, and this is where marathons are won or lost. I mean, the first 35 or 36 kilometers these athletes handle very easily, and here you find out if today is your day or not, and whether you still have the legs to complete these last 5 kilometers. And it seems like it's easy. I mean, it's a park run away for them now, but still, this is where it's hard. After 37 kilometers in your legs, now the hard work starts, and it makes or breaks you.
Absolutely, and I think in this particular route, the toughness of the race is exacerbated by the fact that the inclines are all in the last 5 or 6 kilometers, Kewan. And I must say that the leader is still looking really solid, good biomechanics, good foot strike. He's looking exceptionally comfortable and perhaps handling the inclinations better than anybody else on the course, which leads me to believe that the South African record is still potentially on the cards.
Definitely, he's really handling this well. He has to do the last 5 kilometers in around, or 5.2 kilometers actually, in around 16 minutes to break that 209 barrier. So he's looking behind, which means that he is feeling not so fresh anymore. The 2 Kenyan athletes behind him have also broken up now. That's Barnabas and Emmanuel. So I think definitely from behind the chase is on, and it will be interesting to see behind position 3 what's going on in the race. As I saw that going through the 37-kilometer mark, the first South African at that stage was Desmond Mokokobu, who in the Cape Town Marathon 2 years back was the SA Marathon champion, running 2:16. He went through that 37k mark in around 1:55. So definitely running a pace of around 2:11, 2:12 for him. And just behind him, Benedict Moeng, who was with the earlier group coming through. But they're coming through the Parliament side now, and the race definitely hotting up. I don't think the race is set in motion for SAFA. It's going to be really hard to hold off the Kenyans.
Well, that's very true, and you saw an example there of the tight twists and turns towards the end of this race. I guess the one advantage that SAFA has there, every time he goes around a corner, you can actually look back quite easily and see how far the chasing group, or in this instance rather, the chasing man is. But very difficult, especially on that one downhill. You saw how much he had to brake and slow down to take that turn, and that does lose you a few seconds towards the end of this race, especially on tired legs. But it is SAFA still maintaining that lead, although it looks like it's shrinking now with the Kenyan there behind him chasing him down.
They're moving through the gardens now, and from here on typically the course is mostly downhill, but you are right, Arno, the gap has closed up decisively. And I think the most encouraging aspect of this is 2 athletes working together and pushing each other for a leading position in order to win the race gives us perhaps the opportunity to see the time we want to see. From the top of the gardens, it should be a downhill run back towards the sea, which means that the pace should accelerate slightly from now, Kewan.
Definitely, I think the pace will definitely accelerate as we see the Kenyan athlete has definitely closed that gap to SAFA. If I'm not mistaken, that's Emmanuel Tirop, the Kenyan athlete who only has a 2:14 marathon best. So he's running well over his capabilities here, and it's going to be a massive personal best for Emmanuel. And who knows, he might even walk away with the victory today.
Well, we're talking about how tough this last few kilometers can be, and it seems to be really catching up to SAFA now, as Emmanuel Tirop right behind him. And SAFA, he looked so good 10 minutes ago, and now he looks like he's really struggling. Legs just not wanting to cooperate here, and he's almost relinquishing the lead there and admitting defeat as the Kenyan passes him around that bend. And that might have been well, we're talking so much about decisive moments, but maybe that is the last one of this Cape Town Marathon.
I think the challenging thing for the Ethiopian was that his decisive break came just ahead of a position on the course where there were a number of inclines, and so towards the tail end of a marathon one can get caught out. If you make a break on a flat route, you generally have a pretty good feeling of how you are, and you can make an assessment of how your body's feeling. But it's quite tough if you still have to climb over a few challenging little inclines. It's not that they're remarkably steep, but they're just at the wrong time in the race to actually hurt you. Yet here we see the lead changing hands again. So this is undoubtedly the most exciting race we've had in the Cape Town Marathon since its inception.
Well, SAFA not giving up yet. He's gone back past Emmanuel Tirop, and up this little incline he's pushing hard, and now it looks like it's Tirop whose legs are giving way, and it's very, very difficult to say between these two men. And SAFA looked good, and then 2 minutes ago he looked like he was completely out of it, but now he's pushing up this hill, and so much strength as Tirop just doesn't seem to have the strength to keep up with him. I'm waiting to see the next downhill if the Kenyan's going to be faster on that again, Kewan.
Definitely, it's really a cat and mouse game here in the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon, and it's interesting to note that whenever there is an uphill, it's SAFA always who's the strongest. He broke away on the uphill stages, and whenever they come back to the downhill stages, Emmanuel, a fairly tall Kenyan by Kenyan standards as well, is the one who comes back. And you can see that as soon as they made that right-hand turn, they're back on a downhill now, and it's Tirop who's coming back back at Asefa, and Asefa grimacing again in pain. So the downs are definitely hurting Asefa, but unfortunately for him, there's not many uphills left of the race.
Well, of course, we were talking about the different muscles you use, whether you run flat or up or down. And of course, on a downhill, those quadriceps really come into play. So maybe Asefa has got some niggles or some pains that he feels on the downhills and not so much on the uphills. And where Tirop just uses those long legs to stretch out on the downhills and again go past Asefa. So it really is the course playing a role here. And I often wonder with these athletes, especially from other countries, how well they know the course before they run on it. And as Ernie mentioned, the last part of this course, lots of up and down hills, lots of twists and turns, and the lead changing constantly. Exciting race here, Alec Riddle.
Fantastic views from up here. Fantastic views from up here in the helicopter. We saw Emmanuel Tirop close in on Asefa. He took the lead, and the Ethiopian looked like he might be done and dusted, but he certainly wasn't. He came back for more. He took the lead, and again, Tirop has now taken the lead. So now we're at the real business end of this marathon. Physiologically, they both are broken. Those legs, the muscle breakdown is immense. It now all comes down to the psychological. Who's got the strongest mind? Who's going to dig the deepest? And who's got the most belief in themselves? It's going to be a fantastic finish, and what a great run. So let's go back to our commentators as they're heading down back towards the precinct where the finish will be taking place. Anybody's race, fantastic race. The champions of Africa, Ethiopia versus Kenya.
Wel, Ethiopië teen Kenya inderdaad, soos hulle gaan oor die brug, nuwe brug wat gebou is. En die twee atlete daar op die oomblik, die Keniaan Emmanuel Tirop wat vooruit loop reg agter hom Asefa, en dit lyk of Asefa sukkel met die afdraandes en Tirop beter is, maar op die opdraandes is dit weer Asefa. Nie een van die twee mans het reeds opgegee nie, en hulle het so wat 3 kilometer om te gaan in hierdie marathon, en hulle jaag nog steeds natuurlik die marathonrekord, die vinnigste marathon op Suid-Afrikaanse bodem, as ook prysgeld van R265.000 vir die atlete. En ons sien nou weer Asefa wat weer die gaping bietjie toemaak op die Keniaan Tirop, soos hulle ook verby nog 'n draai gaan, en baie naby die einde van die marathon nou.
Probably around 7 minutes of running left, and I think that the race is so tight that it's almost impossible to determine who's going to take the first place. It would seem that if this persists for another 3 or 4 minutes, we're basically going to have a situation where it's going to depend on a sprint, Kewan, and obviously that's always pretty difficult to call. We know historically that the Ethiopians have very good leg turnover on a final sprint, whereas the Kenyans are much greater strength sprinters and tend to go from a longer way out.
Definitely, and we see Asefa back into the lead now. Tirop, his legs look a lot heavier than Asefa. It's those downhills that he uses, those long loping strides to catch up to Asefa. But this is a really huge cat and mouse game. It's going to be interesting to see what finish time we get. I think the early pace was really, really fast, and it's really catching up to them now. So if they can break that 2:10, it will be very, very good. But I definitely think we're going to see a course record today. Willie Kotile, that 2:10.45 back in 2014. I think that will get broken. But you know, it's getting tactical now, and it's interesting to see that Asefa is still trying to break Tirop. And if it comes down to a sprint finish, it's going to be, as we've seen before many times, Arnold, an Ethiopian versus a Kenyan. Total domination from the East Africans today.
Well, at the moment it looks like two very different tactics between these two athletes. Asefa is digging deep, he's mentally hanging in there, where it looks like Tirop is just kind of going with the flow, trying to hang on to Asefa, not working as hard, but maybe not having as much left. Although now Tirop just with a slight downhill, maybe again pushing it. Asefa doesn't have too much left, and it really looks like Asefa is hurting. You can see the grimace on his face there. Tirop looking a lot more comfortable. And we go back to Alec Riddle, the final stages of this race.
Yeah, it's really getting exciting, certainly from up here. I hope our viewers are excited. I know the organisers and Ilana Meyer and company will be very excited about what the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon is producing. It's come down to a head-to-head duel, no quarter asked or given between Asefa Ngewu and Emmanuel Tirop. Of course, it's going to come down to experience as well as who's got the most basic speed. It's psychological, it's physiological, But I would think that Assefa has got the more experience. He's got a 28:41 10K and a 61 half marathon. Tirop, we don't have as much information on him. He did run 2:16 in the Durban City Marathon for second earlier this year, but he is the guy who's made the move. He's closed the gap. Good. He is the guy who was hunting Assefa down. It's now the two of them, and we're into probably the final mile or so. Very, very exciting finish on the cards. I'll leave Arno and the guys to bring it home.
Well, the mental strength that Assefa is displaying here is something to behold. He looks like he's out of it. He looks like he's in pain and grimacing, and then he just finds something within himself. Another burst of speed takes him past the Kenyan again. And again, it's interesting to note, if you can see the inclines of the road, whenever it's a slight incline, Assefa seems to have the advantage, and whenever it's a slight decline, it's the Kenyan Tirop. But at the moment, that gap growing again. I'm not prepared to call this just yet, Ernie, but it looks like Tirop will have a lot of work to do now to catch back up to Assefa.
Undoubtedly, as they move into the sports complex, there is a slight little downhill, which obviously will favour Tirop if our previous comments are proved valid. But the lead from the Ethiopian is pretty good now, and with a few hundred meters to go, the break, 30-40 meters, might well be decisive. I know we've said that previously, but I'm going to put my head down and say this is the break that's won the race.
Yeah, you're a braver man than I am at this stage, because we've said that. We've seen this gap open up to 10 or 12 seconds, only for it to come right back down again. And but it looks like Assefa digging deep here. He's looked like he's given up once or twice, but every time he finds a little bit more, where Tirop just gives me the impression that he's just trying to hang in there. And it's worked for him, but he doesn't seem to have quite the mental strength there of the Ethiopian to find something else within himself, Kieran.
Definitely looks a lot heavier than Assefa. Those legs are really shot from making those brave attempts on the downhill, and I'm going to agree with Ernie here. I think Assefa's got this in the bag now. Probably around about a kilometer or so to go, so it's going to be interesting to see if he can still break that 2 hours and 10 minutes, but definitely on pace for a course record. And he's going to be 265,000 Rand richer, and not bad for just over 2 hours of work. And I mean, he bases himself in Johannesburg with his coach Pele Hagos, and with his win at the Orotambo Marathon earlier this year and his third place at the SA Half Marathon Champs, he's made close to R500,000 over the past 6 months. Not bad at all.
Well, Assefa bringing it home now, and you can see him coming around the bend there. And Kieran, I know you say it's only worth 2 hours, worth 265,000 Rand. Let's just be honest here. This is a year worth of training, if not more, with these guys. They put in a lot of hard hours on the road, as anybody who's run a marathon would know. It's a daily training and hours on the road, and this is where it pays off for Assefa. As he approaches the finish here, he's still grimacing, still digging deep, and if anything, it looks like Emmanuel Tirop's coming back at him a little bit again. And this race is not quite done yet, but I don't think Tirop has what it takes to pass and beat the Ethiopian at this stage.
And while I'm giving him the victory, I'm also going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that in my view he's going to break the South African record. He's going to run below 2 hour 9:50, which will be a remarkable performance. We haven't seen a time that fast domestically for many years, Kieran.
Yes, definitely. Assefa is definitely going to take this title. It's around about 150 meters still to go for him. He's going to make a left-hand turn, and then he will become your 2016 Sanlam Cape Town City Marathon winner, and definitely running faster than that non-aided course of David Tsebe from 1990, that 2:09:50, and a great victory here by Assefa, the Ethiopian, in the colours of Nedbank. 2 hours 8 minutes and 41 seconds, unofficially your winner.
That's Assefa that takes 2 hours 8 minutes, and looks like about 37 seconds, and that is the fastest unaided run on South African soil, breaking that record of David Tsebe, also taking the course record, of course, of 2 hours 10 minutes and 45 seconds for Willie Kibor Poetile from Kenya. And Emmanuel Tirop coming here. In fact, he's already finished. That's Barnabas Kiptum coming through now in the third place. And he takes that last left in the third place. Kenyan there coming in, as we've seen the Ethiopian Assefa taking that. And Kenya number 2 and 3, and all three of these men underneath the previous course record. So only the turns, the twists, the changes made to the course seems to have aided it, not to mention the weather today in Cape Town. It's a great day for marathon running, and these men have shown us exactly what they can do. And excellent to see these kind of times on South African soil.
I agree with you, Arno, and I think the pacemaking also was excellently done. I think that they basically made the race over the first 25 to 30 Ks.
And it's a very, very good run here by the fourth place finisher coming through, Motloka and Kabutlane, former winner of the Two Oceans Marathon. He came third there this year. So this is an ultra distance runner coming through down, stepping down actually into the marathon. And he's got a PB of 2:13. So he's going to smash that. And hopefully he can get under 2:11. There's still a bit of a run into the finish here. But your second place finisher, Emmanuel Tirop, running a PB of more than 6 minutes. His personal best coming from the Tel Aviv Marathon in 2014, and he's going to be very happy with that Tour 8, even though he didn't get the victory today.
Well, Motloka and Kabutlane coming in here as the first South African. Of course, he's going to get, sorry, Kieran's correcting me there. He's from Lesotho, of course, yeah. The man from Lesotho coming through here, still waiting for the first South African. Of course, extra prize money for that person as well, but fourth place. And Motloka and Kabutlane finishing strong in this race as well. And it's a day for records. Lots of personal bests we saw in the 10-kilometer run for both the men and the women. And here in the men's marathon, he finishes like he's running a 5K on the track, kind of sprint finish there for the fourth place finisher, as he's just over 2 hours 11 minutes.
Kieran called it spot on. He basically called it as a sub 2:11. And I think the most encouraging aspect of this race is that it indicates the depth of the field, and it looks, is that Elroy Galant coming through?
No, that's the first South African now, Desmond Mokobu, coming through, the athletes in the colours of Boxer, and that's also going to be a huge PB of over 5 minutes. Back in 2014, he was the first South African as well in the Cape Town Marathon, running a 2:16 that day and running 2:11 today, and very, very interesting to see. I think we're going to see a lot of surprises in the top 10. We never saw him at all in the first half of the race, and coming through as we see the Kenyan athlete now, Moses Kogat, a Kenyan who bases himself in Pretoria. He's been here for over a year as well, and he was also part of that early lead group. So hanging on to finish, probably run around about 2:12, 2:13, and the time's very fast today.
I think the interesting thing is that once they fell off the pace, the level of destruction today, Kieran, has been much less. I actually assumed that once they fell off, because a number of them fell off quite early, that you would expect that they would have drifted back to 2 hours 13, 2 hours 14, and yet they haven't, which basically shows that the field has been well assembled. It's a quality field, and also that in retrospect, given the fact that the weather conditions were perfect, the pace was actually quite spot on. It wasn't overdone. You know, if you look at the final times we've had, pacemakers did an excellent job, and rather than the situation we had last year, the front runners definitely took advantage of the weather and will be remunerated for it in terms of time bonuses and naturally, you know, winning in first and second and third.
Definitely, you couldn't ask for better conditions here in Cape Town today. No wind at all. And it's interesting to see, as you mentioned, after that pacemaker stepped out, that the guys actually did keep to the pace and it didn't become so tactical, even though we saw that cat and mouse game between Tirop and Asefa, the Ethiopian and Kenyan, who were first and second. But beautiful pictures here from where we are at the finish, the Greenpoint A1 track, just next to the Greenpoint Stadium, and beautiful conditions here. 2:13 for Moses Kogat. He's a 2:08 marathon runner, so just showing you conditions for him, maybe not as perfect today.
Well, still a great run by him, as the athletes are finishing really fast at the moment, and we're waiting for the first women, of course, to come through a bit later as well, in about 20 minutes time, and see if they can get that record of Isabella Ochichi. But the top 10 men finishing extremely fast here. Good times for lots of these runners, but perfect conditions. Great fast course this year, and the athletes finishing thick and fast at the moment coming through here.
And Shamil finishing there, and it's important to note, Kieran, that all of these athletes are under the 2 hour 16 monetary bonus, you know, which just goes to show you that if athletes are given the right incentive, the times will come.
Definitely, and we saw that that was Benedict Moeng, the second South African through there, and also now Kolisa Tiali, who's actually trained and coached by Hendrik Romalo, who's also running in the field today. They trained down in Zoo Lake up in the Johannesburg region, and this is also going to be a PB for Kolisa. And must remember that because they're running under the bronze label time, they'll also pick up an extra 10,000 Rand per finisher.
Yeah, so good prize money on offer for these athletes. Kolisa Tiali coming through there, and as Kewan mentioned, his coach Henrik Ramala also in this race. You can see there the tired legs, and you just never know when that's going to hit you in a marathon. Sometimes you feel fine finishing, and sometimes you can hardly stand up. But last year, Henrik Ramala was the top finisher in the age 40 to 49 category, and I'd be interested to see if he can manage that again this time around. As we look there at the finish area, beautifully set out by the organizers here for the athletes to come into, and really great. And I feel it's got a nice intimate feel to it. Opened up a bit of a gap there over the other runners, and you can see they're also pushing very hard towards the end of this race.
Well, this is very interesting to see that Tish Jones is leading the women's race in the colours of KPMG there. She's a great British athlete, but she's actually based in Cape Town, and earlier this year ran the Two Oceans Marathon, the 56-kilometre distance, and although she didn't have a great time there, she ran through injury. She is a 240-odd marathon runner, so beautiful conditions for her, and she's taken full advantage of them today. We saw Cheletu Asefa, the Ethiopian, in the colours of Nedbank, that really took it out there in the beginning, and it's now Tish Jones that finds herself in the lead with the Ethiopian with the 2:29 best just behind her. So I also think that the race not so over yet. 2 hours 16 minutes into the race, and the women running through the City Hall region there, so they've also got 5 kilometers to go, so definitely no chance of a sub 2:30 finish here today, and the women not taking advantage of the pace like the men did.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I don't think Tish Jones is capable of running that 2 hours 30-minute record time, so with her in the lead, we're probably looking somewhere more than region of a 2:34 for the winning time here. But it's still a great run for her. But Chalitsu Asefa taking the pace out fast early on. We thought it might be too fast, especially after that Nelson Mandela Day marathon that might still be in her legs of a couple of weeks ago, and it seems to have proven too much for her. I'd be interested to see where Lebogang Palula is in her debut marathon, but at the moment it's Tish Jones looking very comfortably and relaxed, and smiling every now and then, so it looks like she's having a great time out in the streets of Cape Town, Big T.
Keso ndi musiri kulabar sambambe ini ya Cape Town Marathon ungamba ngango ho zoru suka shida road ba wana ba nabano suka ho hune banga abaza ko rona ugina mbambe he no ngandre yebra ko rabar sangayo Robert Savira umborosco kamsi ingafeze ko bambe ine yanga wili wanga fasia 2.8 kana ngafasi 2.9 zo zo itengo raro ndinga zoro kono bona zidu zya zabude bukuma kamba mbambe he no ara bala bele sakuru rubando la bude bukuma ro Cape Town Stadium hapo ngatungo wana ba kovo dani pala Green Point Stadium ndi hapo na vahone pezia wana bele saka himba mbeso sino rondi ba wana ba wini bale ba bambe ini ya Cape Town Marathon ini ba 2016 aneba panda obamsona Asefa negeu oshubanga ndele kama zonga manda pezia achikutebelo ngabana maboka shangola Kenya banebo mni mtsiko runji ubuye sikoti ya bahone ngachino chipinga pezia dotero na bele sano zode bafuma kazi ba koshubanga ndela de uskazino. Beautiful scene of the Cape Town Stadium.
Well, it is beautiful scenes out here in Cape Town today, and it has been the whole day. Beautiful weather, no wind, and nice sunshine at the moment, but it wasn't too hot for these runners. Actually perfect conditions all the way through. As we see the conditions here, the city of Cape Town, the beautiful setting for this 2016 Cape Town Marathon, as the men of course have run that new record time, the women coming into the finish, and we'll be back with that women's race right now as we see Nagertu there running. She's in second place at the moment, and just chasing down Tish Jones, and she looks like she might be going a little bit faster, Kewan, than Tish Jones at this stage.
Yes, definitely. Mogotu is the athlete with that 2:29 PB coming from a Dubai Marathon this year. And I don't think it's all over for Tish Jones yet. Just as we saw in the men's race, that cat and mouse game, I think it's far from over. But Geletu coming through there, she's got around about 3.5 kilometers left as we see that beautiful shot of Table Mountain, one of the 7th wonders of the world. And Arnold, you couldn't ask for a better location today for marathon running.
What a better location or a better day. After the past 2 days where it was windy and rainy and really not great conditions, we have had the perfect day today for the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon of 2016, and it has definitely so far shown in the times recorded by both the 10K runners and of course the men's race. And we're back now with the women's race. We're watching that at the moment. They're probably about 10-15 minutes from finishing. I don't think we'll see a record there, but Tish Jones still pushing the pace quite hard as Magetu Geletu chasing her down at the moment.
bambe koloni abdu kuba ine washinga na beresa zino ka dwala na mosi hela bar kuzia machanga machiloni zori wala beresa mucho wa fano ka avudunela bala Western Cape fana kadro buini aba ya Cape Town ndi mucho abudi kuma une utendela bone bani bakidimi vachinga shumanga dwala ine abdu kuma fezia bato subara so robo na bafuma kazi kan kari kade bazo robo na banna vachiko chimbira ngandala ine abdu kuma hor vudi wa record zavanna ngandala ine abdu kuma fezia so shino hapa rekotio rabele se bafuma kazi na mangada banga bafuma kazi bafia fezia ukadikani la panda skashino ni wana nyana aniaba apo palange Great Britain di Tesha Jones ane usumeza apanda fezia hezo usumeza ngango hozo repeti nara bahone nakadibana na mosi usumeza ukadiba fitu abo de kuma muchono madumami mararo ofrao wose muchobo de fezia na mosi ni muchobo digamanda. When you look at that Queen, you can be able to attest that for the previous marathons we had such bad conditions here.
Yeah, definitely. And with Cape Town, you can never predict the weather, and conditions today have been ideal. You couldn't have asked for better weather conditions. And as we saw in that men's race, 2:08 for 3 guys finishing. The women's race, we'll be lucky to see if they can break a 2:37. So very, very different.
Okay, well, we're going back to the finish line. We've got the men's winners, and they're ready with Kwena.
Well, indeed, I'm standing here with the men's winner, the fastest marathon runner in sub-Saharan Africa, and Asefa. Congratulations. We're going to speak to him through his translator. How does he feel about the race?
እንኳን ደስ አለ አሰፋ ምንድነው አሁን የተሰማ ስለዚህ ውድድር ዛሬ?
እንኳን ደስ አለን። ያው በጣም ደስተኛ ነኝ። በጣም ደስታ ነው የሚሰማኝ። በጣም ደስ ማለቴ ያው የመጀመሪያ ሰዓቴም ነው። ያው ይሄ ሶስተኛ ማራቶን ነው። ያው በሶስተኛ ማራቶን እነና ትንሽ አልቲቱዱ ከአይሮብ ይሄ ትንሽ ከፍላል። በዚህ አልቲቱድ ውስጥ በማሸነፌና ጥሩ ሰዓት በመሮጤ በጣም ደስተኛ ነኝ።
Thank you very much first, and I'm very happy for running Cape Town Marathon. It's the fastest time I run in my first fastest time. It's a little bit higher altitude than the Europe compared to, but if I run in Europe, that means I'm gonna run more faster than this time, and I'm very happy for my time here today.
Did the pacemaker help him with his time today?
ፔስሜከሮቹ አግዘዋል አንተን እንዴት ጥቅም ነበራቸው?
እጅግ በጣም ጥሩ ማለት ያው ይሄ ሰዓት እንዲመጣ ያደረጉት በመጀመሪያ ፓስሜከሮች ናቸው። ጥሩ ሰዓት ማለት ያው ኪሎ ሜትሩን በተሰጣቸው ሰዓት ነው የሚሄዱት እና ይሄ ሰዓት እንዲመጣ ያደረጉት ከፍተኛ አስተዋጽኦ ያደረጉት ፓስሜከሮች ናቸው። እጅግ በጣም ጥሩ ነው ማለት አንድ አይነት ነው የሚሄደው ፔሱ። ስለዚህ አንድ አይነት ከተካሄደ ደግሞ ያው ጥሩ ሰዓት ይሮጣል እና ጥሩ ነው ያገዙኝ። አመሰግናቸዋለሁ።
I would like to thank the Eldoret and the Kenyan guy. They did a great job. That's what we break the record today. Without them, we could have not make it because everybody is to hide and sit there. And that's and the same kind of pace that is calculated very well. And I really thank the pacemaker as well.
The last 3 kilometers, it looked like he was struggling. Am I right with that?
3 ኪሎሜትር ሲቀር ደክሞ ነበር፣ እየታገልክ ነበርና እንዴት ነው በትክክል ነው ወይስ አልደከመም ነበር?
አይ ማለት ያው ደክሞኛል። ትንሽ 3 ኪሎ ሜትር ሲቀር ዳገት ነበረው እና ያው ደክሞኛል ማለት 40 ኪሎ ሜትር ላይ ውሃ ወስጄ ውሃ ከጠጣው በኋላ ያው ማሸነፍ አለብኝ የሚል ውስጤ ስሜት ተሰማኝ እና እልህም ያዘኝ። ለማሸነፍ ጉጉት ነበረ። ያው እንደምንም ድካሙን ችዬ ለማሸነፍ በቃ
well they were really I'm tired when 3 kilometers left. It got a little bit hills and I struggled a little bit there, but I have a determination to win the race and I have to go.
All right, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. አመሰግናለሁ.
All right, that's Asefa, the man who came first, and now Emmanuel, the second place finisher, who also ran a very fast time, joins me at the moment. Emmanuel, congratulations. How was the race?
The race was nice.
It started very cold. Did you manage to adjust to the temperatures?
Yes, I managed to adjust.
Yeah. In terms of the chase, Asefa, did you try to push him down because you guys at some point were together, but he managed to open about a 10-second gap?
Yes, I managed to push. Yeah.
Your time, are you happy with it?
I am happy.
Right. And the pacemakers, Elroy and Kemboy, and obviously Kemboy, you know him quite well. Did that help you in your time?
Yes, they helped very well.
All right. Congratulations, Emmanuel.
Thank you.
All right, that's Emmanuel. He came second, and now we're going to have a chat also with Barnabas. Another fantastic run. I mean, in terms of your tactics, are you happy with your finishing?
Yes, I am happy, but I was having only a small problem with my lefty.
The left thigh.
Yeah, my left side. But I thank God I have managed number position 3. My plan went well because I wanted to improve my best time of 2:8, 2:10.28, but now 2:10.29. But now I have managed to run 2:9.
Yeah.
So the next race, I think I will improve my. I want to come 2:8, 2:9, 2:8, and then maybe I can run better than.
Was there a plan between yourself and Emmanuel maybe to push Asefa?
We tried to push, but we did not manage to take position 1. But if it was not my lefty side of my, then we could manage. But we are happy.
Well, congratulations, a good run.
Thank you.
Well, that's our third place finisher, and now?
The race is, the course is good.
The course is good?
Yeah, it's very, very good.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. And now we're going to have a chat with the first South African man to come through, and it is Desmond. He's busy shaking hands with his friends.
Hey, lekai papa.
Mpuche, wena o kitimile jwang ge re thoma le khono go be go tonyanyana mara bile go bona la kare le tšatši le atšwa nna e ka ba ile affectile mo running ya lena.
No, I am affect and just fela kibile like the way ne mathile ka ona ba startile fast at the end na ka matha the way ne ke training ka on, that's why ke khono o ba tshwara at the end mafelo.
Di pacemaker ba bantši ba goletšeng le bona ba re di pacemaker di ba thušitše gore ba kgone go pusha nako ya bona, wena o bona ka re di thušitše go ba ke gona mo e le gore bono ka re pace be le fast too much?
No, tsona ne di pushe ka re a ke re bona the target time ona ne ba matha 2:8 ne ba plan gore ba ka kgona go matha 2:8, so nna my plan ko re nka matha at least ne ke kgona gore ke nyaka gore nka matha maybe 2:11 or 2:10, but ke te kgona go thabile because go kgona go matha 2:11 ne ke PB ya ka yona eo.
So re tlo go bona ga o kitima gape kae?
From mo ke tlo bola le ntate coach Hendrik Rammala ke ena
ra batamele mrana Rammala ba ba go le kae?
Rona le kae?
Rona Muiso a re o leboga lena ka gore le mothušitše ka nako ya e kgonneng today a kry-a PB.
No, tla trainer ya ba le committed this time ya o ile a re joina re na le group e kgolo kwa Zulek, so ko mongwe ba bashimane ba rona ke talente mara ke nako a nna ke kgotsofetse ke first veteran ne le boima e mamotlhane ne go tsamaiwa
e ka ba ile gore bothata e be le di pacemakers di pushitše pace e be le godimo kudu go ba bothata e be leng
a wa standard mamtlha se le haya ke a go ba re go 208 a ke nako e botse kudu a nna nka se kgone ke godile
ngwaga ile ka nnete
mamtlhane ke šiana le dithaka tsaka ke di bolaile.
No, ra leboga Desmond le Hendrik ra leboga.
Le boga rona. Thank you.
That's the Hendrik Rammala and the man Desmond, who is the first South African. Hendrik is the first veteran to come through, and you can see they are quite happy training together, and Desmond crediting Hendrik for the time that he finished. Let's go back now to commentary.
Well, we'll be joining the women's race in just a second again, but there's been a lot of talk about records today, Big T, and I thought we might want to clarify all these records we keep talking about. Of course, the first thing is there's the course record that was behind the name of Willie Kibor Koetile at 2 hours, 10 minutes and 45 seconds. That went today to Asefa. But Asefa also broke a few other records. So the first one was the fastest marathon ever on South African soil, and that was held by David Sebe at a 2:09.50 in PE on an unaided course. An unaided course means that there isn't a drop in elevation. It starts and finishes roughly on the same place or the same elevation. And of course, there's also a record by Zitulele Tsinkwe of 2 hours, 8 minutes and 4 seconds. That was on an aided course in PE. but I think we're confusing everybody at the moment, because the actual South African marathon record held by a South African is the one held by Gert Thys of 2 hours, 6 minutes and 33 seconds, but that was run in Tokyo, not in South Africa. So today we have seen the fastest marathon ever run inside South Africa by anybody. So I hope that's clear now and I haven't confused everybody more.
Well, true that. I think when you follow the records, they can be able to tell you, and I think history will never lie to you, because obviously whatever you put in through right here is that which has been recorded up to so far. And luckily enough that because today, whatever you put in through right here is that which has been recorded up to so far. And luckily enough that because today, I think we need to really commend the organizers because of putting the pace setters. They had, played a vital role in terms of increasing, in terms of really that record that has, that which we are able to see today.
Ke dumellana le lona bana beso hobane ha o tla o sheba o tla dumela hore ditoro tsohle tsa bahlophisi ba lebelo lena di ntse di tla hanyane mme tsatsi la ka jeno lona o teke wa bua ka lona o sa bui ka tsohle tse ntlafetseng katleo ya lebelo la 2016 la Sanlam Cape Town Marathon le keke la hlola le lebalwa ke le leng la mabelo la tlahleng a tsamaye jwalo di recordong ho etsa bonnete ba hore ho bueya ka lona selemo kaofela. Re shebe ha jwale ke yena ntseng a etella barwetsana pele Tish Jones, mme o tla hopola the pace was the same, and she's still looking forward to going back or to going forward to the finishing line, although we have said that the record has already elapsed for the ladies and they didn't make it, but the fact is she's still going on. 2 hours 31 minutes 27 seconds that has been running now.
Well, you saw some of your tweets going across the bottom of the screen there. Please keep interacting with us. Hashtag CPT Marathon 2016. I saw the award-winning journalist Wesley Botton also getting in on the fun here and tweeting the finishing results as we watch Tish Jones coming through here for the finish, and she looks very comfortable. This is kind of her pace, but I think the ladies let it slip a bit today. I think there were a few faster women in this field who could have potentially, if they had gone with the pace, looked at a record here.
True that. I think maybe looking forward and ahead of this marathon, I think because we had the pace setters from the men's side and maybe from the women's side, we need to have those pace setters again.
Ha o sheba morethetho ke o dimo haholo le ba dutsing hae ba shebile SABC2 ke bona ba fumanang jwalo bile ba utlwa le monate e ka ba hona mona mo dintho di etsahalang teng. Nnete fela gore ke mosebetsi wa SABC Sport ho utlisetsa tsona di dintsha di le fresh di ntse di hlile di tshesa ka mo re utliseditseng tsona ka jeno re ntse re tswella pele mosadi yana wa pele o tla tlameha hore a hlaelle netefaletso e tla tlameha hore e etsahale pele lebelo lena le fitla pheletso.
Well, that record for the women, of course, standing behind the name of Isabella Ochichi, the winning time of last year, which was 2 hours, 30 minutes and 20 seconds. As you can see, that's well and truly gone, as Tish Jones now running at 2 hours, 32 minutes and 50 seconds and still approaching the finishing stadium. She's got a couple of more minutes to go before she will finish this race, and it looks like at the moment there is nobody close to her and chasing her right now, and Tish Jones looks to have this one wrapped up, unfortunately not in record time, but she is having the race of her life, smiling, happy as she comes in here and acknowledges the crowd towards the finish of this marathon.
Finish line makazi yanga sakoni shikela ngora kola sale pakara kolimia ya 228 230 pesi ya zino usumba asenga skono unga shikela hei record pesi ya zino honia bahone honga sala pesi shikala chinga pano ore akono shika hapa unera korendi hon ndigazo kola belsa nene mona uwasumba na upfala zori haiwa chimona chimu cha dozabu kuma ndikoma nga makazi ya neba Tisha Jones ane uhapa tsini na honera bahone ngachano chipinga. She's doing it for herself. I mean, Dikere.
Indeed, Big T, she is. Ota hopola hore pejana rile ga tlarabotsa ka Chelita Asefa e belong hore o ne a tshwere morethetho a tshwere rhythm aya pele mme le speed ha mo le pace tse waneng a matha ka tsona ho fitela dikilometereng tse 25 ke tsona tse ileng tsa etsa hore re nne re botsane hore e be na lebelo lena o tlahle a lengena. Jones o kena jwalo mo leng bohlokwa haholo tla hopola hore ha o qala ho etsahala tsena tsohle o sontse o botsea hore o fihlile hampe re bone fela nako ke yona e tla re confirmela hore ke yena mo happy bakeng sa selemo sena.
Well, going there under the bridge, down the hill towards the finish line is Tish Jones. She's got a few more little twists and turns to go before she enters the Greenpoint A1 track, and still all smiles for Tish Jones as she comes here across the street just into the stadium right now. And very, very happy lady at this stage, Tish Jones, to be leading this race with only a few 100 meters to go.
Well, you look at the guy who's really assisting her in terms of really partnering with her, even though maybe the couldn't be able to talk about that, but she has been, closer to this guy, for the better part of, maybe 5 kilometers, before. But now she's heading right there. Look at her smile. Look at how she's doing. She's so, confident that she's going to be able to reach the finish line, without any other person really putting pressure on her.
You know what is interesting? We keep talking about the Kenyan and Ethiopian dominance in these distance races, and here we've got a British lady who managed to beat all of them on the day, and so many, I wouldn't say better, it would be wrong to her, but so many more storied athletes or people with better pedigrees in this race, and they on the day couldn't manage to stay ahead of Tish Jones as she acknowledges the crowd coming into the stadium here. And of course the time not as fast as the men's race, no record on offer for her. As you can see there, the blue finish, the last left turn for Tish Jones. She's going to run across the line and acknowledge the crowd here in a time of just over 2 hours and 36 minutes, which for Tish Jones is a great time, but in terms of the race, maybe a little bit disappointing.
Yeah, and this one command ngori arawana bersanga mandira ini akabanga yo wasibeza zo ndima khazi yane khaene mone zozo surana komoro adiwana kosuka kanchimo chine bakhacho fensia utwana kamsimbambe ichiko daga hendila obasa kusumbulega bada fensia kana belese mosi J9 achiko sumeza oita zurwana kuma uwana vumavuni haba hovili ndimbambe ine ngabe kamsi ithome ngandela ine hoba huna mutwane baphanda achiko banekeza hela mbambe kruwane ufana kazo zoite kabana maybe rather kubana kamsi izingoziti ya hokatbana mosi kola na kalazi wa palula nene ko jena zamba nga hosori ndimbambe ine baboti ya kamsi bo wana pace tana bone baba singa shumanga ndele ya kamazanga ma.
Well, Geletu there taking the second place for Ethiopia, one of those athletes with a better pedigree, a marathon personal best of 2:29.45, so we expected her to be ahead of Tish Jones, but on the day she just didn't have it. And Lebogang Palula here coming through in her debut marathon, and it seems like she has realized what the marathon distance means. Looks very tired here at the end, Dikaledi.
Especially because she is used to the 10Ks, and jolakaha abua jalo mosebetsi mmoho le nna ke lekgetlo la pele Lebogang Palula anka jalo marathon jale mbona hala jalo re o tla hla qetelle maemong a boraro nnete fela o tlamile a be motlotlo ka seo a se fitletseng tsatsing lena la ka jeno ka morao re le fahla la hae Lebo a phethele jalo mane di Olympic ho tshoro kgwedi tsena tse pedi ke dikgwedi tse hantle bakeng sa the Sowetans ke bua jalo ka Lebo le Lebogang Palula mme re tla hle re lekole hobane maemo a bobedi a nkuwe jalo ke yena Guti Geletu wa Ethiopia e leng hore selemong sena o ile iphumana jwalo a tswile maemong a borobong ho Hamburg Marathon ha mo le Dubai Marathon mo ile nka jwalo maemo a bo 10 mme a ba bila etsa jwalo PB ya hae e le nako entle e ntlafatseng haholo kuo o kgofe o feta jwalo itse ha fitla pheletsong ya ba o qhomela jwalo ke lefahla la e hopola hore ha ile mafatla ke halofo ka halofo ha di kopana di etsa ntho e tletseng ke Lebogang le Lebo Palula.
Well, Lebo Palula of course running the 10K today, but very, very happy for her sister Lebogang Palula, and the two of them now both marathoners, both making their debut at this marathon. Lebo Palula last year, Lebogang Palula this year, and that looks like Janet Kiptu coming through from Kenya, and also one of the pre-race favorites, and having a tough day out on the course is the Kenyan, along with a lot of the other favorites, and that of course helped Tish Jones to a famous victory for her, as it is Jane Kiptu now coming through for her 4th place finish. And the Kenyan looking absolutely exhausted at the end of this race. Very different pictures to the men's race. And I'm going to vacate my seat. Ernie Groen is going to take over from me again with his thoughts on today's race after a little bit more from Big T and Dikaledi.
All right, well, you can be able to see that what we're now in the heat of the moment right here when you're looking at the women's race, where we had, I think, 3 of them coming through right here. And of course, the veterans and those who have been making it, and even the novice, talking about Lebogang Palula Pelula, because that's their first race today. She's been debating this one for the better part of this time around, doing it very well. I think, like you said, articulated that she knows exactly where to cut those corners, and it is imperative for her to really look forward for other marathons to come.
Indeed, Big T ha jwale tjena ba ntse ba kena ba rwetsana ba itahlela ba itshuhlumeletsa maitope le yena o tla a shebile jwalo maemo o qetela bakeng sa hore a tla phethele dikilometara tsa hae tse 42. Nnete fela ke hore Isabel Ochichi o ntse a itshwere record ya hae e wa ileng a etsa jwalo selemong se fetileng ka 2:30:20 morwetsana wa Kenya, mme ho hlolehile tsatsing la kajeno hore ba rwetsana le bona ba tle ba etse jwalo record e ntjha, empa he qetellong ya tsohle bohle ba mathileng lebelo lena ba bua ntho e lengwe fela hore ebile le leng la mabelo a bona a tswileng pele a tswetseng pele, mme ba keke ba le lebala. Ha re sheba ha jwale ke yena ya tlang a shebile jwalo ha itope o ya a shebile jwalo pheletso ya lebelo e se le dihora tse 2:40 ya metsotso e le lebelo lena le ntse le hlile le mathwa, mme Green Point A track ke mo nnete e hlaellang teng.
Okay. All right, now we've got to be able to take a quick break, and we've got to be back right after this. Right, for that one. Kezo musi bachikola batobona makazi bakorana ujena ngabunchi ngandrena bakweta ngabo ngachino chipinga fezia wana beresanga manda auto bachipinga chulwana bukuba chineba kopambana baka mutoba ka mabone haba hotoma wekabo hawubili uyakabo imna nakabu mabone haba habona koyo reka dibafano Green Point A track and hapa kune mara chipinga chenji mbambe tuku zigidimo hane pa wona bahone ngachino chipinga musi chikola beresanga ndrena chakweti ngayo, and you can be able to see that you know, women maybe somehow we need to have pace setters, but then it's not going to be possible because you see they come from a distance from where men start.
Yeah, I think it's quite an interesting question that in some races they do have dual pace setters. Obviously in the women's race it's slightly more difficult because it's quite difficult to get a group to build up. As we've seen Fortunate Chizivo from Mozambique coming through, from Zimbabwe coming through. So it's always quite difficult to have pacemakers in the women's race because the men are amongst them. But it has been achieved in some cities, and I think if you look at the results of using pacemakers, as she comes across the line in 2 hours 41:48, a solid performance. Pacemakers definitely make a difference to the ultimate performance.
Indeed, how sheba ba rwetsana ha jwale Chelito Asefa ke o ya shebile jwalo pheletsong ya lebelo, mme yena he o hlakile hore o tlanka maemo a bosupa ke morwetsana ile nga qala jwalo ka sefutho a santsa a bona hore ke tla hle ke jare ka mahetla ka ena taba, empa he qetellong kae ka mora dikilometara tse 25 o ile ba buima ho yena hore a tla hle a mathe ka mokgwa ile nga qala ka ona, empa ha jwale o ya shebile mola wa tlholo Asefa, mme o qetella jwalo 2 hours 42 minutes and 25 seconds mo teng e bang jwalo maemong a bosupa a nkua ke yena morwetsana.
Ona jinga musir corona barakeza Sanlam Cape Town Marathon 2016 kandre chinga chipinga badola basori bunchi ba fuma kazi bako jena hune zino skaldor corona wa top 10 ya shunga ndra ine yabaya budukuma hapo ndra bahone mbambe ya budukuma kadbara na mosi ni bunchi ya batu bo dakayo ulaba saro suko chimbira kandrade hoba na batu banji bo jena ho kamsinga ma percentage ko hota fuina kaba tu shika hona jena la mbambe hena roto toma chibachene choche mbambe hena ba hone pezi ngamba zori ndi kudzuzenya kwa zwithu lokwetela kwa zwithu usika hune haba bathu bane baba dzuzanya bashikuita ngambambe kandila hino ine tutakuchimila ngayo. But I think we need to commend the organizers once again to really open doors for everyone to be part of this marathon.
Absolutely, and that was Chileta Sef who came through 7th, and if you look at the two young ladies coming through now, although the times weren't that fast for the women's race, they basically show a relative level of depth. In other words, the ladies are quite close together, and I think this is one of the most encouraging aspects of this race, is that the time bonuses and prize bonuses are encouraging athletes to run faster, which will make a difference going forward over the next 4 years in our next Olympic cycle. I think it's also important that the event stature has grown to such a degree that it's attracting so many foreign athletes, which obviously brings about greater competition for the domestic athletes and allows our athletes to improve. So from that perspective, you know, the organization of the course and also the fact that there's so many incentives, athletes are encouraged to run fast, and that's the only way they develop.
There's no question around the marathon crown this year. It's bigger and better, and apparently it's going to be more bigger than this, because remember, the status is what is actually pushing everybody. Like Annie said, tšhelete hangata ha ikentswe ka hare ho dintho, re tla hle re bone maatlete a rona a ikguthumetsa a isututsa hore ba tle ba fihle pheletsong ya tsohle, hobane nnete fela hore re a baleya kapa jwang ha ona le tseo tsebang hore di tla hle di o hlatswe matsoho o tiisa le ho feta, empa barwetsana selemong sena la ile hore ha ba kgona jalo ho fitlella tse neng di lebelletswe bakeng sa direkoto le eng, empa nnete fela ke hore ba sebeditse le ka mokgwa o leng hore ba fitla ka teng moleng wa tlholo o tla hle o bona hore ba ne ba hlile ba pepane, mme qetellong ya tsohle ba fitla jalo e le hore ba pepane le pheletsong ya lebelo, mme tsena tsohle di etsa hore lebelo lena le kwale ka mokgwa o kgabane haholo.
True that, I think when you talk about endurance, this is what is happening right here today, because you look at everybody trying to make to the top 10, and that's where you can see Vikoti Chepkemoi. She's doing well, and I think now she's struggling to really get to the finish point, but I think she's trying her level best throughout the whole morning.
This is Tanith Maxwell coming in, probably just outside the top 10 if my numbers are correct. This is somewhat below Tanith's best. She's got a 2:32 best, but probably not her focus entirely anymore. Tanith now a veteran with a proud record in marathon distance running as well as in ultra distances, having come second and third in the last two runnings of the Two Oceans Marathon. Perhaps not at the standard she'd normally be used to, but I have a sneaky suspicion she's probably just using this as preparation going forward into next year for ultra distances.
All right, now we're going to be able to go for the ad break right now, and we're going to be back right after this.
You did the South Africa Day.
You're watching the most iconic city marathon on African soil. This is our home. This is our race. The Sanlam Cape Town Marathon.
It's a little bit thicker than I wanted.
Excuse me.
I do have one with the chisel tip.
I had a bit of a situation at the workshop.
I also don't want it to be too thin.
Sorry, I really need a fire extinguisher.
You have one in red? Yes, you want one. No.
Hello?
I'm currently unavailable. Please leave a message after the tone. What to?
Don't lose a customer just because you're unavailable. Never miss a business opportunity. Stay connected with Telkom's free always-on voice and data service.
Experience BASF when you create, play, connect, share, protect, nourish, and learn. Because although you might not notice us, our solutions are helping you make the most of your everyday life. That's why at BASF we create chemistry.
All right, well, quite a beautiful scene once more where you can be able to see the view of the Cape Town Stadium together with the Greenpoint Stadium. That's where we are right now, and the view of the waterfront, a beautiful scenario there, you can be able to see.
I think the weather just shows, that view just shows how great the weather's been and why we've seen such really excellent times. Although the women's race was not as fast in relative terms as the men's race, the interesting thing about the women's race is that the depth of the field from the first finisher was quite good, and I have a suspicion that over the next year or two you're probably going to see much improved women times as the Cape Town Marathon becomes increasingly well known and foreigners are attracted towards the route. even though it's not blindingly fast, clearly today's outcome in the men's race proved that if you're prepared to put in the long yards, you will do well.
Ke bone jwalo le mampudu wa mehleng wa Comrade Marathon Monghadi Fordyce le yena o hle a sa phetetse jwalo lebelo la hae 42.2 kilometers ke yo mongwe wa mekaubere e dulang e kguthumetsa e dulang e hlile e etsa bonnete ba hore seo se qalang ya se phethela nnete fela o ke wa bua ka Cape Town o bo sa bui ka botle ba yona entle in a province.
All right, well, we're still really rolling up right now. You can see men coming through right here. And, of course, now the direction and really focus now moving to men who are really coming through right here. And from there, we're going to be able to go to the people from this side where there will be interviews, I think, today for people who are coming through right here. Dignitaries showing up and giving and re-leveling up this one. And now we're going to be going straight to Gwena right now. Gwena, do you have something right there?
Well, indeed, I am standing here with Tish. She won the women's race. Congratulations on your run. How was it?
It was consistent but hard.
Yeah.
I pushed towards the end because I kind of realised that I had an opportunity to win. Where I didn't really go in to win, I went in to get a good time. And I got a good time and I won.
So it was a double whammy for you. At what point did you realise that you can push all the way and get it?
I'm never sure because a marathon is just a different animal to any other race. But when I get to about 30k, I've got an idea of how I'm feeling. And then I kind of just put it down to a 10 to 12k race and just see what pace I can maintain. And towards the end, I think you're driven by crowd, you're driven by competition, and it's completely different from a normal 10k race. So.
How much of a role did the competition play in this respect?
A massive role because I'm always nervous going into any race, and these girls are just amazing. They're amazing marathon athletes. That was my main concern. But as much as it's a concern, I use their knowledge and their experience, and you stay with them. You don't go off running on your own and try and get a really fast time. These ladies know how to run a marathon, and I still don't. This is my second marathon, so I need to learn from people. And the experience I had behind me helped me pace myself.
Now, you are based in Cape Town. Did that help in adjusting quickly and acclimatizing to the conditions? Because when we started, it was a bit cold, but then for every marathoner, they will tell you that the fact that there was no wind helped a lot.
Yeah, that was the main factor, really, the wind element, and I hate running the wind. So I look at the forecast for the whole week, and I know Cape Town can be very changeable, with the mountain being right there. And yesterday was very heavy wind, but I knew today was supposed to be a lot quieter, so I was confident. And the conditions were perfect, but I don't really need to acclimatise to your spring, end of winter, because it's more like my home country. So.
Wow. Congratulations, Tinch. Thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Right, well, that is the lady who came first, but now I'm going to get a quick word from Lebogang Palula, who came third. Merguta came second, but of course we will be chatting with her as soon as we get a translator. She is from Ethiopia, but our very own Lebogang. Lebogang, this is becoming a Palula debut. I mean, we saw your sister debuting in the marathon last year, and today it's you. A good run, finishing third.
What I would like to say, thank you South Africa and thank you Sanlam for doing the marathon. It's encouraging us ladies to run good, because I told myself, let me just go and run this race just to be a first South African and it would be the bonus if I came number 3. I'm very happy with my performance because it's the first marathon. Thank you Lord for giving me strength to run the marathon.
In a race overall.
What I can say, race in a very tough, but mentally let me run this race smart and easy, because at the 21 kilometers now I'm pedaling and let me just drop the shoulders, run my own pace, because I know the ladies, it's not their first marathon, maybe 6 or 7. For me it's the first marathon, so let me just relax and enjoy the race. And the fella jwalo ka relax ka bona ga le gore ai modimo na le nna o tsamalena all the way and ke mo ke winner race ka tsona number 3. It's a bonus, the first lady to come number 3 in a Sanlam Marathon. So I'm very happy with my performance.
Last few Ks Marogar no struggle, le no ke bona ka ro a cramp.
It's like I'm not used to marathon. It's my first marathon, so ke feeling ka re ke ra ke matsa Comrade Marathon, but the last 40 kilometers ne ke tshwetse gore no tlamele ke drop out. se ke utlwile part ka bona mentally ka right banyana ba ko South Africa ba ko mrao e re ke push then ba ke jotsa gore let me go. I'm doing this for my husband and my son. Thank you, Lord, for giving me strength.
Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Lebogang Palula, of course, the first South African woman to come through. And, of course, she also came third overall. We take this short break. We are bringing you the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon live from Cape Town.
Hello. I'm going to let you in on a score you can't ignore. It's the big deal from Telkom. Only in September can you pick up Telkom's smart broadband wireless with 25 gigs total data and a Huawei Wi-Fi router for under $300 a month. Now that's something to write home about. Off you go then. Deals like this wait for no one. Click telkom.co.za or visit a Telkom shop. It's the big deal and it's lost its marbles.
Experience BASF when you create, play, connect, share, protect, nourish, and learn. Because although you might not notice us, our solutions are helping you make the most of your everyday life. That's why at BASF we create chemistry.
From the 21st to the 24th of September, all eyes will be on South Africa when SABC Education and the SA Innovation Summit host a 4-day premier innovation event aimed at igniting and accelerating the very best of South African innovation. Discussions, debates, presentations, pitches, panels, and exciting youth day market on the edge, and much, much more. Investors, inventors, innovators, all welcome. Tickets available at www.innovationsummit.co.za.
Welcome back. What a marathon we have been able to witness. It really has been a combination of factors that have come together to make sure that we see something really of historical value. It is this very beautiful city that has made sure that we have seen what is set to be really groundbreaking when it comes to South Africa. Those interviews by the Palula twins really striking a chord there just on debut, being able to being the third woman that comes through for Lebogang Palula. Absolutely excited for her. But as you know, we have a team of roving presenters that are all over the city making sure that they get some comments from all our social runners. And right now I know that Ukatleho is at the Rondebosch Common, and you are surrounded by really lovely people there, Cats.
Well, it is myself, Katakamaboy, bringing you all of the action live from the 2016 Sanlam Cape Town Marathon. I got to corner this man who just received an encouraging slap on the back. Joseph, tell me about your race so far.
So far, very tough. So far, different from the others. It's a flat. Oh, watch out, guys!
Careful, guys. Careful.
It's a flat race, but we have to work hard to earn something here.
Yeah. So, what was the time that you were aiming for in the beginning, and how are you doing right now with that?
The first 15. I was on 2:45, and then after that I'm just rolling back to 4 hours. So it's quite cool.
Tell me, what do you think is it that makes the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon such a beautiful race to run?
The fans, the atmosphere, and SABC2. Thank you.
Listen, have yourself a wonderful race. Carry on, man.
Thank you very much, guys.
Daar sê. So die mense van Blaaskansies, hulle praat saam met ons op kamera. The Spartans are here! Look at the Spartans! All of the action. I'm just all about being supportive to all of the runners right now, so I'm putting up my hand, seeing who's going to take a random high five. Come on, get in there. Yes. All right, Katang Maboy coming to you live from the side of the road at the 2016 Sanlam Cape Town Marathon.
Someone give that man a high five. Really it is because of SABC2, all the spectators that have come through, just combining to make sure that we are viewing such a spectacle. And what's really interesting about that Rondebosch Common is that it is home to one of the endangered, critically endangered species, also known as the fynbos. Well, when we come back, we continue to showcase the beauty that is the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon.
We're en route to building Africa's major. This is our home. This is our race. The Sanlam Cape Town Marathon.
Your TV works hard for you. Treat it right. Pay your business TV license today.
It is the 10th edition of the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon. Everyone truly having such a beautiful day. The weather conditions have really made sure that we are truly inspired by this marathon today. As you can see, the beautiful waters, the showcasing of the city of Cape Town. Welcome to it. We're absolutely excited to be bringing you this edition. Now we find ourselves in a very humbling position because just behind me, we're able to see all the runners that finish. We're able to give them that first round of applause as they run in. And not too far from here is the V&A waterfront. But because we wanted you to learn a little bit more about this, we prepared this insert for you.
One of Cape Town's biggest tourist attractions, the waterfront evokes images of the early activities of the harbour. Much of its charm lies in the fact that this busy commercial harbour is set in the midst of a huge entertainment venue with pubs, restaurants, speciality shops, craft markets, theatres and movies. Situated between Robben Island and Table Mountain in the heart of Cape Town's working harbour, the Victoria and Alfred waterfront has become South Africa's most visited destination. Set against a backdrop of magnificent sea and mountain views, exciting shopping and entertainment venues are intermingled with imaginative office locations, world-class hotels and luxury apartments in the residential marina. Seal watching is an amusing diversion. Visitors to the Two Oceans Aquarium will enjoy a fascinating underwater world. The Maritime Museum focuses on the history of shipping from prehistoric times to the present day. Boat trips around the harbour and along the coast are always popular. Helicopter flips provide a broader perspective. The Information Centre provides maps and information on special events planned for the day. Indoor shopping and entertainment venues seamlessly merge with ocean vistas and mountain views, and the fresh sea breeze and warm African sun add zest to a cosmopolitan, vibrant atmosphere. More than 80 restaurants bring a fusion of international food from rustic to alfresco, fish and chips to starched tablecloth cuisine. With over 450 retail outlets selling everything from fashion, homeware and curios to jewelry, leather goods and audiovisual equipment, the V&A waterfront is South Africa's most popular shopping destination.
Oh, and that is the breathtaking beauty of the cable car that is on Table Mountain. It really is breathtaking. You need to kind of take a second and third glance just to take in the beauty of that. Already we see that the Signal Hill is just very close to that, and of course Devil's Peak. How fitting is it to have such a beautiful marathon in one of the most beautiful cities in the country? The mother city is truly playing a great host to this marathon, and I know that one of the other beautiful places is Rondebosch Common, and someone who I'm very envious of is Kat, who finds himself there in the midst of all the runners, of all the spectators, just drinking in the atmosphere that is the Rondebosch Common. What's happening, Kat?
Yes, stand here. Oh, my word. Listen, he's sweaty, but it doesn't matter, okay? It's all about the people. Aubrey, how's your race?
Huh? My name is Abu Khair.
It's Abu Khair. Oh, there we go. There we go. Get it right. Well, I'm good, man. I'm good. Listen, how's your race going so far?
So far, so good, man.
Yeah?
21 down.
21 down.
20 to go.
This is 30 to go. This is 30 right here.
30. Wow.
You didn't
awesome.
Even know that.
This is good, man. No, this race is awesome. But my buddy here, Marlon.
Yeah, Marlon, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. So far, so good. I'm keeping up, and from here down the main road, we're just going to take it in our stride.
It looks like you guys are running and marathon enthusiasts. You love it.
Yeah.
Why do you love it so much?
We just do it for the fun, and it's our time, my space, and I just enjoy every minute of it.
Yeah. De-stressing and just taking it on the road. That's
Excellent,
all.
excellent.
Yeah.
Listen, what is your favorite spot in all of Cape Town?
Table Mountain, definitely.
Table Mountain?
Table Mountain.
Definitely Table Mountain.
Excellent stuff. Guys, I wish you all of the best. Listen, what are you listening to on your earphones?
I'm listening to P4.
P4, give me a song. What do they sing?
Oh, nothing, huh?
Sing what they're singing.
Hallelujah!
Hey! Keep going.
Sing hallelujah!
I think that's what he was trying to do. But listen, he's having a great race. Everyone here is enjoying themselves at the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon. Lekker! Yeah!
Kat almost broke my earpiece there for a second. You can't sing, but I have to say that the runners are doing a much better job. Every time I listen to them, I'm always convinced that the next marathon I'm actually going to take part, because they always look like they're having so much fun. They always have these huge smiles on their faces, and it just tempts you to find yourself on the track. We'll be back with more right here from the 2016 Sanlam Cape Town Marathon.
You're watching the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon. This is our home. This is our race.
Experience BASF when you create, play, connect, share, protect, nourish, and learn. Because although you might not notice us, our solutions are helping you make the most of your everyday life. That's why at BASF, we create chemistry.
Welcome back. We're still taking live footage from city of Cape Town. It is beautiful. It is breathtaking. And of course, taking those tweets that we have been asking you to send through on hashtag Cape Town Marathon. I'm loving this one from Umnomzamo Mhlongo. He says, Asifaneke, well done. And you break a record. Your country is proud of you, definitely. And then there is one here from JR. And he says, well done. Record broken by Asifa from the Nedbank running group. Proud moment even there for Nick Bester. Please continue to send through all of those tweets, hashtag the Cape Town Marathon, and I'll be reading them live on air. I know ukuthi uvusiwe, unqobo, umapholoba, khona abantu abaphethe, khona abantu abagijimayo abajabulela ukumbona.
Let's go more.
Thank you so much, Xoli. I'm standing right here in Parliament. Now, I'm here with Upoti Leroy, who says this is the second time that he is running the race. Leroy, how has it been for you so far this year? I saw you struggling a little bit with the legs.
Yes, for me, it's very good and it's very nice this year. The route is more changed. It changes from other direction. Last year we were running it from other direction. This year we're going this direction. It's very nice and I like the environment in Cape Town. Yes, I hope to run it next year. Very nice and a much more better time. But it's just the cramps and all the things. Now I know what I must do and what training I must put into to get sub 2 hours or something like that. I'm looking forward.
Sub 2 hours? You're going to be winning the race at that rate.
Like Usain Bolt, yes. Yeah.
Okay, but Usain Bolt does the short sprints. Now tell me, Leroy, how well did you do last year? What was your time last year? I'm seeing you this year. You're pretty relaxed. You don't seem to be in a rush in terms of time.
Yes, Nick. Last year I was doing 3 hours, 1 minute.
And this year, what are you aiming for?
This year I was aiming for a sub 3 hours, but my condition didn't let me do it a sub 3 hours.
Okay, well, I think you should get going, Leroy. Yes. I think the cramps are fine now.
And a shout out to all the people there at home. It's Leroy Hendricks. Thank you. I just want to send a shout out. Thank you, people. I'm going.
Okay, there we go. That's Leroy. And over here we have one of our spectators actually right across the road. You're here with a couple of friends. Tell me, who are you supporting here today and what's your name, Siswam?
My name is Vanessa. We're supporting Shamim Plumage. We work at just like across the street. He's our team leader and we're here to support him today.
Is this the first time that he's running?
I'm not sure. I just met him now a few months ago and he said that he's aiming to do 40 minutes on this one, so we're just waiting on him to just come and we're here to support.
I'm not sure. 40 minutes, he must have been flying.
I'm not really good with marathons, so he said 40 to me because last he did in Kayadicha and he said he did 45, so I'm not sure if he's saying 45k or 45 minutes or something like that. I'm not really good with running.
Yeah, okay, no worries, Vanessa. The most important thing is that you did come out here and that you did support. Well, Ningism Africa, I'm right here at Parliament. When the runners get to this part of the race, they are 39 kilometers in and just have a mere 3.2 kilometers before they can officially say the Cape Town Marathon done and dusted. And it's back to you, Xoli, in studio.
Ngiyabonga Mapholowa umsebenzi muhle abantu abawenzayo, and really we're excited to see all the spectators come through. If you find yourself in and around the city, do come through, cheer them on. They really are taking on quite a feat, and I know that some of the lively enthusiasts, the runners that are with Ukat, can't wait to speak to him on camera.
I was able to corner Ubab Dumsani just to ask him what he injured race namhlanje.
No, right kakhulu ba. Right kakhulu angina problem manje at the present moment. I'm still pushing all right. Everything my friend is nothing wrong.
Yeah. But if that course inzima kakhulu.
Yeah, yona inzima kakhulu if that course ngoba sonke isikhathi ufuna umele usebenza. Ngiyangithola usebenza kakhulu, but it's fine because now I'm targeting to qualify just complete sub 4 sub time going to do now at least 3:45.
All right.
Yeah.
No, good luck.
Okay,
all right, sharp. All right, come on in here, sir. How are you? This is Mr. Vernon over here, who's decided to stop, take a little bit of a breather and chat to us. How are you, sir?
Good morning. I am well, thank you. Yourself?
Very, very well, thank you. Listen, how has your race been so far?
So far, so good. All you have to do is focus, concentrate, and keep going.
And also enjoy yourself.
I will, and I must say thank you to SABC2 for screening this marathon live. I hope it will not be the first, but it will be always happen. And I want to say to all my colleagues, it's running, enjoy it. My colleagues at work, Malcolm, all of them there at work.
Getting all the friends in there.
And I appreciated your support. Thank you so much. God bless. I'm on my way now.
All right,
thank you so much.
Carry on, sir. Come over here.
Just say hello to all the guys who's watching me. See you at the finishing.
See at the finish. Listen, this is amazing. The spirit of the runners and the supporters here, equally exciting, equally electrifying as I bring you live scenes from the Rondebosch Common, which is, of course, the 30-kilometer mark of the 2016 Sanlam Cape Town Marathon.
No, the excitement is definitely palpable from here, just behind us. Abagijimi bafika abagijimi thina sibahalalisele ngokuthi benze umsebenzi omkhulu. Continue to interact with us on social media platforms. Access the Cape Town Marathon website for that live streaming. After the break, we continue with the spectacle that is on the quest to become Africa's iconic marathon.
Hi, I'm Barney. Grab on. I need your help navigating. It's spongy!
Barney is a snack made with ingredients like wheat, milk and chocolate, with no colorants or preservatives. Barney feeds love for discoveries, now with a milky center.
Play now and share your hashtag Fanta photobomb.
International, well done to you all the way from strand 42.
Welcome back. Still tuned in to SABC2, where we are showing you the live visuals of the 2016 Sanlam Cape Town Marathon. You truly are welcome. We have seen such beauty come together, not only in terms of the aesthetic value of the city of Cape Town, but in terms of the records that have been broken, in terms of what the pacemakers were able to do to bring this race alive, and in making sure that the quest continues, because remember, right now it is on IAAF silver status, but the mission, the objective is to go to gold label status. Abantu abaningi bayazi ukuthi abagijimi uma sebadlula endaweni eziningi baya ngisho nakhona eParliament. If you didn't know a little about Parliament, well, we have got you covered.
The heart of Cape Town, with the company's garden at its center, boasts a large number of beautifully designed historic buildings, including the Houses of Parliament. Built in 1885, this inner sanctum of South African politics has seen its fair share of colorful characters over the times. One of the most delightful pedestrian thoroughfares in Cape Town is Government Avenue, where you are as likely to see a nut-munching squirrel as you are to see a passing politician on lunch break. Exquisitely manicured gardens and wonderfully maintained buildings so rich in history can be visited by taking a formal tour of the facility. The tours, which are free, include a video presentation and a guided walk exploring the history, the functions and workings of Parliament. One is also able to attend a public hearing or committee meeting, should they be in session, and observe debates in the National Assembly. Built in 1885, the South African Houses of Parliament have since been one of the most dramatic political arenas in the world, at times rivaling even the British House of Lords for its lively debates. The Houses of Parliament in Cape Town were witness to debates concerning the South African Anglo-Boer War, World War I, World War II, and the political changing of the guard from the United Party of General Jan Smuts to the National Party, whose brainchild was the loathed apartheid system. In 1960, shortly before South Africa was declared a republic, the Prime Minister of Britain, Sir Harold Macmillan, made a speech in the South African Parliament that resounded around the world. It was dubbed the Winds of Change speech, and it hinted at Britain's intent to free herself of her African colonies and ushered in a new era for the continent. Some of the most stirring events in the Houses of Parliament during the apartheid era took place when opposition party members stood up to hold the nationalist government to account for the disastrous effects of apartheid. In 1994, the Houses of Parliament were witness to yet another phase for South Africa, when Nelson Mandela stood up as the president after the country's first democratic elections. Politics aside, one of the many treats of a visit to Parliament is the opportunity that one is presented with to view an oft-refreshed array of wonderful South African art, all drawn from a national art archive and displayed on the walls in an expertly curated fashion. The collection is a spectacular one and adds wonderfully to the delightfully colonial aesthetic of the building's interior.
It truly does make one proudly and loudly South African to see these images of Parliament, knowing that we truly are living in a democratic country where we can be able to enjoy such scenes, seeing runners compete, seeing runners try to actually take a stance on their health and make sure that they are doing things for a good cause. We know that a lot of charities are supported by the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon. A lot truly is going into this very marathon. I know that Kat at Rondebosch has got a few interviews that he has lined up for us. Kat,
Okay, all right. Listen, it's all the action coming to you from the Rondebosch Common. Of course, this is the 2016 Sanlam Cape Town Marathon. I'm Katlaka Maboe, bringing you the action as the ladies in pink are here. Hello, ladies.
Hi. way.
Wait, so who are you as a team?
We're the Western Province Ladies Ice Hockey team, and next weekend, from the 24th to the 26th of September, we have our interprovincial, so please come and support. It's at Grand West, and it's free.
I didn't even know that we had an ice hockey team. That's crazy. Okay, so why are you guys out here supporting the athletes, or are you just here to market yourself?
Well, no, we really like to support other athletes, and we're also marketing our breast cancer foundation that we support, which is Pink Drive.
Yeah.
So that's why we're in pink today.
Fantastic. So wait, when are we going to get you ladies to run the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon?
Is this a challenge? I'm only going to run if you're going to.
I am issuing a challenge to the Western Province Ice Hockey team, the ladies. If you say you'll run it as a team, I will run it with you next year.
Deal.
Are we making a deal on national TV?
Yes, this is a deal.
You heard it here first. Hashtag that. Hashtag it's official. Thank you, ladies, with the wonderful work that you're doing, and good luck with the interprovincial. I'll grab a flyer. You guys high-five some participants. Get out there. Support them. Yes. Get back there. Wow. Love the spirit here at the 2016 Sanlam Cape Town Marathon. I'm going to high-five a participant. Let's see if somebody wants a high-five. Get in there. High-five. High-five. Yes. I feel the energy. It's amazing.
Kat is really loving those high fives, making sure that he's always getting one. Coming to you from the Rondebosch, that is, of course, Kat. And we are here at the finish. Live visuals behind me of all the runners coming through. It truly is festivities galore. We want to take just a short ad break, but when we do come back, we've got more interviews lined up for you, bringing you all the festivities that have to do with this Cape Town Marathon.
All South African families are affected by hospitalization at some stage. Clientele's new Hospital Plus plans can be an affordable alternative. It's not a medical aid. It's hospital cover that pays out up to 200,000 rand per year. Paid in cash. Cash to use as you wish. You can use it to bridge the income gap if you cannot work, supplement your medical aid if you have one, or spoil yourself. We pay per stay. So whether you stay between 3 and 10 days, you will receive the full lump sum of up to 20,000 rand per hospital stay. It's affordable. Plans start from 99 rand per month, and we have individual and family plans available. SMS Plus to 42932, and we'll call you back. So why is it called the Clientele Hospital Plus plan? Because you receive a lump sum per stay, up to 20,000 rands, plus a daily cash amount of up to 2,000 rand per day if hospitalized for more than 10 days. Plus, accidental death cover of up to 200,000 rands, plus accidental disability cover of up to 200,000 rands, plus dread disease cover of up to 200,000 rands. Remember, it's from Clientele, so it's easy to apply. No medical examination and no paperwork. You can claim regardless of whether you go to a government or private hospital. Important, if you choose the Clientele Ultimate Hospital Plan, you can receive all your money back. Yes, we will pay all your premiums back if you've been hospitalized for more than 10 days, or in the unfortunate event of death, your family will receive all your premiums back. Plus, it's hospital cover from the name you trust. SMS Plus to 42932, and we'll call you back. SMS now.
Experience BASF when you create, play, connect, share, protect, nourish, and learn. Because although you might not notice us, our solutions are helping you make the most of your everyday life. That's why at BASF, we create chemistry.
Welcome back. You wish you were here. That is the one statement I will say. You wish you were here. The beauty is here. The weather's looking fantastic. It is the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon. And each and every time I always reiterate, and I'm always repeating the Sanlam aspect of the Cape Town Marathon. And that is because they are the sponsors of this marathon. Welcome to you. This is Mariska Oosthuizen. She's actually the head of Sanlam brand. Now, the one thing that a lot of us will ask ourselves is, in terms of the brands, how are they aligned? Why did Sanlam make the decision to coordinate with this marathon?
Thanks. We decided to sponsor this marathon 3 years ago. We've been involved since 2014. And there was a couple of reasons that we chose this marathon. I think the first and the main one is that our vision and the vision of the organizers are very much aligned to build an iconic city marathon on African soil. So, there's major marathons all over the world, London, Beijing, New York, but we don't have a marathon like that on African soil. And if you think about it, 49 out of 50 top athletes, male marathon athletes, are from Africa.
Yeah.
So we should have a marathon like that here. So it's that. Also the fact that it's accessible. Anybody can run it. You don't need expensive equipment. So anyone, if you've got a little bit of determination, you can run a marathon.
And I can tell you this for free. A lot of us were jumping up and down. Our smiles were from ear to ear when we actually heard that Sanlam will be extending the sponsorship for a further 3 years. How did that come into effect?
Yeah, so we took it on for the first 3 years, and it was really an easy decision to decide to extend it for another 3 years. We're really proud and honored to be part of a marathon like this, to build a property like this. We currently have silver label status, IAAF silver label status, and we're going for gold. And we'll continue going for gold, and with our partners, we're going to do that. And hopefully, if we don't do it this year, we hope to do it next year.
No, absolutely. And then we look at what happened today. It really was such a coming together of perfect conditions. Let's talk about that record that was broken. Sanlam must be excited about it.
The whole day has just been amazing. Mother Nature is shining on us. She decided we need a marathon here, right? So the conditions were perfect. I actually set off the race this morning. That was goosebumps. And I've had goosebumps ever since, And when our first male athlete crossed the line, breaking a record that's been standing for 26 years, what more can you ask for? And of course, all of that helps us to go for gold and to build this major marathon.
And I think also just the excitement in the finish, because towards the end, we just did not know what was going to happen. So it was just the suspense, all the emotions just coming through in there.
Absolutely. They were talking of a 2:07. And it was a very close call to the previous record, so we were really, really excited about that.
And it is seeing these images, of athletes from each and every background, from different ways, just trying to make sure that they do reach that finish line.
Absolutely amazing, and I think that's the thing about marathon runners. I actually got the opportunity to meet some of the elite field on Friday at our press conference, and they're just such amazing, humble people, They're not boastful, they just get down to it, they work hard, they've got the determination, and that's what we stand for as a brand as well, Smiths. We're all about the roll up your sleeves, do the hard work, have the determination, and see it through. And you see something like that, and again, it brings tears to my eyes. It's absolutely amazing to be part of this.
No, it really does, because a lot of the times we look at our elite runners, we look at records that we want to see broken, but it's also about the social running. There is that dynamic that needs to be talked about.
It's about carrying each other over the line. I think people meet each other on the race. You make friends as you go. You see this guy. Those last couple of minutes always of a marathon is probably, the most sort of emotional, when marathon runners are turning around to help each other across the line, even if it might mean I don't make it. So it really is an amazing sport that just brings everyone together.
Yeah, it really is about the camaraderie. And what do you envision happening for this marathon? Ideally, what would you like to see?
Well, we've built it really significantly since we started 3 years ago. So we've built it up. It's now 20,000 runners across the 2 days. and we're going to continue building it. And I mean, our big thing really is just we need to get that gold label status. Yes. We need everyone to help us with that so that we can make this another major and we can get our African runners to run a marathon like this on African soil. They don't have to go to London or New York anymore to do that.
And it really was great to go from like 4,500 to now this huge number.
Yes, I mean, even just in the marathon from last year to this year, it's increased from about 5.5 to 8, and we had to close the marathon this year because it was oversubscribed. So, you know, it can only go from strength to strength.
Oh, Mariska, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for being a part of this marathon. It really is iconic. It brings smiles to our faces.
Thanks so much. Such an honor.
Oh, wow. That is beautiful. That is Mariska, the head of brand at Sanlam. And of course, we are ready to see what the prize giving ceremony has got in store for us.
So a big welcome to the official medal ceremony here at the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon 2016. I'm going to introduce our guests on the stage. Mr. Ian Nielsen, the Deputy Mayor of Cape Town, is with us. Cora Fernandez, the Sanlam Investments Head of Institutional Business, is also here to hand out some prizes. Alex Kosana, the Athletics South Africa President, along with Francois Pina, the Chairman and the Ambassador of the Cape Town Marathon. Mr. John Knox, the Commercial Director of Vital Health, and of course Ilana Meyer, one of the Ambassadors of the 2016 Cape Town Marathon. We're going to start off with a few words from our Deputy Mayor of Cape Town, Mr. Ian Nielsen.
Good morning to everyone, and welcoming on this wonderful Sunday, great Cape Town morning on today here at the events capital of Africa. Another historic event for the city, a wonderful event that's quickly has established itself on the top of our program. So I want to congratulate everyone who's taken part this morning. Congratulations on completing. I want to thank the organisers and the sponsors for bringing this event to Cape Town, and long may it grow, long may it become one of those top international events that puts Cape Town on the world map. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ian Nielsen, Deputy Mayor of Cape Town. We're going to next ask the Athletics South Africa President, Mr. Alex Kosana, to say a few words.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to Western Province Athletics President and your team, the sponsors, Sanlam, our partners, SABC, athletes from all over the continent and elsewhere. I'm told that there are plus minus 67 nations that are represented here. And athletes all over the world are looking for greater marathon opportunities. And this is one of the greatest in South Africa. And we thank the organizers for that. And we are proud and honored today to have two of our Olympians. One of them is an ambassador of this race, Elena Meyer, the 1992 silver medalist, 10,000 in Barcelona. And we have our Olympic champion on the other side, Josiah Tukwana. 20 years ago, he won the Olympic marathon in USA, and we are proud to have you. To all the athletes and managers and coaches, thank you guys for preparing for this. 2:08 is the fastest time in the South African soil, and we are proud of that. And next year, we look for 2:06 and 2:04 and 2:05. And I'm certain it is going to happen. The East African athletes, you are at home here. The Kenyans, the Ethiopians, and whosoever, you are welcome to come and run in South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Mr. Alex Kosana, the ASA President. Let's move on to our ladies in the top 10. And this is in third place. We're going to ask our top 3 ladies to please come up onto the stage. Looking for Lena Armas, Liba Pulula, and Helelia Hannes. If you guys could come up to the stage, please. Our top 3 ladies, we're going to announce them as soon as they're on the stage. Top 3 ladies, top 3 ladies in the 10K. Just stand behind your position. Stand behind your position. Right, so your top 3 ladies in the 10K today. Let's start off with a third place in a time of 34 minutes and 15 seconds, Alina Armas. In second place, we're going to welcome on the stage in the time of 33.25, Leba Pulula. And the winner of the race today in the time of 32.44, Helelia Johannes. We're going to ask John Knox, Commercial Director of Vital Health, to please hand over the prizes to third place, please. Let's give a warm round of applause to our third place finisher, Lini Amos. In second place, we're going to ask Mr. Ian Nielsen, Deputy Mayor of Cape Town, to hand out second prize to Leba Pulula. And the final handing over prizes courtesy of Sanlam Investments Head of Institutional Business, Cora Fernandez, to hand over the winner's gold medal for the 10K ladies. Going the way of Helelia Johannes. Let's give a big round of applause to our top three ladies, Alina Almas, Leba Pulula, and Helelia Johannes. Right, moving on to our men's competition. Going to ask our top three men to please come onto the stage, please. Our top three men in the 10K to make the way to the stage and stand behind their respective positions. Can you just stand behind your position, We're going to start in third place in a time of 29 minutes and 9 seconds. We're going to ask Mr. John Knox, Director of Vital Health, to please hand over the prize to Sibawwe Jongolo. Then we're going to ask Mr. Ian Nielsen to hand over second prize to Sibusiso Nzima in a time of 28 minutes and 42 seconds. 28:42 for the 10K. And then we're going to ask Cora Fernandez from Sanlam Investments to hand over the gold medal to our winner today in a time of 28 minutes, 28 seconds, Namako Nkasi. Your top three in the men's 10K today.
Stand together, guys.
Let's give a final round of applause to our top three men in the 10K today. Fantastic times. 28 minutes, under 29 minutes for all of our top three athletes. Right, so now moving on to the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon 2016, and we celebrate South Africa's athletes, and we're going to bring out our male and female leading South African athletes and start off with our leading lady in the marathon. We're going to ask her to come to the stage. That goes the way of Lebogang Pulula in a time of 2:38, dead in her first ever marathon performance. So welcome on the stage, our leading lady in the marathon, Lebogang Pulula. And we're going to ask Cora Fredericks from Sanlam Investment to please come and hand out the gold medal for Lebogang Pulula. Gold, just the gold. There you go. So running her first ever marathon today, a time of 2 hours 38 minutes, your first South African lady in the marathon, Lebogang Pulula. Stand on the top. We're going to put it back again. Right, moving on to our leading South African male runner in the marathon. We'll call you back now. And of course, lots of incentives for the South Africans to run at 2 hours 16, 10,000 Rand for every single athlete. They ran under 2:16 today. But the first South African home in fifth place went the way of Desmond Makgoba. Desmond Makgoba, up into the stage, please. And we're going to ask Cora Fernandez from Sanlam Investments to please come and hand over your first South African finisher in the men's marathon. Don't seem to have Desmond here, so we're going to move on to our top three ladies. Right, so we're moving on to our top 3 ladies overall in the marathon today. We just had on stage just a few moments ago. We're going to ask John Knox from Vital to please come and hand over 3rd place overall in the ladies' race, Lebakang Pulula. So a big round of applause for our 3rd lady home, Lebakang Pulula, also our first South African on the podium in her first ever marathon performance. Well done, Lebakang. Right, moving on to 2nd place from Ethiopia, fantastic time of 2 hours 36 minutes, Mergetu Galetu. We're going to ask Mr. Ian Nielsen, Deputy Mayor of Cape Town, to please hand over the silver medal. Let's give her one last round of applause. 2nd place, Mergetu Galetu from Ethiopia, 2nd place today. Thank you to Deputy Mayor, Mr. Ian Nielsen from the City of Cape Town. And now we have our champion today. Her 2nd marathon ever. She won the Peninsula Marathon in 2:53 just a couple of months ago. Today, she wins the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon 2 hours 36 minutes for Tish Jones. We're going to ask Cora Fernandez from Sanlam Investments, Head of Institutional Business, to hand out the gold medal and the gold wreath to your champion today, Tish Jones. Let's have a massive round of applause for your champion in the ladies' marathon today. Just also collecting the trophy as well. Well done, Tish. It's a heavy trophy. There he is, your champions, your top 3 in the ladies' race. And well done to Tish Jones. 2nd marathon win in the year. Right, moving on to the men's top 3 in the 2016 Sanlam Cape Town Marathon. Welcome them on the stage. Right, starting off in the 3rd place today, all the way from Kenya, in a time of 2 hours and 9 minutes and 21 seconds. One of 3 athletes that made it under the magical 2 hours and 10 minutes, Barnabas Kiptum. We're going to ask Mr. John Knox from Vital Health to hand over the bronze medal to Barnabas Kiptum, the 3rd place today, all the way from Kenya. Well done, Barnabas. Let's give him a round of applause. Moving on to 2nd place in a time of 2 hours, 8 minutes and 47 seconds, also from Kenya, Emmanuel Tirop. We're going to ask Mr. Ian Nielsen, Deputy Mayor of Cape Town, to please hand over the silver medal. Right, moving on to our champion. And what a run it was. 2 hours, 8 minutes and 42 seconds. The fastest time in the marathon ever run in South Africa. History in the making today for Ethiopia's Esefa Nagawu. Let's put your hands together for your champion here today. 2 hours, 8 minutes and 42 seconds. So we're going to ask Cora Fernandez from Sanlam Investment, Head of Institutional Business, to please hand over the gold medal and the golden wreath to your champion, Esefa Nagawu. SABC also collecting the official trophy of the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon. Well done, gents. A last round of applause for your top 3 men in the men's marathon today.
And just there to confirm the results for today in the men's 10 kilometers, there we have in first place, it was Unamakweng Asi, South African in 28:28, and in second was Sibusiso Nzima, and finished off there in bronze by Usibabalo Njongela, and they finished, of course, in a time of 29.09. Those are the top finishers for the men when it comes to this year's Sanlam Cape Town Marathon. It truly was a great race, and of course we continue to show you the top finishers and bring you those highlights when it comes to women. And we're always talking about one of the twins, Zulebu Palula, and she finished in that time of 33:25. It was Alina Arma that we spoke to earlier who also finished in 34:15, but the queen of the women's 10 kilometer was Uhelela from Namibia, 32:44. Congratulations to all the women that came out there and made sure that they finish strong.
The chairman of the Cape Town Marathon Association, Mr. Francois Pino. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
And of course, in the 42.2 Ks, no one is going to forget this one. Asifa Negeu. He made sure that he made the fastest run in South African soil on an unaided course, finishing that in 2.08. And of course, breaking the record that was set by Willie Koitile. And it was Nakona Desmond Mokobu, personal best yakhe, even though he finished fifth, but was the first South African to finish in that time of 2:11. It was the change of the course. It was also the weather conditions. It was also the pacemakers that just came in perfect position to make sure that all this comes together. And when we look at the roundup of the women in the 42.2, Ulebukang Palula on debut, she finished 2:38. She had promised us a podium finish, and of course Magetu also finished at 2:36. And of course, that is Otish Jones from Great Britain that came out the top when it comes to women in the 42.2. Second marathon that she has won in this year. All this took place in the city of Cape Town. And there she is, the brand ambassador of the Cape Town Marathon, releasing those peace doves, of course. And that is, of course, Ilana releasing those two doves as a signal of peace. One thing that the city of Cape Town prides itself in. I know Gutubusiuma Polo Bumangobo is waiting for us.
HP, I'm hearing you just inhaling, exhaling. How are you feeling about the race today?
What a fantastic day out here. Beautiful Cape Town. Really lovely out here. We're all enjoying it. It's a few Ks to go, so yeah, all good on our side.
3.2 kilometers to be exact. Tell me, is this the first time you're running the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon?
It's my second time. I did it last year. I think I'm going to improve my time, so it's all good today. Beautiful weather, stunning atmosphere, so yeah.
And they have cut out 22 corners out of the race this year. Are you finding it slightly easier?
I don't know about easier. It's still difficult for me, but yeah, it's nice. It's really nice. It's all good on our side.
Okay, awesome. All good on HP's side. Good luck in making a personal best for yourself today.
I just want to say to my wife, Anita, I hope you're watching, and yeah, doing it for you. Cheers.
Anita, you must really be loved. He's running the race just for you. Panda, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you doing?
I'm well, thanks. Panda, how has the race been for you today?
Excellent. The weather is excellent. The mood is excellent. The training put me where I am. I'm up for sub 4.
You are certainly up for sub 4. You've only got 3.2 kilometers to go. You're not even breaking a sweat. Yeah. Tell me, how have you prepared yourself for this race?
I just keep on training. My training plan, loading 70 kilometers a week. That's my plan. Training 4 days a week and resting 3 days a week. That's it until now.
Cape Town Marathon.
This is my third Cape Town Marathon. Actually, last year I won in Cape Town Marathon, me and my wife, to go and run Paris Marathon in this race. That's why I'm indebted into this race.
Okay.
I will forever run it.
Do you want to say hello to your wife?
Yes, my wife is actually behind me. If you see someone wearing Adventist Athletics Club, written Abo, that's my wife. I'll just wait for her at the end.
Hey, marketing for the wife. Good luck, Panda, in reaching that sub 4. All the best to you.
I just want to say well done. Thanks for Sanlam for organizing such a race. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Panda. Panda advertising on Fazwa Kengapa. Kodwa Ningizimu Africa, that's how we wrap it up right here at Parliament as we brought you amazing action from the streets of Cape Town in the 2016 Sanlam Cape Town Marathon. Ikamangu vusiwe intokazi yakwaNgcobo ufuzuma pholo mashama hlengathazo shumayela yophindi bonane ngokuzayo and kisses. Goodbye.
Was that an unexpected pick that you got? It's actually such a good thing that the cutoff time has been increased to 7 hours. It encourages everyone to finish. But in case you missed out on anything that took place in the day, these are your highlights.
And it's go time! Go, 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 go! He's happy taking down the field. The Sanlam Cape Town Marathon is underway. 8,000 beautiful people. We hope you have a great time out there. Good luck. Have fun.
That you have to go through the harbour, very close to sea level and absolutely flat as a pancake. It's interesting to note, Kuhn, that the front part of the field is actually breaking up a little bit. It's not as compact as one would have thought it would be.
Definitely, and that's definite to the pace that Ulrich Galant and Henry Kiplagat are setting. That time of tempo just over 3:03 per kilometre to give them a split of 64 minutes at halfway and the 2:08 finish. And interesting to see Lebed, the Ukrainian athlete, there with Galant. It will be interesting to see where the other pacemaker is, Henry Kiplagat. Oh, there he is, just in the front there. And it looks like some of the guys not willing to go with the pace today, but it is still early.
En het lijkt mij Tish Jones ook gemakkelijk hiervoor in die vrouwenwedloop met Lebogang Polula reg agter haar in haar groep mans. En die top lijkt met Jane Kiptu is ook daar. Al die gunstelinge in die mans en vrouwenwedloop op die oomblik by mekaar.
Kezo musul kulabel sanga chunchpinga minute sko ya fu rarombeli na second second sono kungalangala ho shakashino abana belesa badobona fitwabo di honna keso.
Well, our two pacemakers out there doing a great job, and you can see they're 16 kilometers into this race and just over 49 minutes, so they're keeping up with that just more than 3 minutes a kilometer pace. And the two of them, the Henry Kiplagat and Ulrich Galant, looking very comfortable. Sergei Lebed just tucked in behind them, and then the rest of the favorites also there in that race. They're really stretching out this field, and but the two pacemakers looking very comfortable. Kolisa Tiale there, just saw him run past, and a very fast pace and hard pace being set by Ulrich Galant and Henry Kiplagat, doing exactly, Kuhn, what they were asked to do.
But back to the lead woman, and it's still Sefa, the Ethiopian, in the colours of Nedbank, who's leading. And interesting to see that 57 minutes into the race that she is still there, because she ran that very tough Mandela Marathon 2 weeks back, as I mentioned, and that's definitely going to be in her legs, with the top international athletes only racing marathon distance twice a year.
I'm still positive with the 209 to be made today. Ke ka ho re bonang hore eno a o sheba jwalo yena Mohlankana Galant a mmoho le Kiplagat ba hlile ba tshwere ka moo ho tlebelletsweng ka teng ha jwalo e se le hora le metsotso e meraro lebelo le qadile mme ho ntse ho mathua kapa ho ntse ho tshwere jwalo lebelo le leng hore le lebelletswe mo teng ho hlebileng hore ha bonyane kilometera ka nngwe ho etsahale fela hore e tlebe mathue jwalo metsotso e ka bang e meraro kaofela o sontse o kgathetswe ke batho ba hula jwalo ka sankatana ka morao morao ka mane ka thoko ka mane mo teng ho bonalang hore ho buimanyana hobane jwale ba ya ba lebile jwalo hona teng mo break.
All right, well, quite a wonderful prize money here. We've been talking about this since in the morning that when you're there, you get to be part of this Cape Town Marathon. You just guaranteed 265,000 Rand, both men and women. And I think, apart from that, we still have got other incentives for you to be a South African and be able to come through. You still have got another one, Annie.
I think around the 21-kilometer mark, Lebet actually stepped off the course. He was running at a really brisk pace, but perhaps just slightly ahead of his current level of fitness. And I definitely think he's probably going to be a did not finish for the race. Pretty compact group that we have moving through the backside of the Rondebosch Common now. One or two of the athletes have drifted off the back of the pace. But if the distance is accurate, this is a remarkably fast pace. They're looking at 1:11:58, 59. To me, it looks like there might be a slight misadjustment in terms of the kilometers run here. But still, if this is accurate, this is on for an exceptionally fast time.
This is where we're at right now here, Annie.
Absolutely. The shot is taken from the top of Signal Hill, and that's the sporting precinct with the World Cup Stadium. On the left, you see the small new track, which is where the track and field meets are held in the Western Province. As the picture goes back to the ladies' leader, still leading pretty comfortably. Chiletu is holding on to a pace which would be around 2 hours 34, 2 hours 35. Not a blindingly fast pace, and in fact relatively slow.
The lead men, we have Henry Kiplagat in the Adidas bib there in the front. He's still the pacemaker and looking still very strong at this stage, but the Nedbank Ethiopian athlete just behind him, Asefa Negoa, he was the winner of the OR Tambo Marathon earlier this year, where they ran at 2:11, but it must be noted that that day the course was very short. They ran about 38-39 kilometers, but he was third in the recent SA Half Marathon Championships. He ran a 61:56.
And the pacemaking duties have been done in the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon for 2016, and now it's the final stretch, the final quarter of this race, and the hard work being left to these men. They've had good pacemaking up to now. They've got to keep up this pace. They're of course chasing the various records. The course record, the fastest time on South African soil for a non-aided course is 2:09 by David Sebe, and maybe even that aided time of Zitulele Sinkwe of 2 hours 8 minutes.
Definitely, and it's interesting to see that Kiplagat, the pacemaker, he was supposed to go up to 30 kilometers. I think that he's now going to stay in this race and challenge them. He was looking very, very comfortable.
I think this could be the decisive break of the race. Negewa is looking really good. He looks comfortable. His foot strike is good. His arm carriage is good. No shoulder roll. He's looking really relaxed. And the gap is growing 5-10 meters. It could well be the decisive break. I mean, the top three are still remarkably close together, but this is definitely the first decisive push, Kieran.
Well, I thought the same thing about 5 or 10 minutes ago when you were looking at Kiptum and Asefa next to each other. Asefa definitely looking the more comfortable of the two. He's got a lot of spring in his step. He's staying there on his toes and really pushing hard up the slight incline that they're going up now. It's actually pretty flat there as they're running and leaving the Kenyans behind. And we want to give you some idea of what this gap looks like. So we're going to perhaps speed up here and go from them to the leader, and you can have a great idea of what the gap looks like, what these two men are seeing in front of them as we get to Asefa, who's leading this race. There it is, the gap between the man in front, who's looking extremely strong up this slight incline, and as Ernie said, a lot of twists and turns towards the end here, and he's trying to maintain this pace. He's really pushing it at this stage and trying to get the various records on offer here, and of course that 265,000 Rand prize money for the first place.
They're moving through the gardens now, and from here on typically the course is mostly downhill, but you are right, Arno, the gap has closed up decisively, and I think the most encouraging aspect of this is two athletes working together and pushing each other for a leading position in order to win the race gives us perhaps the opportunity to see the time we want to see.
Well, we're talking so much about decisive moments, but maybe that is the last one of this Cape Town Marathon.
I think the challenging thing for the Ethiopian was that his decisive break came just ahead of a position on the course where there were a number of inclines, and so one towards the tail end of a marathon one can get caught out. If you make a break on a flat route, you generally have a pretty good feeling of how you are, and you can make an assessment of how your body's feeling. But it's quite tough if you still have to climb over a few challenging little inclines. It's not that they're remarkably steep, but they're just at the wrong time in the race to actually hurt you. Yet here we see the lead changing hands again. So this is this is undoubtedly the most exciting race we've had in the Cape Town Marathon since it's
around about 150 meters still to go for him. He's going to make a left-hand turn, and then he will become your 2016 Sanlam Cape Town City Marathon winner, and definitely running faster than that non-aided course of David Sebe from 1990, that 2:09:50, and a great victory here by Asefa, the Ethiopian, in the colours of Nedbank. 2 hours, 8 minutes, and 41 seconds, unofficially your winner.
That's Asefa that takes 2 hours, 8 minutes, and looks like about 37 seconds, and that is the fastest unaided run on South African soil, breaking that record of David Sebe, also taking the course record, of course, of 2 hours, 10 minutes and 45 seconds for Willie Kibor Koitile from Kenya, and Emmanuel Tirop coming here. In fact, he's already finished. That's Barnabas Kiptum coming through now in the 3rd place, and he takes that last left in the 3rd place Kenyan there coming in, as we've seen the Ethiopian Asefa taking that, and Kenya number 2 and 3, and all 3 of these men underneath the previous course record.
What a perfect finish. It was the battle between Tirop and Asifa, but Asifa came out tops. Winner, time really does fly when you're having fun.
Well, time does fly indeed, Kata. It's been a very wonderful time here.
Absolutely. From the very start of it in the morning, we've been appreciating everything that the 2016 Sanlam Cape Town Marathon has to offer. The fans, the participants, the performances, the record
proposal that we saw.
Oh my goodness, it's been everything, and a bag of chips, but it's been absolutely amazing. We hopefully will see you again next year. So from me, KM.
Dude, I'm the real KM.
No. Dude, I'm the spoke about.
Dude,
we'll see you next year.
I'm the real
South Africa.
No,
I'm the real
guys,
KM.
I'm the
South Africa.
No, dude,
this is the real one. Here.
I'm older.
You know. You know though. Okay. What's going on?
I have the final word on this one. I am the real deal. Africa is my home. This is my race. A very happy 50th birthday to my mom, to everyone that made this production what it was a success. Thank you. See you again next year. I'm Xoli Zondo. Cheerio.
We're en route to building Africa's major. This is our home. This is our race. The Sanlam Cape Town Marathon.
The shocking news about Ian hits Rosewood Sunday on Pretty Little Liars. Focus spotlights issues of the day. And Smokey and Tsutsuma embark on a protest when Ratau raises the rent on Kharidumele.
This is theCUBE, where just 7 games stand between you and £250,000. These games are simple, but when played inside theCUBE, everything changes.